पोलिंग हो रहा है और उसके बाद देन विल क्विकली चैट अबाउट द हिस्ट्री ऑफ सोमनाथ। जी
मारिया, आपने बात की कि आज के अखबार क्या कह रहे हैं और खासतौर पे जो यहाँ के लोकल अखबार हैं, तो एक अखबार मेरे साथ है जिसमें कि लिखा हुआ है कि सौराष्ट्र कच्छ और दक्षिण गुजरात की जो 89 असेंबली सीट्स हैं उसके लिए आज इलेक्शन हो रहा है। इसके अलावा ये भी बताया गया है किस जो फर्स्ट फेज है उसमें कितनी महिला कैंडिडेट खड़ी हैं, जैसे कि 70 है इस वक्त, साथ में 2.38 करोड़ वोटर्स जो है सो अपने मताधिकार का इस्तेमाल करने वाले हैं। ये भी साथ में डिटेल्स है कई जगहों में कि जब 2017 में जब फर्स्ट फेज का इलेक्शन हुआ था, जब 89 सीट्स के लिए, तो उसमें बीजेपी ने 48 सीट जीती थी और कांग्रेस को 38 मिली थी और इंडिपेंडेंट और अदर पार्टीज मिलकर 3 थे। तो इस तरह का है जो है पूरा का पूरा आज। लेकिन जो
गुजरात निकलेगा वोट करने के लिए
निश्चित तौर पर, क्योंकि आप देखिए पिछले कुछ वर्षों का जो ट्रेंड है, वोटर बड़ी तादाद में वोट करने के लिए आते रहे और इसमें जो है एक तरह जहां अवेयरनेस है वोटर्स के लेवल पर, वहीं पर आपको कहीं ना कहीं जो इलेक्शन कमीशन की जो मैसिव मशीनरी है और जो कोशिश की जाती है लगातार पोल परसेंटेज बढ़ाने की, उसका भी बड़ा योगदान है। तो इसलिए उम्मीद ये की जानी चाहिए कि आज एक बार फिर से जो डेमोक्रेसी का ये जो सबसे बड़ा फेस्टिवल कहते हैं उसमें लोग पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए बड़ी तादाद में आएंगे।
जी, और इस सोमनाथ की एक खासियत है, बहुत साल पहले जब मैं यहाँ आया था तब ये प्रांगण नहीं था, ये गेस्ट हाउस नहीं था, ये एक्सेस नहीं था और ये सुंदर व्यू विद द सन्स रेज फॉलिंग राइट ऑन द डोम ऑफ और राइट एट द गोपुरम इफ आई मे से ऑफ द सोमनाथ टेम्पल, दिस वाज नॉट देयर। तो कहीं ना कहीं, और बीजेपी का विस्तार भी कहीं यहीं से शुरू हुआ था 90 में। आप बताएं, यू नो द हिस्ट्री बेटर।
देखिए, चूंकि आप यहाँ पर हैं इस जगह पर, तो आपको जय सोमनाथ तो कहना ही पड़ेगा। और जय सोमनाथ कोई पॉलिटिकल उद्घोष नहीं है। आप ध्यान रखें कि जो भी दर्शनार्थी देश और दुनिया से यहाँ पर आते हैं उनके लिए जो है सो जय घोष जय सोमनाथ ही होता है। और ये जय सोमनाथ जो है इसका हिस्टोरिकल रिलेवेंस भी है। आपको बता दूं कि जब हैदराबाद पर जीत हासिल की थी, जब उसको इंडियन यूनियन में इंटीग्रेट किया गया था, तो जो पहला मैसेज आया था सरदार पटेल के पास, बिकॉज उस समय वो स्टेट मिनिस्टर भी थे अपार्ट फ्रॉम द होम मिनिस्ट्री को हेड करने के, तो उनके मुंह से पहला शब्द निकला था जय सोमनाथ। तो और जहां तक आपने पॉलिटिकल सिग्निफिकेंस की बात की, पॉलिटिकल सिग्निफिकेंस तो बाद में आता है, लेकिन भारत की जो एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि सांस्कृतिक अस्मिता का सबसे बड़ा प्रतीक जो है वह यह सोमनाथ है। आपको ध्यान होगा कि जब देश आजाद हुआ था, ये मंदिर इस शक्ल में नहीं था। यहाँ पर टूटा फूटा विखंडित और जो कि इतिहास में आधे दर्जन बार विदेशी आक्रांताओं के तरफ से तोड़ा गया था, गजनवी से लेकर जो है मुगल काल तक, उस सोमनाथ का पुनर्निर्माण का संकल्प लिया सरदार ने। जब वो जूनागढ़ पर विजय प्राप्त हुई, जूनागढ़ में रेफरेंडम हुआ, जूनागढ़ भारत परिसंघ में शामिल हुआ और उसके बाद से उन्होंने संकल्प लिया और उसके बाद से एक एक कर कर यह मंदिर निर्माण का काम शुरू हुआ और आज इस भव्य कंडीशन में है। आपको ये भी बता दूं कि सोमनाथ का जो ट्रस्ट है उसकी अध्यक्षता खुद देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी करते हैं। इसके पहले मोरारजी देसाई जो कि उस समय प्रधानमंत्री थे, उन्होंने भी इसकी अध्यक्षता की थी।
Former prime ministers have been chairman of the trust, Morarji Desai, then Prime Minister Narendra Modi now, and interestingly it was President Dr. Rajendra Prasad who came for the Shilanyas, didn't he, at that time, inauguration?
जी हाँ, जब इस सोमनाथ मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का जब कार्यक्रम हो रहा था, उस समय जो है आप ध्यान रखिए कि नेहरू प्रधानमंत्री थे और डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद, देश रत्न डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद जो है राष्ट्रपति थे। उस समय जो है कन्हैयालाल माणिकलाल मुंशी, जिनको श्रेय जाता है सोमनाथ के बारे में एक पब्लिक अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करने के लिए, जिन्होंने की सोमनाथ पर पहली आधुनिक पुस्तक लिखी थी और सोमनाथ के ऐतिहासिक महत्व पर उन्होंने चर्चा की थी, तो उनके निमंत्रण पर उसमें जाम साहब दिग्विजय सिंह जी इस सोमनाथ मंदिर ट्रस्ट के चेयरमैन थे। तो जब आमंत्रित किया गया था तो ये कहीं ना कहीं शंका थी कि पता नहीं कहीं नेहरू के दबाव में राजेंद्र बाबू आने से इनकार कर दें, लेकिन राजेंद्र बाबू आए। लेकिन मजे की बात यह है कि उस समय पॉलिटिक्स किस तरह थी और वहां से पॉलिटिक्स कहां तक पहुंची है कि उस समय देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने, जिनकी डेमोक्रेसी में बड़ी आस्था मानी जाती है, उन्होंने देश के पहले राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद को इस ऐतिहासिक सोमनाथ मंदिर की जो पुनर्निर्माण हुआ था उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम में जाने से मना कर दिया। राजेंद्र बाबू डिफाई करके आए, लेकिन हुआ क्या? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की ऑफिशियल प्रेस मशीनरी पीआईबी ने एक प्रेस रिलीज तक नहीं होने दी। यह हुआ था।
So that was the politics of that time. अब की पॉलिटिक्स क्या है जल्दी से बताते हैं। सोमनाथ हिस्टोरिकली लास्ट ये रीजन जो है सौराष्ट्र 2017 में देखा जाए, साउथ गुजरात सौराष्ट्र ये रीजन कांग्रेस के लिए हेवी निकला था, बीजेपी के लिए थोड़ा लाइट निकला था।
सूरत की बात करें quickly there is a piece of breaking news coming in and I'm going to come back to you for that historical and also the latest update, because Gujarat is all set to choose its next government as the first phase of the much anticipated elections has just begun. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah have taken to Twitter to appeal to the voters to exercise their franchise and record numbers, and especially there is an appeal to the first time voters. So Prime Minister taking to Twitter to appeal to voters, go out and vote. This is an important election for one and all. I'm going to come back to you, Anand, in just a bit. But before that, Siddhant is joining me live from Surat, an important district for the BJP. Also is live with us is Arun Dhata, live with us from Rajkot West. Siddhant, coming to you, you are where the Home Minister of Gujarat is contesting from. What is the mood? Have people started coming to cast their vote?
Well, yes, right now I'm at a polling booth here in Surat. This is main Surat city, and behind me you can see people have started lining up, Maria, to cast their vote. And right now you can see the crowd right outside the booth where we are reporting from. In fact, the senior citizen, young people, they all have come here to vote right in the morning. We'll try to speak to some of them. Ma'am, you have come in the morning to vote. What message you want to give out to the younger generation? And is it your is it the first time you're voting here? You have been voting in this constituency.
So many years, so many. આપણી આચે
What is the message that you want to give for the younger generation?
અમને સારામાં સારું એડમિનિસ્ટ્રેશન જોઈએ છે જે નરેન્દ્ર મોદીજીએ આપ્યું છે એના માટે અમે ભાજપને મત કરવા.
Okay. So there you see people are coming in large number, Maria. We'll take some questions, some more questions. We'll speak to people. Excuse me.
Siddhant, are all women.
Sir, आप लोग
Interesting.
सुबह
Again.
वोट डालने आए हैं, क्या संदेश देना चाहते हैं लोगों को?
भाई वोटिंग जरूरी है।
वोटिंग जरूर करें। और आप सर कहाँ से आए हैं?
जरूर
कितनी
करें।
दूर से आए हैं?
यहाँ पिपलोद से
पिपलोद से आए हैं। तो सुबह ही सुबह आप लोग आ गए हैं। बहुत लोग शाम तक नहीं निकलते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने भी आह्वान किया
सुबह
है।
सुबह अच्छा रहता है भीड़ भी
सुबह
कम।
सुबह अच्छा रहता है वोट।
हाँ,
अच्छा, फिर
हर
फ्री हो
काम
जाता
करो
है।
सुबह, हाँ फ्री हो जाते हैं, टेंशन फ्री।
टेंशन फ्री। आप बताइए, पहली बार वोट कर रहे हैं?
जी नहीं।
हाँ। क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे इस बार वोट? विकास के मुद्दे। क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे? मुद्दे बताइए।
राष्ट्रवाद
मुद्दा रहेगा।
सुरक्षा चाहिए, हमें सुरक्षा चाहिए।
राष्ट्रवाद मुद्दा रहेगा।
राष्ट्रवाद मुद्दा रहेगा, विकास मुद्दा रहेगा। मुद्दे बताइए, मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे?
हमारा तो अपना ही वही विकास का मुद्दा।
विकास का मुद्दा हमारा अपना, आपका विकास का मुद्दा राष्ट्रवाद है। यहाँ पे भी 3-4 लोग हमसे सर ये बताइए क्या मुद्दा रहेगा?
Because BJP has done really good job.
बीजेपी सर क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे? Okay, so there are some people, those who are really outspoken, they are speaking, they want to speak, and in fact they are giving out this message to the younger generation. I can see a lot of old people here, senior citizens. हाँ सर, आप आए हैं आज वोट डालने, क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे आपके, क्या इश्यूज हैं?
क्या
On what issues you are going to vote? क्या इश्यूज हैं? मुद्दे क्या हैं? मुद्दे? हाँ
मुद्दे क्या वोट देने का ये मांगता है.
हाँ, वोट देने का मुद्दा है।
हाँ,
अच्छा,
अपना हक रहता है.
अपना हक है।
हक है.
जो नौजवान हैं, नौजवान पीढ़ी है जो देश को पब्लिक हॉलिडे की तरह मनाते हैं, उनको क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे? आए और वोट करें।
वो तो देना ही चाहिए, कैसी को
देना
भी.
चाहिए। सो दिस इज द मैसेज जो अंकल दे रहे हैं
जो
सारी
भी
नौजवान
काम
पीढ़ी को।
जो भी काम करता है उसको चुन के देने का है.
देने का है, जो काम करता है उसको चुन के भेजने का फिर से, और वोट करने आना है। हाँ, क्या एज है आपकी? एज क्या है आपकी? उम्र
89 6 months.
89 years old, this man is here. Uncle has come to vote and is giving out a message to the younger generation of the country that जो काम करता है उसको फिर से चुन के भेजिए, उसको फिर से मौका दीजिए. Now there's a queue. I can also see some women will speak to them. Ma'am, क्या issues रहेंगे इस बार? महिलाओं के क्या issues हैं चुनाव में?
બધાને ફરજિયાત મતદાન કરવું જરૂરી છે. મહિલા
मतदान जरूरी है।
જરૂરી છે. તો
मुद्दे
દેશ
क्या
સુરક્ષિત
है?
રહેશે.
What are your issues? महिलाओं के मुद्दे
મહિલા
क्या है?
આગળ આવશે તો મહિલા સુરક્ષિત રહેશે.
महिला सुरक्षा। महिला सुबह हमें बता रही है कि महिला सुरक्षा सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। एक और महिलाओं से आपने वोट किया मैम? कर दिया। क्या इश्यूज रहे? इशू क्या है इस बार?
इश्यू मतलब
किन मुद्दों पे वोट किया?
वो दे दिया हमने वोट. इश्यू की बात छोड़ा, आज को वोटिंग का डे है.
हाँ।
हमने वोट दे दिया.
हमने
Issue
वोट
बात
दे
की
दिया।
बात
अच्छा,
है.
क्या
Issue
मैसेज
बात
देना
है.
चाहेंगे लोगों को जो कि वोट करने नहीं आते हैं, इसको पब्लिक हॉलीडे की तरह
ये तो एक पर्व है. वोट तो देना चाहिए. हर
वोट
आदमी
देना
को.
चाहिए।
वोट तो देना ही चाहिए.
वोट देना चाहिए। I can see a lot of enthusiastic voters here on
Certainly.
Surat seat. They have come
And
here in the morning.
interestingly, Siddhant is 8-7,
yeah.
and we can see a lot of people come out, and particularly that 89-year-old man who said that vote parb hai. So I think that is the message, that this is a festival, it's a celebration of a different nature. So let's set it up for you. 89 seats in Saurashtra and South Central Gujarat are going to polls even as we speak. The polling began at 8 a.m. 788 candidates are in the fray. The seat is spread over across 19 districts, which includes Surat, Rajkot and other areas. In 2017, it was a close election with the BJP managing 48, the Congress getting 38, particularly the headache coming from the tribal belt. The BJP has been in power, remember, in Gujarat uninterrupted since 1995. This time around, there is also a concern, particularly of the farmers and also of the rebel factor, which is at play. In phase 1, there is a significant number of urban seats as well. And also, the question is that will Aam Aadmi Party be able to do what they did in the Surat municipal elections when they won 27 seats and managed to poll 28% votes. There are a number of seats which are Patidar dominated. Remember, this is the belt which had seen Patidar agitation last time around, and also there are concerns of defection. Let me go straight to Zaka first. Zaka, the concerns on this belt.
The biggest phase as far as the BJP is concerned, and also the Congress. Remember, it is in Saurashtra and in South Gujarat, where last election in phase 1, in these 89 seats, the election was far closer in this phase than it was overall in the state. That's because the BJP had 48, the Congress had 38. And if you look at the map of Gujarat, the entire belt of Saurashtra, except Rajkot and Jamnagar, which are the two cities, otherwise it was a sea of blue. How the BJP managed to compensate this sea of blue is by winning the urban centers here. This is Surat and South Gujarat. In fact, it swept across the urban seats of Gujarat, and that's how the BJP managed to negate this wave in rural Gujarat, which helped the Congress. But remember, in 2017, this was the height of the Patidar agitation. We don't have any such thing in this particular election. If you were to, just go back to this phase and look at phase 1 plus the rural seats. Remember, there's a large number of rural seats, close to, I think, 50 rural seats in this phase 1, 40 rural seats. It is in these rural seats where there were twin factors. One was the Patidar agitation, the other was the agrarian distress, both of which the Congress capitalized on, and it got 25 seats. The BJP had only 12. So BJP had to compensate in the urban seats. I'll get to that in one second. But look at this, and this is one interesting feature in Gujarat. BJP had a higher vote share. It had 44.16. Congress had only 44.05. And yet, the Congress had twice the number of seats in rural Gujarat. And you can see a bulk of those seats coming from the Saurashtra region. It is largely agrarian. It is rural. There used to be, many decades ago, a water problem in that belt. But yes, this is 2022, not 2017. And the difference is the Patidar agitation is not there right now, or at least not as heavy as it was in the first in the election 5 years ago. And if you were to see how the BJP compensated for that, it is in the urban seats. Out of the 28 urban seats, out of this 89, look at that. The BJP strike rate is phenomenal. 25 out of 28, which means more than 90% strike rate. Vote share close to 60%. Congress only at half of that, at 36%. If you look at the Congress winning just 3 seats in this entire belt, and that too is all in Saurashtra. They have not won a single seat in the Surat belt, and I think that's how the BJP compensated for the losses in Saurashtra. This time, the BJP is hoping that they'll be able to pick up some seats here in the rural parts, but in the urban pockets where there is a new player in the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP is hoping they don't dent the gud that they have in Surat and in other cities in Gujarat.
And Zaka, interestingly, I was in Surat and there is not enough buzz of the Aam Aadmi Party. Perhaps people were looking at them from the municipal election point of view, trying to send a message to the BJP that you have an election next year.
Yeah.
But where do you think the BJP, particularly when we look at Surat?
So let's just take the city of Surat. And here again, the last election, you go back and think about that election, it was the GST election. It was the election after Notbandi. And Surat, of course, is the trading hub, as it were, in Gujarat. And in fact, I would even extend it to large parts of Western India. At that height of the GST confusion and demonetization, traders were having a tough time. And look at this. BJP won every single seat in Surat. Cut to 5 years later when the municipal corporation election happened, and as Maria said, 27 seats the Aam Aadmi Party won. So a large number of these seats, these are of course assembly seats, there could be a new player who could dent into the BJP's votes. How much they dent, as a result, do the third players get affected by that? That we'll have to wait and see. But look at this. This is a complete sweep. You go back and check in the 2012 election as well. I think the BJP had swept every seat in Surat for the last 2 or 3 consecutive elections they have won. Will that change this time around? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
So let's wait and see. That result will be known only on 8th. But let me go straight to Rajkot now. Rajkot में क्या माहौल है अरुण? Arun Dhata is joining us live. Arun, सुबह राजकोट में क्या माहौल है?
Well, Maria, let me tell you, before the voting begins, people had started queuing up outside the polling booth. And where exactly I am standing, this is the polling booth where the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, is going to cast his vote. And remember, this Rajkot West constituency was the one from where even Prime Minister Modi once contested. He was the member of Legislative Assembly from this seat, and you can see the overwhelming people who have come here in the morning to cast their votes. And let me quickly try to ask them and get the sense as to what they feel about this time's election when the former Chief Minister and Vijay Rupani is not contesting from this seat. Sir, आप बताइए, सबसे पहले तो people are coming in the early hours of the morning to cast their votes. क्या issues हैं आप लोगों के लिए जिसको लेकर वोट आप लोग डाल रहे हैं?
नहीं, जो दिख रहा है, काम हो रहा है, तो सपोर्ट करना है, सिंपल.
सपोर्ट करना है.
यस, काम हो रहा है तो सपोर्ट करना है.
आपका फर्स्ट टाइम?
नहीं, like me and my father are here for around 4th or 5th time.
So, what do you think? What are the main issues, major issues for you? Being a youth, what do you think? What are the agendas before you cast your vote?
Main agendas will be, first of all, will be traffic, the roads, infrastructure. Main is the infrastructure, and in Rajkot, in the city, infrastructure में काफी ध्यान दिया गया है. CM भी ex-CM यहाँ से हैं, तो उन्होंने बहुत किया है राजकोट के लिए. इवन गुजरात के लिए भी बहुत.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी यहाँ से विधायक रहे हैं पहले. एंड आम आदमी पार्टी इज ऑल्सो इन कंटेंशन. दे हैव ऑल्सो पिच्ड लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स फॉर यूथ. आप कैसे देखते हैं जो इस 3 कॉर्नर्ड फाइट दिस टाइम अराउंड इन गुजरात?
आम आदमी पार्टी का कोशिश बहुत अच्छा है, बट इतने सालों से बीजेपी ने जो काम किया है यहाँ पे और जो कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी, तो इट इज ऐसा है कि इतने साल उन्होंने हमारी मदद की है, तो और ऐसा नहीं है कि मदद में कोई खामी रही है.
अच्छा, तो आप बताइए सर, वी हर्ड द यूथ. आप बताइए कि व्हाट आर द इश्यूज फॉर यू? क्या एजेंडाज हैं, क्या इश्यूज है जिसको लेकर आप वोट कर रहे हैं? सेफ्टी इज इम्पोर्टेंट.
सेफ्टी
अभी तक कैसी है सेफ्टी गुजरात में? हम लोग काफी सुनते हैं.
एकदम अच्छी है, सबसे ज्यादा बढ़िया अच्छी सेफ्टी है इधर.
अच्छा,
हमारी जो लड़कियां है, लेडीज जो बाहर निकल रही है, वो रात को 1 बजे आती है तो कोई भी इश्यू नहीं है इधर. रात को 1 बजे 2 बजे भी लेडीज आ सकती है.
आप बताइए सर, विजय रूपानी जिस बार इज नॉट कंटेस्टिंग, तो कैसे देखते हैं आप, क्या माहौल है?
सर, विजय रूपानी जी कंटेस्टेंट नहीं है, फिर भी उन्होंने जो काम किए हैं वो दिख रहा है. गुजरात में भी दिख रहा है, राजकोट में भी दिख रहा है. वी आर वेरी क्लियर्ड. हमें लीडरशिप पे काम करना है. किसी एक पार्टी की लीडरशिप पे ही काम करना होता है, और लीडरशिप ऑफ बीजेपी वी फील इज द बेस्ट.
Okay, so we'll go to that side as well, Maria. We have a few women voters here who've come here early in the morning. We'll try to get a sense from them as well. आप बताइए कि सुबह आप लोग मॉर्निंग में वोट देने आए हैं, एक अच्छा मैसेज आप लोग दे रहे हैं. क्या इश्यूज है महिलाओं के लिए? हमने उधर बात की तो उनके लिए सेफ्टी, यूथ से बात की उनके लिए. आपके लिए क्या इश्यूज हैं?
इश्यूज तो जनरली राजकोट में तो कोई इतने बड़े है नहीं, कोई होंगे तो पता नहीं. इधर तो हमारे एरिया में तो कोई इश्यूज है नहीं.
तो इस बार विजय रूपानी भाई नहीं लड़ रहे हैं यहाँ, और कोई और कैंडिडेट है, महिला कैंडिडेट है. क्या उम्मीद है आपको?
बहुत सारी उम्मीदें है, और हमको तो अच्छा ही लगता है महिला कैंडिडेट है. तो
मैम आप बताइए, आप सुबह सुबह आए हैं, वेरी पॉजिटिव मैसेज यू आर गिविंग. क्या कहना चाहें, क्या इश्यूज हैं आप लोगों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए क्या इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यूज हैं?
बस वही सारे जो हमें जॉब के अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिले. अगर हम लोग न्यू मदर्स है तो उनके लिए कुछ ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिले जो घर पे रह के थोड़ा काम कर सके, उनके बच्चों के संभालने के लिए कोई ऐसा सपोर्ट मिले, ऑफिस जहाँ पे वो जॉब करती हो, तो उस हिसाब से थोड़ा।
आप बताइए मैम, आपके लिए क्या इश्यूज हैं? अलग अलग इश्यूज लोग रख रहे हैं कि ये चीजें हमको चाहिए या ये सुधार हुआ है, आपके लिए क्या इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें हैं?
सर सब कुछ ठीक है, कुछ नहीं चाहिए, सब कुछ मोदी जी ने दिया है और आगे भी दे, यही विशेष है मोदी जी के लिए और हमारे लिए भी।
अच्छा ठीक है, सो this is the sense, Mara. I would request my camera person to just show the inside visuals of a polling
Interestingly,
booth.
right in the morning, the people are out in both Surat and Rajkot to cast their vote. So as far as fatigue factor or people of Gujarat being tired and all is concerned, I think the message is going right there early in the morning. I'm going to come back to you, Arun, in just a bit, because the Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar has given a message to the voters. He is saying that Gujarat is celebrating Festival of Democracy today. Let's listen in to what he had to say. Bringing in the guests now. We'll be going to that soundbite in just a bit. Advait Akala is joining us live. Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist. Also Nalin Mehta, author of the new BJP. Dr. Nalin Mehta, this is the new BJP, which is not giving any sign of, not showing any sign of complacency.
So I think, Maria, that's one of the key factors of the new BJP, if you like, this complete ruthlessness of the election machine. The Prime Minister today is campaigning the largest road show. It's been billed as the largest road show across Ahmedabad, in other parts of the state which are not going to vote today. A lot of this thing earlier, even in the Himachal campaign, when he spoke to one of the candidates who had rebelled, there was a lot of mirth on social media about that. But the fact of the matter is, here is the sitting Prime Minister who was making the effort to speak to discontented people within his party to get them back to his own side. I think elections are won as much by ideology and mobilization as they are won by hard work. And I think there is no question about that the BJP has put in all it has in this campaign. Contrast that with the Congress, which did very well in the last election in 2017 and ran the BJP really close. But in this election, all the leading lights of the Congress have been missing. Rahul Gandhi has been to Gujarat only once. And I think there's a major difference. And I think a lot of people who voted for the Congress last time, and the Congress, as your discussion has pointed out with Zaka earlier in the program, a lot of people in Gujarat who stood by the Congress, who voted for the Congress has never had less than a 38% vote share in Gujarat across the last 28 years of assembly elections since the 2000s, are going to ask, look, we expected a strong opposition, so what has happened to that? And I think that is a key issue in Gujarat. Is there discontent? Will people want change? Those issues are always there, but can you convert that into votes if you're an opposition party? And that's the structural challenge for the Congress.
I was on ground and I did
in
not
that sense,
see
that's where the BJP is
any complacency. I have not seen any anti-incumbency, and there is a general sense of comfort, and it's an uncomplaining or a non-complaining Gujarat.
Even when we saw the reporters speaking to voters early this morning, it's what,
So
15-20 minutes past 8 o'clock. They were all saying, "Kaam ho raha hai aur kaam chalna chahiye." And I think it's phenomenal. I mean, we talk about political parties as institutions. For a party that's been in power for almost 30 years, and if people don't have a complaint about it, they must be doing something right. I'm assuming, right? I'm not from Gujarat, I'm not from that state, but 10 minutes past 8 o'clock in the morning, every single voter that our reporters spoke to, both from an 89-year-old to a 25-year-old, were all saying, "Kaam ho raha hai, kaam hona chahiye."
Nalin, that's a question to you.
Absolutely. Zaka, the fact of the matter is that the BJP has not lost an election in Gujarat since the mid-90s when it first came to power. And a lot of people talked about Gujarat as the laboratory of Hindutva and so on. But the fact of the matter is, the fact that they have continued to win elections despite there being a stable Congress vote which is above a certain threshold is a testament to the organizational capability of the BJP and the leadership. And I think whether you are for or against the BJP, that's, this is, anybody who follows elections, Gujarat is a case study to understand how you win elections. And I think the BJP's organizational structure has shown that. In this election, For example, you have your reporter Maria, you've talked about your travels. In this election last year, the BJP changed its entire cabinet and the chief minister. At the same, and you are still saying what you are saying on the ground. So I think this is a test case for electoral studies.
Sangathan or netritva. These are the two words that I'm picking from you, Nalin Mehta, and that will be, perhaps deciding what will happen on 8th. Stay with us because there is another piece of breaking news that is coming in now. BJP candidate Rivaba Jadeja, who is the wife of cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, has just cast her vote and she is saying, I have full trust on my voters.
जडेजा के पिताजी हो या आपकी ननंद हो,
दिस इज नॉट द फर्स्ट टाइम कि इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में एक ही परिवार के अलग अलग सदस्यों ने अलग अलग पार्टी के साथ अपना विचार विमर्श करके वो जुड़ने की जो एक इच्छा व्यक्त की हो, तो वो अपनी तरफ से किसी और पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जुड़ी और मेरे लिए सबसे बहुत बड़ी बात है कि मेरे हस्बैंड मेरे साथ हैं, तो इस बार मुझे कोई दिक्कत ऐसी सच दिखाई नहीं दे रही है।
मैडम, जामनगर हो या राजकोट हो, किस तरह की बूथ मैनेजमेंट की गई है पार्टी की तरफ से ताकि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग वोट के लिए?
जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे ज्यादा सदस्य वाली सभ्य वाली पार्टी है और जैसे ही मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रूप में मुझे एक प्रत्याशी के रूप में चुना गया भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से, तब से लेके अभी तक आज तक एक जो पूरा एक संगठन का जो माहौल रहता है कि छोटी सी चीज़ें माइन्यूट जो मैक्रो मैनेजमेंट होता है, उस हिसाब से पूरा जो इलेक्शन का पोर्टफोलियो रेडी करके लोगों के बीच में जाना, ग्रुप मीटिंग करना, बूथ तक लोग अपनी तरफ से अवेयर होके मतदान मथक तक पहुंचे, ये सारी चीज़ें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के माध्यम से बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से मैनेज की जाती है।
लेकिन बहुत सी ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कई वरिष्ठ नेताओं की सीट काट दी गई। विजय रूपाणी उनमें से एक हैं जहां पर आप मतदाता हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि इस तरीके से बहुत से लोगों को
कैडेट बेस्ड पार्टी है, सेंट्रल नेतृत्व से सेंट्रल नेतृत्व के माध्यम से जो उम्मीदवार के प्रत्याशी के रूप में चुना जाता है, पूरी पार्टी पूरे कार्यकर्ता भाई बहन उसका सहर्ष स्वीकार करते हैं और जो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अनुभव के साथ और युवा पीढ़ियों को तैयार करने के माध्यम, ये दोनों एक जो पिलर्स हैं उनको रेडी करने में मानने वाली पार्टी है। तो एक तरफ है तो वो जो जितने भी वरिष्ठ नेता हैं उनका अनुभव और साथ ही साथ युवा पीढ़ी को आगे लेके चलना, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक अलग अपनी तौर की एक जो मेथड है जिससे देश के भविष्य के लिए राजनीतिक देश के
what Rivaba Jadeja is saying. Advaita, I'm going to take a quick question from you. सुबह लंबी कतार है और उसमें महिलाएं भी दिख रही हैं. BJP is also fielded women candidates as well. But one thing is clear that in this election, the biggest mascot of the BJP, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is being talked about. हर posters में Prime Minister Narendra Modi prominently displayed हैं. ऑटो के पीछे में भी Prime Minister Narendra Modi ही हैं. बाकी सब पार्टी के नेता नहीं हैं. The message is clear. They understand that there cannot be any anti-incumbency against this face. And on the other hand, when I was in Anand, which is predominantly Congress, I heard about the local candidate. So here is Prime Minister Narendra Modi versus local issues that the Congress may be focusing on.
No doubt. And I mean, we've seen this repeated in other elections, like from my state of Uttarakhand, also Prime Minister Modi was the main face. And he frankly, despite the anti-incumbency, swept the state for the BJP. Now, Gujarat happens to be his own home state where he's been chief minister. So I feel it's very tough for any opposition to really stand up to him and his persona and all that he's done for the state. So it is a huge battle for anybody trying to cobble together an opposition in Gujarat with the Prime Minister so much, present and really alive still in the memory of people there. And he's also carrying out a roadshow today in Ahmedabad. But, interestingly, you brought in the women voters. I think the women...
50-kilometer long roadshow. That will be one of its kind. And the first time, perhaps.
Exactly. I just hope he takes care of his security because the last time on an earlier occasion, he got off and mingled with the crowd and things like that. But an aside on that, but, I think the women voters are significant and are increasingly becoming more significant across the country. And what I found very interesting listening to them this morning is how they've moved beyond, the safety parameter, which is so good. In the sense that taken for granted. It's true, you know, in Gujarat, as a woman, you can be out at midnight at 1 a.m. and be perfectly safe. And that is something that has happened, you know, is a reality for them for about a decade and more now. So now the young women voters are saying things like, you know, if we are a stay-at-home mom, what are the opportunities to work, for entrepreneurship, for jobs? And I think it's wonderful.
Yes.
And it makes me
And
so
Adwaita,
happy that
yes,
the conversation
absolutely,
is
you know,
gone.
and women in Gujarat have moved beyond Bijli, Sadak, Pani and also Suraksha. They are talking about infrastructure. Imagine the shift that has happened, and they are talking about do lane to ban gaya sadak, let it be faster, you know, movement of highways, of roads. That's a phenomenal shift that I'm seeing also in Gujarat. Rashid, stay with us, and I would request all our panelists to stay with us because we are slipping into a short break. This is your election news destination, and Zaka and I will be back after a very short break.
And that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the anti-terror law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm. Strong winds were witnessed in the valley, causing disruption to normal life. But thankfully, there were no reports of damage or casualties. The avalanche occurred after a glacier broke away near a village in the Lahaul and Spiti valleys. An avalanche occurs due to the breaking of a thick layer of snow, which then slides down a steep slope. This comes at a time when heavy snowfall is occurring in Himachal Pradesh, which has caused road blockades. Last week, at least 72 roads across the state were blocked due to heavy snowfall, 61 of which were in Lahaul and Spiti.
India's GDP growth for the July to September quarter slowed down to 6.3% compared to 8.4% for the same period last year. The GDP growth was dragged down mainly by the poor performance of manufacturing and mining sectors. Despite this, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world right now. China remains on edge as anger grows against the government's zero-COVID policy.
In the city of Guangzhou, locals clash with police over the country's strict COVID rules. Police in white hazmat suits clutched riot shields to protect themselves from debris and glass thrown at them by protesters. Other videos showed cops swooping down on protesters and dragging them away in handcuffs. The latest unrest follows a wave of unprecedented protests witnessed in China since the weekend. In cities like Shanghai and Beijing, residents took to the streets demanding an end to the strict COVID measures. Some also called for President Xi to step down. China is the only country which continues to have a strict zero-COVID policy. Local authorities clamp down on even small outbreaks with mass testing, quarantines and snap lockdowns.
Former Chinese President Jiang Zemin, who led his country out of isolation after the crushing of pro-democracy protests in Tiananmen Square, has died. He was 96 years old. Jiang suffered from leukemia and multiple organ failure. He saw China through a revival of market-oriented reforms, the return of Hong Kong from British rule in 1997, and Beijing's entry into the World Trade Organization in 2001. Prince Harry's wife, Meghan Markle, was at the center of many threats made against her life, according to the former head of the counter-terrorism department in the Metropolitan Police. He also called the threats against Meghan Markle disgusting and very real. The bombshell revelation comes at a time when Harry's estranged brother Prince William and his wife Kate are headed to the United States, where Harry and Meghan live.
Welcome back. Polling has begun in 89 of 180 seats in Gujarat. Let's take a look at the key candidates who are in fray. Jamnagar North, you heard from her, Rivaba Jadeja, who is the wife of cricketer Ravindra Jadeja. Then shifting focus to the Aam Aadmi Party factor. The Aam Aadmi Party is Chief Ministerial candidate and former journalist Isudan Gadvi is contesting from Kambalia. Kanti Amrutia is contesting from Morbi. He is a 5-time MLA. The current MLA was changed by the BJP because he's seen as the messiah on the ground. He rescued people in the bridge disaster that took place. Arun Modwadia, Porbandar, senior Congress leader and former state unit president, is contesting from Porbandar, an important constituency. This is the tribal belt where the Congress is hoping to do well. But again, these elections are being fought by the local leaders. There is no big face as far as the Congress party is concerned in these elections. Gopal Italia, the Aam Aadmi Party president, contesting from Katargam. It's a debutant clearly in this election. Jeetu Wagani, Bhavnagar, education minister and patidar face of the party. He's not among those who have been changed. Remember, the BJP went for change of almost 40% of its candidate. Paresh Dhanani is contesting from Amreli. He is the former leader of the opposition and has won this seat 3 times. So again, a Congress candidate who is relying completely on himself. It's a local election for Paresh Dhanani. Harsh Sanghvi, the Yuva Chehra of the BJP in the state of Gujarat. He is the Home Minister and the youngest MLA elected in 2012, has the trust of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Of course, he is from the BJP. Then there is Alpesh Katheria, who is the former Patidar agitation leader. He is from the Aam Aadmi Party, contesting from Varacha. Raghav G. Patel, contesting from Jamnagar Rural. He is the agriculture minister and an important Patidar leader. The BJP has fielded a number of Patidar faces this time around, hoping that there was no such factor as we saw last time around, Zaka. That was in 2017, when it was certainly the Patidar agitation which dented the BJP in the Saurashtra region and also in the south central Gujarat. Before I bring in Vijay Rupani, I'm going to get a quick word from Zaka. Zaka, the Patidar agitation, how much of that dented the BJP last time around?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the Patidar agitation. And remember, in 2017, there was Hardik Patel, there was Alpesh Thakur, these young chehras, Jignesh Mewani, they'd all become the face of what had happened in 2017. If you were to look at the Patidar-dominated seats across the state, across the 182 seats in Gujarat, about 40 seats are dominated by Patidars, which is more than 30% of the electorate in those constituencies are Patidars, in which the Congress managed to run the BJP close. It was 17 to 22. As you can see, this is despite the fact that the vote share difference was a good 7% between the Congress and the BJP. Now, normally, if there's a 7% vote share difference, you don't expect the seat share to be this close, which is why I think in the Saurashtra belt last time around, and you can see this sort of S-shaped wave of blue that happened in the rural parts of Saurashtra last time around, where the Congress, despite having a lower vote share, ended up winning a lot more seats. How the BJP managed to compensate for that, like I said, is largely in the urban seats here in Surat, and of course Ahmedabad, which will go to polls in the next phase. So it is in those urban seats, which has always been the guard of the BJP, as it were. That is how the BJP managed to compensate for this seat difference, as it were. But like I said, if there's a 7% vote share difference, you would expect this to be somewhere in the range of 35 to 15 or 30 to 20. But that's not how it played out last time around. This time around, the BJP is hoping that There will not be a sea of blue here. There will be a lot more of saffron, and hopefully that will compensate into what they fear might be a little bit of a dent in their urban pockets.
And that may be because there is almost a clear absence of the Congress on the ground. The Congress, as they have been saying, is leading a silent campaign. What does it actually mean? We really do not know. But before that, Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister, is speaking. Let's listen in.
राजकोट की क्या स्थिति लग रही है आपको? इस बार अवश्य चारों चार सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत पाएगी, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी
इस वक्त हमारे
अच्छी तरह से उन्होंने प्रचार प्रसिद्धि की है।
जानेंगे कि क्या लग रहा है राजकोट की स्थिति। सर, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि क्या राजकोट की स्थिति लग रही है अभी आपको?
राजकोट की चारों चार सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत से विजयी प्राप्त करेगी।
सबसे मुख्य बात यह है कि सर
Vijay Rupani may not himself be contesting, and the BJP has not fielded a number of its party veterans. But the message this time around is that they are relying on the young blood or the new faces. Let me go straight to Saurashtra, where Anand is joining me live. Anand, now I can see you are inside the temple premises. Darshan kiya aapne?
नहीं, अभी तक नहीं किया, क्योंकि वी आर डूइंग काम पहले, वर्क फर्स्ट, वर्शिप लेटर और पूजा लेटर. बट आई हैव गॉट टू ब्रिंग ब्रिजेश सिंह हियर बिकॉज इट इज थैंक्स टू हिज एफर्ट्स दैट we've been able to come this close and give all our viewers across here at CNN News 18 a fantastic view of the Digvijay Dwar and of course the beautiful Somnath temple. Right, we are right at the foreground of it. But Vijay ji, सौराष्ट्र की बात चल रही है. आज पहले चरण का पोल चल रहा है. पिछली बार कांग्रेस ने काफी सेंध लगाई थी, बीजेपी को बहुत मशक्कत करनी पड़ी थी, लेकिन अब की बार जितने वो पिछली बार की जो तिकड़ी है उसमें से 2 तो बीजेपी में आ गए हैं. विजय रूपानी को टिकट नहीं दिया गया, लेकिन वो प्रचार कर रहे हैं. प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो रोड शो था, जिस दिन हम लोग सूरत में टचडाउन हुए, उसके पिछले दिन अचानक 12 घंटे की नोटिस पे ही डिड अ 28 किलोमीटर लॉन्ग रोड शो एंड इट वाज सपोज्ड टू बी 1 आवर. 3.5 घंटे तक खिंचा. लोग आ गए. कुछ सीटें हैं जहां पर प्रश्न उठ रहे थे, मांडवी, वराचा, और फिर कुछ पाटीदार के समुदाय में कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हैं कि कुछ ग्रुप्स हैं जो शायद अभी भी उखड़े हुए हैं और बीजेपी से अलग होना चाहते हैं, अलग वोट करना चाहते हैं, एक ऑप्शन देखना चाहते हैं. क्या आप वहां पर एंट्री कर पाएगी, कांग्रेस वहां एंट्री कर पाएगी, या फिर पीएम के जो रोड शो के बाद अब कुछ सब सेटल हो गया है उस इलाके में? आज पीएम का एक और रोड शो है अहमदाबाद में और हम लोग सोमनाथ में हैं. जी
देखिए, 2 चीजें हैं. एक तो जब हम 2017 की बात करते हैं, हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि 2017 का जो विधानसभा चुनाव हुआ था वह पाटीदार रिजर्वेशन जो एजिटेशन था उसके बैकड्रॉप में हुआ था, जबकि सबसे जो इन्फ्लुएंशियल कम्युनिटी है गुजरात की वोटिंग के हिसाब से पाटीदार, उनका एक सिग्निफिकेंट चंक जो है नाराज था, खासतौर पर युवाओं का. और उसकी वजह से सौराष्ट्र के ग्रामीण इलाकों में जो है बीजेपी को कई जगह जो सो हार का सामना करना पड़ा था. और सौराष्ट्र का इलाका एकमात्र इलाका ऐसा था जहां पर कि बीजेपी से ज्यादा सीटें कांग्रेस को मिली थी. लेकिन अगर आप सूरत की बात करें, सूरत जिले की जो 16 सीटें हैं उसमें 15 सीटें बीजेपी ने जीती थी, और वो भी तब जबकि पाटीदार कोटा एजिटेशन का गढ़ होता था सूरत. और एक सीट जो बीजेपी जो लूज की थी, वो सीट उसने अपने इतिहास में कभी नहीं जीती है, वो मांडवी की सीट, जो कि हार्डकोर जो है एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि नॉन बीजेपी कांग्रेस सीट रही है. लेकिन चर्चा इस बार ये है कि मांडवी में इस बार काफी ब्राइट चांसेस हैं बीजेपी के लिए. तो 15-15 का स्कोर रहा है पिछले 2 चुनाव में सूरत में. जहां तक आपने सौराष्ट्र की बात की, पिछली बार की जगह समीकरण बदल गया है. अभी जो मुख्यमंत्री पाटीदार कम्युनिटी से है भूपेंद्र पटेल, और जो सो पाटीदार जो सो एक बार फिर से सॉलिडली जो है सो
लेकिन पटेल्स में भी वो कड़वा पटेल, लेवा पटेल का जो ग्रुप है उसमें लेवा पटेल्स का शायद बीजेपी की और रुझान था. कड़वा पटेल के कुछ ग्रुप्स में क्या अभी भी थोड़ा सा एक एंटी बीजेपी, एंटी मोदी एक सेंटिमेंट है, ये प्रश्न उठता है. और सूरत की बात करें तो जो 28 जो सीटें आपको मिल गई थी, 28% वोट भी मिल गया था, वो आपके इम्पैक्ट की वजह से मिला था, या फिर वहां कांग्रेस में खलबली थी और कांग्रेस की ग्रुप ने एनमास डीकैम्प किया था आपकी तरफ, इसलिए वहां पर वो सरप्राइज आपको?
देखिए, आप जिस कॉर्पोरेशन इलेक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं और जिसमें आपकी सीटों की बात कर रहे हैं, आप ध्यान रखिए कि वहां पर मार्जिन जो है वो उन इलाकों में आपने जो है सो सेध लगाई थी जहां पर कि पाटीदार वोटर्स, खासतौर पर यूथ जो है बड़ी तादाद में थे. जो नॉन पाटीदार एरियाज थे वहां पर आपकी कहीं कोई परफॉर्मेंस नहीं थी. और ध्यान रखिए कि जो कॉर्पोरेशन इलेक्शन, असेंबली इलेक्शन और लोकसभा इलेक्शन हर बार समीकरण अलग अलग होते हैं, क्योंकि आप ये ध्यान रखें कि 2017 में बीजेपी को इस सौराष्ट्र इलाके में कांग्रेस के मुकाबले जो है कम सीटें मिली थी. लेकिन जब 2019 का चुनाव आया तो राज्य की सभी 26 सीटें बीजेपी ने जीती थी, जो कि 2014 में भी वही कंडीशन रही थी. तो इसलिए जो है आप अगर आप देखें तो जो सो ट्रेंड कोई परमानेंट नहीं होते, और पिछली बार की तुलना में अगर आप देखें 2017 के मुकाबले, तो इस बार जो है 2022 में इस सौराष्ट्र के इलाके में बीजेपी ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल कंडीशन है।
If BJP is comfortable, then why is the BJP going so all out? Why is there so much of effort? Why did the PM make 4 visits to this region and he stayed overnight? He spent some time speaking. There is buzz that he actually personally called some of the influential voices and the people around in that region in Surat, Saurashtra, and had a chat with them. Is this all true or not, Brajesh?
आप मुझे ये बताइए कि जो आप नरेंद्र मोदी की बात कर रहे हैं, भाई, यू आर टॉकिंग ओनली अबाउट द इलेक्शन टाइम। इवन ड्यूरिंग द नॉन इलेक्शन टाइम ही इज ऑलवेज अमंग द पब्लिक। उन्हें कहते हैं ना कि ही इज ए परमानेंट कैंपेनर। तो आप जो इलेक्शन के टाइम में कैसे उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो दिल्ली में बैठे रहेंगे? ये तो उनका होम स्टेट है। और बीजेपी एज ए पार्टी, जो पार्टी 1980 में फॉर्म हुई, अब ध्यान रखिए जनसंघ उसके पहले था, जनसंघ जो है जनता पार्टी का जो एक्सपेरिमेंट रहा उस फ्रंट में शामिल हुआ था, और फिर 1980 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तौर पर सामने आया। वहां से वो पार्टी जो कि 1984 में सिर्फ 2 लोकसभा की सीटें जीत पाई थी, जिसमें से एक महसाणा थी जो कि खुद नरेंद्र मोदी का अपना होम डिस्ट्रिक्ट था। वहां से वो पार्टी जो है 95 में कंप्लीट मैंडेट के साथ गुजरात में सत्ता में आती है, और उसके बाद से लगातार 6 चुनाव जीत चुकी है। तो वो जो एग्रेशन है, वो लगातार मेहनत है, वो अपना सब कुछ झोंक देने की जो ताकत है, जो कैपेसिटी है, उसकी वजह से बीजेपी आज यहाँ है। और उसके सामने जो राइवल है वो कहां पर है, जो कि उस तरह के एफर्ट नहीं लेते। तो मुझे लगता है कि ज्यादा एफर्ट लेना ये कब से निगेटिव हो गया इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में।
लेकिन देखिए 99 से 125, 130 का सफर बड़ा है, जबकि 77 से 92 का सफर उतना बड़ा नहीं होना चाहिए फॉर द कांग्रेस पार्टी। Why do you think the absence is there? Everybody is asking why is PM Modi coming to Gujarat? On the other hand, they are also asking why is Rahul Gandhi not active in Gujarat? Last time he was very active along with Ashok Gehlot, who was spearheading that campaign, while Alpesh Thakur, Jignesh Mewani and Hardik Patel were doing respective work in their own caste community breakups and region breakups.
Look, if you look at the 2004 Lok Sabha elections, forget the 2017. In 2004, Congress was nowhere, and it was all about Vajpayee government. But then the people of Gujarat, they gave 12 seats to Congress without any campaign. So, be the Rahul Gandhi or the earlier campaigners, basically in Gujarat, Congress has a critical mass. That mass gives the party 40 plus seats every time. और आपने जो देखा जो in 1985 party got the maximum seats, the 149 record for the any party in Gujarat, the max, the Madhav Singh Solanki era. But उसके बाद से वो कभी सत्ता में नहीं आई अपने पीक से। तो आप जो 40 गिन लें, 77 गिन लें, लेकिन जो मेजोरिटी का फिगर जो है 182 की असेंबली में, आप जो आपका 91 के ऊपर आता है।
लेकिन अगर बीजेपी कह रही है कि रिकॉर्ड तोड़ अब की बार सीटें जीतेंगे, तो यानी कि उनको फिर कांग्रेस के इलाकों में सेंग लगानी पड़ेगी। यानी आप कह रहे हैं कि रूरल गुजरात, पोरबंदर जो ट्राइबल इस तरफ आ गया, या फिर आप नॉर्थ गुजरात में भी देखें, सम ऑफ द ट्राइबल बेल्ट्स में विल द बीजेपी बी एबल टू मेक इनरोड्स? बिकॉज Zaka on his wall has shown us in the past that urban में BJP has very solid vote share above 50%, but it comes down and slips down to just about 40-41%. Vijay Rupani is casting his vote as we are speaking. देखिए विजय रूपानी कहाँ थे, अभी कहाँ है? प्रचार कर रहे हैं, वोट डाल रहे हैं, लेकिन सीएम की कुर्सी से तो उनको 18 महीने पहले हटा दिया था।
बट ये पार्टी ऐसे ही है, यहाँ पर किसी की परमानेंट जो बादशाहत नहीं होती। अगर आपको जो हमेशा आपको सरवाइव करना पड़ेगा, अपना 100% देना पड़ेगा। आप कहेंगे नरेंद्र मोदी 13 साल रहे गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और पिछले 8 साल से देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, तो इसलिए है कि उनकी परफॉर्मेंस जो है उनके दूर दूर तक जो है कोई नहीं है बीजेपी के अंदर। कहते हैं ना कि 1 से 50 तक वही है। तो आप जो है अगर आप उस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस नहीं रखते हैं, तो ये जो दूसरी जो खानदानी पार्टियां हैं, जहां पर कि एक बार आप सत्ता के शीर्ष पर बैठ गए तो आप ही रहेंगे, भले आप पावर में रहे या ना रहे। तो बीजेपी के साथ ये नहीं है, और इसीलिए बीजेपी आज इस जगह पर है जहां की देश की वो सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है। मैक्सिमम राज्यों में उसकी सरकारें हैं, केंद्र में तो पिछले 8 साल से पूरी ताकत से बैठी हुई है।
लेकिन ये ग्रुपिज्म, फैक्शनलिज्म बीजेपी में भी नहीं है। हमने भी देखा कई सारे ऐसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं इसी फर्स्ट फेज में जहां बीजेपी के रेबल्स खड़े हैं, जिनको टिकट नहीं मिला वही खड़े हुए हैं।
आप उसे छोड़ दीजिए, आप तो रेबल्स की बात कर रहे हैं। 2007 में पार्टी के अंदर से बड़े पैमाने पर विधायक जो है सो बाहर निकले और गोवर्धन झड़पिया के अगुवाई में अलग पूरी पार्टी बना के सामने चुनाव लड़े। हुआ क्या? कुछ नहीं। आप उसको छोड़ दीजिए। केशुभाई पटेल, जिन्होंने कि 95 में पहली बार जो बीजेपी की सरकार बनी, और जो केशुभाई पटेल, आप ध्यान रखिए कि सोमनाथ ट्रस्ट के लंबे समय तक अध्यक्ष रहे, वो केशुभाई पटेल जो है उन्होंने अपनी अलग पार्टी बनाई, लड़े बीजेपी के सामने पूरी ताकत से। लेकिन हुआ क्या? केशुभाई के अलावा, उनकी अपनी सीट के अलावा, उनकी पार्टी 1 सीट नहीं जीत पाई थी। तो इससे बड़े बड़े रिबेलियन जो है इस पार्टी ने देखे, और उसको आप क्यों भूल जा रहे हैं? 95 जो पहली सरकार आई थी, खजुराहो विद्रोह जो शंकर सिंह वाघेला की अगुवाई में हुआ, क्या हुआ उसके बाद से? बीजेपी 98 में पूरी ताकत से आई और शंकर सिंह वाघेला आज कहाँ है? सबको पता है।
सबको पता है। तो यानी 3 पार्टी सिस्टम जो है गुजरात कहीं ना कहीं रिजेक्ट करता है. दे डोंट लाइक इट. सो विल दी आप बी एबल टू मेक एनी इनरोड्स इफ इट ब्रेक्स its account and if it gets even 1 or 2 seats? Will that be historic as far as Gujarat is concerned? Plenty of stories within stories, but the bigger aspect as
and
the
Shraddhalu story also
we will,
relation with the BJP.
Yes, we will talk about that, but even as the Shraddhalu are coming in for darshan, please go out and vote. That's the only message. See you after a short break.
Treated, Sharmila's car was stowed away with her inside it when she refused to step out of the vehicle.
This only showcases the tyranny in Telangana, the atrocities of the Chief Minister in Telangana. The people in the party of TRS are no more leaders or karyakartas, there are only gundas in the party. And the kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the anti-terror law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm. Strong winds were witnessed in the valley, causing disruption to normal life. But thankfully, there were no reports of damage or casualties. The avalanche occurred after a glacier broke away near a village in the Lahaul and Spiti valleys. An avalanche occurs.
Sensational development in the alleged liquor scam of Delhi. Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter K. Kavita has been named by the Enforcement Directorate in a court filing over its investigation into the now scrapped Delhi liquor policy. In Amit Arora's remand copy, call data records revealed that he tried to contact 35 persons in last 1 year, which includes K. Kavita, KCR's daughter, who he called 10 times. So what exactly was the nature of conversation? Ananya is joining me on the phone line. Ananya, so what really happened in the sense that if an individual is named in a remand copy so what will be the next course of action by the ED? Will she be called for questioning? And what was the nature of conversation that happened between Amit Arora and K. Kavita? Because it is in Amit Arora's remand copy that call records have revealed that he called 35 people, one of which was K. Kavita, who is K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter. Swastika is joining me. This is huge as far as politics of the state is concerned. This is trouble for K. Kavita.
And it is also bad publicity considering that the party has been trying very hard to embark on an image cleaning exercise ahead of his elections in 2023. And it is also a personal blow in the sense to the TRS party, considering Kavita has made it very clear that she is going to contest as the MP again for Nizamabad. So her political aspirations are something that the party has been supporting, but her alleged involvement in the Delhi excise policy, even though nothing has been proved yet, she's not been named in any of the charge sheet, but this is the first time that in the remand copy of Amit Arora that Kavita's name has surfaced, and her link to this entire episode is the fact that Amit Arora tried contacting 35 accused, including Kavita, and it has so been reported that the call analysis data from the last 1 year from his phone have revealed that he tried speaking to Kavita about 11 times through 2 fancy numbers belonging to her. It has also been alleged that Kavita, along with another group called the South Group, including YSRTP MP Srinivasalu Reddy and Sharath Reddy, allegedly gave 100 crore kickbacks to Vijay Nair, who was working as a mediator for the Aam Aadmi Party. But the bottom line is something that we need to underscore at this point in time is that all of these are allegations. So far, the Enforcement Directorate has initiated no action against Kavita and no raids have been taken on her.
Okay, let me ask that question to Ananya. So if an individual is named in a remand copy, what will be the next course of action? Will she be called for questioning, Ananya?
Well, definitely she's become the person of interest into this investigation, Maria, and she might be called for questioning because remember that this is not one call, 2 calls. These are 10 calls that were made to K. Kavita, and this is a very, very significant remand copy because we have seen how Amit Arora was directly linked to Manish Sisodia, and this is the first time when remand copies are directly showing linkages of Manish Sisodia, how in fact Amit Arora used to use the Punjab government's clout to shift his shops or in fact arm twist other licenses to surrender their license as well. So this becomes very, very significant and big names coming in this particular remand copy. In fact, the name of Mr. Kejriwal is also mentioned in this particular charge sheet. The remand copy that is there. And another very significant aspect that has been highlighted into this is the cartelization of South, which the Enforcement Directorate says that K. Kavita was a part of, was also a very big player apart from the Punjab and the Delhi players. The South cartelization was also one of the top cartelizations into this liquor policy, and that's the reason why a lot of money had come in. In fact, Amit Arora was also accused of taking kickbacks of around 2.5 crores, which was to be given to Vijay Nair and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders. This was the Enforcement Directorate alleges. So somewhere or the other, the arrest of Amit Arora is leading to the connecting of dots by the Enforcement Directorate in this liquor policy probe, and we might see big names being, in fact, coming under the scanner of the agency very, very soon, and we might see some action in this particular case subsequently, because we saw how after the arrest of after the Dinesh Arora turning approval into this particular case, Amit Arora was recently arrested, and definitely we might expect that Mr. Sisodia or other people in this particular case might be called for questioning, and the Enforcement Directorate would go on with its probe. Maria.
And that's a sensational twist in this entire investigation. Ananya and Swastika, thank you so much. Shifting focus back to our top story this hour, which is the election which is happening in poll-bound Gujarat.
गुजरात को आतंक के खेल खेलने वालों से हमेशा हमेशा बचा के रखना है।
बीजेपी में जुमले, एक झूठ के ऊपर झूठ। मोदी साहब तो झूठों के बादशाह है।
अकेली आम आदमी पार्टी है जो महंगाई से आपको मुक्ति दिला सकती है, बेरोजगारी से मुक्ति दिला सकती है।
Hello everyone, good morning. Voting has begun in Gujarat for the 89 seats that go to polls today. The fight, which used to be a bipolar one, has a new entrant, and whose entry is making it into a triangular contest, which is the Aam Aadmi Party. A total of 788 candidates are in fray. Election is happening across 19 districts of South Gujarat and the significant Kutch Saurashtra region. State's Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi and Aam Aadmi Party's controversial state president Gopal Italia are some of the key candidates in this election. So let me give you a sense of how it looks like as far as Gujarat Assembly is concerned. 180 is the number. 180 is the number of the State Assembly. In 2017, it was the worst performance of the BJP when they won just 99. They were hoping to cross this number, but because of anti-GST protests, because of Patidar agitation and three boys coming together, that is Alpesh Thakur, Jignesh Mevani and Hardik Patel, the number went down to 99. This was the best performance of the Congress party during the BJP regime, which began in 1995. The Congress won 77 seats. There were other factors in independence, BTP and the NCP winning 3-1. The BJP is hoping that this 99 will be converted into perhaps 127, which was their number in 2002, or perhaps the number of 1985 of the Congress party, which was the best performance by any political party in the State Assembly of Gujarat. Zaka.
All right, so we keep talking about the Patidar factor, but let's not forget, Gujarat is also an OBC-dominated state. The Prime Minister himself is an OBC person. So therefore, in Gujarat, if you look at, this is not talked about as much as the Patidar factor, but the OBCs actually dominate a far higher proportion of seats. Out of the 182, 75 seats where the OBCs hold forth. So almost a third where the BJP has, again, like I said, 45, almost 47% vote share. The Congress has only 43, but the difference in the last election was not much. It was just a difference of 5 seats. We've talked about how the Congress did well in Saurashtra, but take a look at this belt. This is the belt between Ahmedabad and Vadodara, and parts of these belts, Maria was traveling as well, Anand and those places. These are again rural parts in the state of Gujarat between the two big cities of Ahmedabad and Baroda, and you see again a lot of blue here. This is not on the back of Patidar agitation. This is on the back of OBC consolidation that we saw and anti-incumbency that we saw against the BJP. So again, rural parts where the Congress did well last time around. Can the BJP buck that trend? I think that's going to be, again, one critical factor. Remember, the vote share difference was about 3% or so, almost 4%, whereas the number of seats, the difference was far less. It was only 39 to 34. So can the BJP, again, regain some of the fortresses that it has around those OBC-dominated seats? Of course, in Saurashtra, we'll have to wait and see how and whether the Congress can actually maintain the kind of performance that it put in last time around. Many say it cannot. The BJP will regain large parts of rural Saurashtra. But what about this belt in central Gujarat between Baroda and Ahmedabad? Also, I want to talk a little bit about the tribals. Remember, this belt, today the phase that's going to polls also includes the tribal-dominated belts of Dangs, Chota Udaipur. That's where the Prime Minister had a mega rally last week. Look at this belt again. It was more or less evenly divided. In fact, the Congress had more seats than the BJP last time around. The BJP had only 12. The Congress had 15. And even though, and again, this is, I think, a fascinating factor of Gujarat elections, the vote share of the BJP almost 6% or 5% higher than the vote share of the Congress party. There's a 5% differential in favor of the BJP, and yet, in terms of number of seats, the Congress was ahead, and that's because they did well. Traditionally, they do well in the Dangs, Chota Udaipur, that belt, Jhalod. Will they be able to do that again? I think that is going to be a factor to watch out for. One thing that helped the Congress last time around, both in the OBC belt as well as in the tribal belt, there was a significant vote share that went to others. It could be independent, smaller parties. This is again more than 10%. So 1 out of 10 voters was not voting for the BJP or the Congress. Will this remain the same, or will the BJP manage to get more vote share in this belt? I think these two factors are to watch out for today as well.
Yes, and are the tribals a headache this time around as well, Zaka? Because the Aam Aadmi Party is, campaigning extensively. They started the entire campaign in the tribal belt. And has the OBC factor changed, particularly with the Congress not being so active on the ground?
Yeah, I think that's one thing we'll have to sort of watch out for. I want to once again go back and show you that OBC filter, because I think, in this whole talk about the patidars and how dominant the patidars are, we tend to forget that there are a far larger number of seats where the OBCs are dominant. And like I said, it was not just in Saurashtra. Of course, there are a large number of seats in Saurashtra and rural Saurashtra where the OBCs are dominant, which the Congress managed to do well last time around. But also watch out for central Gujarat. There you will, central and north Gujarat. In fact, if you go up to Mehsana and other places, you will see the OBCs dominant there as well. So in central Gujarat, which of course it'll be voting in the next phase, but in central Gujarat, you have to watch out for the OBC factor. This is again one of the unsaid gains, or at least little said gains of the BJP, not just in Gujarat but outside as well, where the OBCs have consolidated in a big way around Narendra Modi. As they say, it's no longer a Brahmin Baniya party. Will the OBCs continue to stick with the BJP? Will the BJP do better than what it did last time? Like I said, the difference between Congress and BJP was just 5 seats. Can the BJP take that up to 10 or 15? I think that will also be a critical factor this time around.
Yes. So let me take that question to Brajesh ji, who's joining us along with Anand. Brajesh ji, if you can hear me, I want to understand from you, throughout the elections and politics of Gujarat, the Congress party's vote share has largely been consistent above 35%. My question to you is, what is this OBC consolidation that is giving Congress party still some hope that despite their campaign not having any, big faces or any top leaders on ground, this low-key, silent campaign can give them some dividend?
Right. So, Maria, what we're doing is we're also digitally live with our Vishleshwan. So, it's unique that through the course of our digital live, we're also doing a live dip. Brajesh is not wearing the earpiece, तो मैं जल्दी आपसे पूछ लूँ. हम इसी पर बात कर रहे थे कि कांग्रेस का एक स्टडी वोट शेयर बेस रहता है. तो ये ओबीसी ग्रुपिंग कौन सा है जहां से 30-35% कांग्रेस को वोट्स मिल जाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से उनके करीब 40 सीटें हमेशा होती हैं. 40 से 50 के बीच में वो हमेशा ऑसिलेट करती है. मारिया अभी वही पूछ रही थी. आप
देखिए, जो रूरल एरियाज है गुजरात के, क्योंकि अगर आप अर्बन एरियाज को देखें तो वहां पर कांग्रेस के लिए कभी कुछ ज्यादा रहे नहीं है. बीजेपी वहां पर जबरदस्त ढंग से डोमिनेट करती है. अब सूरत की बात कर लीजिए, 15 की 15 सीटें जो जितनी भी है सारी की सारी निकाल लेती है. अहमदाबाद में भी कमोबेश वही सीन है, 1-2 सीटें जो कि डीप माइनॉरिटी पॉकेट्स हैं, जहां पर के मुस्लिम वोट बहुत डिसिसिव है. कांग्रेस उसी को जीत पाती है. जहां तक कांग्रेस के आप उस वोट ब्लॉक की बात करें जिसकी वजह से उसको बिना कुछ किए धरे भी 40 सीटें कम से कम मिल जाती हैं. पिछली बार तो 77 मिल गई थी. उसका कारण यह है कि आप शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब, ओबीसी के अंदर आप जो है सो ठाकुर वोटर्स हैं, आप जो है कई ऐसी कम्युनिटीज हैं कोलीज के अंदर जो कि कांग्रेस को ट्रेडिशनली वोट करते रही हैं. और यही वो कारण रहा है कि आप 2017 के विधानसभा चुनाव में देखें तो पूरे गुजरात में एकमात्र एरिया सौराष्ट्र का था जहां पर कि कांग्रेस ने बीजेपी से ज्यादा सीटें ली थी. तो वह जो एक फिक्स वोट बैंक है जो कि पार्टी मेहनत करे ना करे वो उसको मिल जाती है, जिसकी वजह से क्रिटिकल.
पर क्या वहां पर उसमें भी अब की बार डेंट आपको लगता हुआ दिख रहा है? क्योंकि कई बार कहते हैं कि मुस्लिम ब्लॉक जो है वो बीजेपी को वोट नहीं करता, वो गलत बात है. गुजरात में तो ऐसा है नहीं. ओबीसीज में भी, ट्राइबल्स में भी क्या बीजेपी ने सेंग लगाई है और कांग्रेस के वोट शेयर पे डेंट किया है? क्योंकि अगर वो 150 के उस आंकड़े को पार करना चाहती है बीजेपी, तो देन दे विल हैव टू पुल अवे एटलीस्ट 10 to 15 सीट्स इफ नॉट मोर फ्रॉम द कांग्रेस पार्टी. दे विल हैव टू रिड्यूस द कांग्रेस टू 20 सीट्स. तो वो खुद बीजेपी के लिए
देखिए, काफी बड़े पैमाने पर सेध लगाई. आपने ट्राइबल वोट्स की बात की. एक समय ट्राइबल वोटर जो सो इन ब्लॉक जो है वोट करता था कांग्रेस की, लेकिन आज वो परिस्थिति नहीं है. 2002 ऑनवर्ड्स लगातार बीजेपी ने अपनी सिचुएशन ट्राइबल एरियाज में मजबूत की है. आप ध्यान रखिए कि जो लोकसभा के चुनाव होते हैं, पिछले 2 चुनावों से 100% स्कोर है. उसमें बहुत सारी कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज ऐसी हैं जो कि हेवीली ट्राइबल डोमिनेट. इसी तरीके से आपने मुस्लिम वोटर्स की बात की. मुस्लिम वोटर्स भी अगर आप ये कहें कि आज की तारीख में आंख मूंद कर सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो कांग्रेस को वोट करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है. वह भी जो डेवलपमेंट को देखते हैं, वो भी जो ओवरऑल प्रोग्रेस को देखते हैं, वो भी उनको भी जो किसी भी किस्म की
पीस को देखते हैं, शांति को देखते हैं.
अगर ऐसा नहीं होता तो भरूच में जहां पर के मुस्लिम वोटर्स सिग्निफिकेंट हैं, कई सारी असेंबली कंस्टिट्यूएंसीज में उन सीटों को भी बीजेपी जीतने में कामयाब रहती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि मुस्लिम वोटर्स के अंदर का भी एक बड़ा वर्ग है जो कि बीजेपी के लिए वोट करता है। बीजेपी और आपने इसके संकेत आपने खुद बड़ौदा में देखे जब आप इंटरैक्ट कर रहे थे।
बिल्कुल, हमने वडोदरा में देखा, ग्राउंड पर देखा, और दैट सेंटिमेंट इज नॉट देयर, बट द चैलेंज समवेयर, एज आई हैंड इट बैक टू यू मारिया एंड जाका, इज द फैक्ट दैट कैन द बीजेपी डू द अमाउंट ऑफ legwork that it needs to get the voter out to go ahead and vote, because the overall constitution has never been a pro BJP kind of a constitution of the voter base. They have to get them out to come out and vote, and if everybody thinks yehi log jeet rahe hain, kya karenge vote karke, then that could amount to a problem. So that's where perhaps that's why the BJP's mobilization and road shows which we are seeing. Yesterday Amit Shah had a road show in Ahmedabad. Today Prime Minister is having a road show in Ahmedabad as the focus shifts to central and north Gujarat. But they did do these road shows even ahead of the polling today.
And interestingly, I had asked that question to JP Nadda, BJP president, who was campaigning in Ahmedabad, Anand, and he had told me कि भाजपा कभी कॉम्प्लिसेंट नहीं होती है। उन लोगों को ये यकीन है कि जब तक वोटर बूथ पे नहीं आए तब तक चुनाव जीता नहीं जाता। And as famously Amit Shah had once said,
एक आंकड़ा है
चुनाव स्पष्टता से लड़ा जाता है।
82 लाख पन्ना प्रमुख हैं, 82 लाख out of about the 2.38 crore voter base we're talking about. The BJP is claiming that they have 82 lakh 82 lakh panna pramukhs or page pramukhs. So every 1 in 3 persons is somewhere linked to the BJP somewhere across Gujarat. Now if that's the kind of spread, and if they are not going to get a historic mandate, then the onus is on the BJP. The blame lies solely on the BJP. And this, everybody is a karyakarta, is something that we have seen. Even the Hyderabad civic polls, we saw everybody get down on the ground and put their feet on the ground and put their sweat, their portion of the sweat and effort towards that. That something is a philosophy across the BJP, and it's being led by the Prime Minister himself.
Yes, all right, Anand, I'm going to come back to you because Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister, has spoken to Arun Dhata. Let's listen in.
Former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who has sent out a message to come out early in the morning to cast his vote, though he's not contesting. Sir, this time around आप contest नहीं कर रहे हैं। एक बहुत बड़ी जो चुनौती हमको यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है भाजपा के लिए, वो 40 से ज्यादा जो आप लोगों ने टिकट काटे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो अभी भी इंडिपेंडेंट खड़े हैं। कितनी चुनौती आप लोग उसको मानते हैं? क्योंकि हमने देखा कि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह खुद यहाँ आए, उन्होंने बातचीत करने की कोशिश की, 3-4 जो आपके बड़े नेता हैं उनको भी लगाया गया कि बातचीत की जाए, लेकिन फिर भी काफी बड़ी संख्या में लोग खड़े हैं आपके इंडिपेंडेंटली।
देखिए, बड़ी संख्या में तो नहीं खड़े हैं, अकल दकल लोग खड़े हैं, हमारे समझाने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि गुजरात की जनता काफी समझदार है, वो अपना वोट वैसे वेस्ट नहीं करेगी, और गुजरात की जनता मोदी के प्रति उनका बहुत लगाव है, प्रेम है, विश्वास भी है, भरोसा भी है, इसलिए भाजपा को ही वोट देगी और इंडिपेंडेंट लोग उसमें कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे।
कई सालों में सर पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि जब 3 कॉर्नर्ड फाइट मानी जा रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस और भाजपा। क्या आप मानते हैं वाकई ये 3 कॉर्नर्ड फाइट है? किसको चैलेंजर मानते हैं?
मैं मानता हूं इस बार वन वे है, इस बार फाइट ही नहीं है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस डूबती नैया बन गई है। पिछले 5 साल में सिटिंग एमएलए 17 से ज्यादा सिटिंग एमएलए बीजेपी ज्वाइन किया। इसका मतलब यह है कि कांग्रेस की नेता पर, कांग्रेस की नीतियों पर, कांग्रेस पार्टी पर उनको भरोसा नहीं है और कांग्रेस टूट गई है पूरी। लास्ट टाइम कांग्रेस ने अपनी सरकार बन रही है, उस दृष्टि से उन्होंने उस आंदोलन के बाद चुनाव लड़ी थी। इस बार कांग्रेस सिर्फ अपने अस्तित्व के लिए चुनाव लड़ रही है। कांग्रेस इतनी पुरानी पार्टी है तो चुनाव लड़नी चाहिए, इस दृष्टि से कहीं सीटों पर कोई फाइट ही नहीं है, तो मैं मानता हूं। और तीसरा, आम आदमी पार्टी तो कांग्रेस का वोट काटेगी, बीजेपी को कोई उससे असर नहीं पड़ेगा।
एक सर जो बयान आ रहे हैं वो ये आ रहे हैं कि आप लोग पोलराइज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आपका एक और आप वो एंटी वो लेके आ रहे हैं, उसको लेकर भी कहा जा रहा है कि पोलराइज कर रहे हैं आप लोग।
देखिए, हम लोग हमारी जो जनसंघ के समय से जो सोच थी वो आज बरकरार है। हम मानते हैं इस देश की एकता और अखंडता के लिए ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड होना चाहिए, क्योंकि भारत के सभी नागरिक एक नागरिक है, उसमें कोई अलग अलग दर्जा नहीं हो सकता है। और देश की एकता तब टिकेगी कि सब एक होंगे। जिस तरीके से आर्टिकल 370 वो भी देश की एकता और अखंडता के लिए जोखिम रूप था, हमने निकाल दिया। वो भी हमारी जनसंघ के वक्त, उस वक्त के समय से सोच थी, उसको हमने किया। ये भी हमारा कमिटमेंट है लोगों के साथ कि भाई हम कॉमन सिविल कोड लाएंगे, वो लाने वाले गुजरात इनिशिएटिव लेगा। और जो हमने जो बिल एक बनाने की जो बात की है, वो जो रायट्स होता है,
एंटी रेडिकलाइजेशन,
हाँ, उसमें जो लोग जो मिलकतों को हानि करता है, नुकसान करता है, उसके प्रति कड़े से कड़े कानून होना चाहिए और देश की पूरी जो मिलकतें हैं उसकी रक्षा होनी चाहिए।
एक आखिरी सवाल सर, आपका क्या रोल है? आपने खुद ऑफर किया है कि आप चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे, क्या 2024 में लोकसभा, या क्या किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं कार्यकर्ता हूँ। आज तक पार्टी ने जो जिम्मेवारी मुझे दी है वो मैंने की है। आने वाले दिन में मैं पंजाब और चंडीगढ़ का प्रभारी हूँ। 2024 में पंजाब में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोकसभा की सीटें बीजेपी जीते, उस दृष्टि में इस चुनाव खत्म होने के बाद मैं काम में लगूंगा।
So that was former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Vijay Rupani, who is very confident, saying that this time around we will surpass what we had done in last election in 2017.
Happens only in the BJP, Arun, where a former chief minister who's not contesting will sound so optimistic about his party and say that he is a karyakarta. And that shift that we are seeing, remember the BJP had gone for a complete shift in the government. सारे के सारे chief minister से लेके पूरा cabinet बदल गया. And Zaka, you know, as someone who has covered the party, it happened in the matter of just 24 hours.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think anyone had a clue who the next chief minister is going to be, who the ministers are going to be. I think it's very, very clear that the BJP, you know, once the high command decides, everyone just falls in line. Just like in this election, you know, the Prime Minister has had, I think, 30 rallies, 35 rallies.
More.
The Home Minister has had perhaps more than that. You know, once they have fallen, once the decision has been taken at the top, then everyone just, the rank and file just falls in line.
And then you have the Prime Minister who's personally dialing each and every person because he has that Gujarat connect, has been the Chief Minister for 12 years. Siddhant is joining us live again from Surat. Siddhant, 1 घंटा हो गया, 1 घंटा 15 मिनट, अभी क्या माहौल है?
मारिया, माहौल यहाँ पे बहुत ही खुशनुमा है, क्योंकि जैसे कहते हैं ना कि लोकतंत्र को सेलिब्रेट करना, हाउ टू सेलिब्रेट डेमोक्रेसी, देन पीपल शुड लर्न फ्रॉम वोटर्स ऑफ सूरत. नाउ बिहाइंड मी यू कैन सी दीज स्मॉल चौपाल्स आर गोइंग ऑन. आफ्टर वोटिंग द वुमेन आर चिलिंग, यू नो, दे आर रिलैक्सिंग. विल स्पीक टू देम. वोट कर हो गया आपका? क्या मुद्दे रहे?
हम तो हमारे गुजरात के हिसाब से कर रहे हैं. हमारे गुजरात में सब अच्छा है. हाँ. तो हमें
सब अच्छा है के हिसाब से. आप
बस यही गुजरात की आबादी अच्छी तरह से सब.
चैटिंग क्या चल रही थी? आप लोग चिट चैट
Siddhant, अपना ऑडियो फिक्स करिए and I'm going to come back to you. There is some audio glitch, Siddhant, and that's why we are not able to hear you clearly. So you'll be speaking to the voters. I'm going to come back to you in just 30 seconds. But before that, a quick word from you, Rashid. Rashid, why is Congress missing from the ground? You know, the Congress party could have built on the momentum they had in 2017. And then you had, of course, you know, Ahmed Patel trying to unite the party, the organization together. He is no longer there. But what about other leaders? You have a scenario where the working president quits just 1 month before the elections, and the Congress party, which is saying that they are leading a silent campaign, is missing from the ground.
Mari, I think, you know, there is a lot of criticism of the Congress party on this count. But remember, assembly elections are fought on local issues. It's a different thing. The BJP has a huge vote catcher in Prime Minister and in the Home Minister. But we must remember, Maria, and you have traveled far and wide in Gujarat, it's a linguistic state. Unless you have a very good, you know, Gujarati-speaking national leader of stature to make some kind of impact, a Kharge, a Shashi Tharoor, a Salman Khurshid, you know, they are not going to make a qualitative difference on the polity of that state. So this is, the Congress has understood this. And therefore, they have made it low-key, but it's all about booth management. Mr. Raghu Sharma, who's in charge of Congress campaign in Gujarat, he's given several interviews to say that they have a very robust, you know, kind of local system, booth management, etc. Let's see what happens on a day when a former chief minister cast his vote. You see, he is running a political campaign. That's not a, that's not a proper thing, a matter of propriety or a model code of conduct, etc. But then, Maria, in these days, it's very difficult to expect politicians to adhere to this model code of conduct.
So, model code of conduct aside, Nalin Mehta, this point being made by Rashid that it's a local election, Chunav Assembly ka hai, but again, that is Congress's style of looking at elections. I was in Anand, Nalin, and that's a constituency where it's 50-50, 50% of seats go to the Congress, 50% seats go to the BJP, and there again I heard about the name of the local candidate. But as far as other people were concerned who were BJP supporters, they were speaking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They were not even perhaps aware who their local or the MLA candidate was of the BJP.
So, Maria, there is no question that in Gujarat, the BJP is synonymous with Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi has been the architect of the BJP's rise right from the 1990s in this state as a Karyakarta and at different roles and so on. And then as Chief Minister from 2002 onwards till 2014, and then as Prime Minister. I think if you look at Gujarati iconicity, and you look at icons of Gujarati culture, there is no question that there is great pride in Gujarat among the average Gujarati citizen on the fact that you have a Gujarati Prime Minister and it's Narendra Modi. Now, whether you like Modi or not, that's different. The fact of the matter is, this is a very core part of the appeal of the BJP in Gujarat, which is led by Narendra Modi, right? Now, apart from the structural advantages that the BJP has by dint of being the dominant party in Gujarat now for over 3 decades, and Narendra Modi has been a core part of that. Now, this is why Modi is leading from the front. Now, to respond to Rashid, it's an election campaign. There is nothing which says that you can't campaign like this. If the BJP is working harder, if it's putting more resources on the ground, and it's treating this campaign ruthlessly with better efficiency, then, this is a different kind of politics. You've got to deal with it. The older style of campaign politics has changed. The BJP has brought that. In fact, this criticism was put on the BJP even in the Hyderabad municipal election 2 years ago, when various cabinet ministers and other chief ministers of the BJP campaigned in Hyderabad, which led to significant gains for the BJP in Hyderabad. Now you could have said, okay, well, why are they campaigning? But the fact of the matter is they are, and they are winning.
In MCD elections also, Advaita, BJP President Mr. Nada told me in the interview yesterday that मैं कल जा रहा हूँ assembly ये MCD election के लिए campaign करने के लिए. So वहाँ पर road show चल रहा था अहमदाबाद में. Home Minister Amit Shah का, today's Prime Minister will be in Ahmedabad and in other parts of Gujarat. You had all the leaders, chief ministers. Mr. Fadnavis was there holding press conference 2 days back. It was Himanta Biswa Sarma. Other leaders in other districts trying to look at small constituencies. So if you have an Assamese voters, then they will try and get the Assam Chief Minister. If you have a pocket which has dominance of the Marathis, then you get Mr. Devendra Fadnavis to appeal to them. So this connect and micromanagement.
Absolutely, I think every vote counts, and I think the BJP realizes that despite being in power, despite being in pole position, and it's on such a strong ground, they still make the effort to go out and chase after every vote. Now, we were discussing in the earlier segment how Congress has this captive vote bank in Gujarat, which delivers on about at least 40 seats. Despite that fact, you don't see the Congress really going out there and building on that. I think there's a tendency to take these votes for granted, which is one of the reasons why voters are getting disenchanted with the Congress and moving towards newer formations like AAP. It's because on some level they feel like they've been taken for granted and that they're just there because they've always been there. And I think this is a deep problem with the Congress. And my heart really goes to the Congress leaders who are fighting this election, because really doing it on their own. They've had no support from the central leadership. They're really on their own. They're like a political startup in many ways, because they're fighting this election based on their own merit and their own kind of work on the ground. And let's see how they do. But they're in a very lonely fight when you, especially when you see it in the context of the BJP.
It is a lonely fight. Yes.
Add one point to what Rashid was saying. You know, in Indian elections, not just in the recent past, not just in the last 8 years since the BJP has come to power, but this idea of a silent campaign is an oxymoron. Silent campaign kuch nahi hota. You look at the last set of elections, assembly elections, where the Congress did well, which is I think the last set when Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh went to polls, and the Congress won 3 of those states. It was just before 2019. Rashid, you come from Madhya Pradesh. Kamal Nath and Mr. Scindia, who was in the Congress then, ran a very voluble campaign. That's how the Congress was able to win that state. Of course, they lost it thereafter. That's a different matter. Even in Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot ran a very voluble campaign. Ye silent campaign jo cheez hai, I think it's a complete oxymoron. Even in Gujarat in 2017, Rahul Gandhi started his Jan Sampark Yatra, I think 3 months before the 2017 election. Of course, the Congress capitalized in a big way on the Patidar agitation and other, local factors that were at play. But it was a very, very high decibel campaign by Rahul Gandhi last time around in 2017, which is why the Congress ran the BJP that close. Whereas this election, they're not even there in the field. अब मैदान में है ही नहीं, तो फिर ये silent campaign क्या होता है?
रशीद, ज़ाका आपसे सवाल पूछ रहे हैं.
A very unfair criticism because how do we say this is a kind of they are not on the ground. The fact of the matter, the candidates are there, the local campaign is there. It's just that kind of national, the kind of if you don't have a campaigner like Prime Minister Narendra Modi or Mr. Amit Shah in a linguistic state, what do? So you rely on a local talent and local support, and there are plenty of them. And Maria, you have seen that on the ground that people are working very hard. It's just that if we are not taking a cognizance of it and making an issue about it, that
लेकिन रशीद, बंगाल भी linguistic state है और वहाँ पर बीजेपी का उतना advantage नहीं है because of the Prime Minister and Home Minister Amit Shah not being from the state. But they went all out.
The outcome showed that.
But they went all out. The question is, they went all out with all their might.
Yeah, Maria, but it is outcome that matters. So my friend Advita has seen that in the Uttarakhand election in her state, you see, Mr. Harish Rawat worked very hard, but it came to a naught. So that's not. I was saying same thing what Zaka is saying. If you have a strong regional satraps, you do well in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh. In Gujarat, unfortunately, at this point of time, the Congress does not have a pan-Gujarat face. There is, of course, Bharat Solanki and several other leaders are there who have a political legacy or so. But it's not clicking. But you cannot just say that Congress is finished. Congress
Okay, Advaita, quick response from you, and then I bring in Arun Dhata.
Maria, my thing just is the same. These unfortunately, Rashid, will just sound like excuses at this point of time. The Gandhis were supposed to be that face that overrode linguistic differences and things of that nature, and were supposed to bring in the votes across the country. I mean, I feel almost in your comments that you're conceding that they cannot do that anymore. And Gujarat, like Madhya Pradesh, needs its own regional satrap, because the model that the Congress has followed so far is that the Gandhis are omnipresent, and the regional satrap concept is only legitimate when there is a fight going on, like what we see in Rajasthan, and not necessarily for votes. So I think this is very indicative of the loosening of the appeal of the Gandhi family in particular when it comes to electoral politics.
Before I bring the reporters, I want to understand from you, Zaka. We are talking about this captive vote that Congress has. Where is that vote coming from? It's
primarily from rural Gujarat. We showed that in the last election as well. We saw that. Like I said, the Patidar agitation was very voluble. It was out there. It captured all the media space and so on. But really, this captive vote that we're talking about is really in rural Gujarat, which is where the Congress did well. I'm going to play out that filter again. Out of the 182 seats across the state, the rural seats are almost 100. 98 seats are rural seats, where the Congress did very, very well. In fact, it got 53 compared to the BJP's 39. So there was a 13-14 seat difference between the Congress and the BJP. And this is despite the fact, and this is what I find fascinating about the Gujarat election, despite the fact that the BJP had higher vote share. It had almost 45% vote share, Congress about 43%. So there was a 2% vote share difference between the Congress and the BJP, BJP having more, and yet the Congress had 53 out of those 89 seats. And again, you look at the belts where it won. Obviously in Saurashtra, there was a big chunk of blue there. And I keep talking about this, the central Gujarat and North Gujarat, where there are OBC-dominated seats. The part between Vadodara and Ahmedabad, that is one belt to watch out for. And of course, you go all the way up to Mehsana and other parts in North Gujarat. That is another belt to watch out for. The OBC votes, I suspect, just like the rural votes in Saurashtra, some of it which went to the Congress in 2017 will come back to the BJP. So this vote share difference that you see, which was 2% last time, will go. The gap will widen. It might be 3, it might be even 4%. And as a result, what you will see is this seat distribution or the seat allocation will not be 53 to Congress and 39 to BJP. The question though is, does the Congress have the machinery, the appeal, the candidates in urban constituencies? You just compare this is the rural breakup that we brought you. Just compare this to the urban breakup, because the urban breakup, the BJP strike rate there was phenomenal. Out of the, I think there's about 53 seats. Look at this, 44 out of the 53 seats were won by the BJP. It had a vote share close to 60%. The Congress just got 9, single digits. So the BJP strike rate was almost 90-95% in the urban seats. Can they repeat that again this time around? Will the Aam Aadmi Party, which is primarily an urban phenomena, will the AAP eat more into BJP votes in urban pockets, or will it eat into the anti-incumbency vote, which is the Congress vote? I think that is going to be a factor that will be at play in this election. But I think the rural skew that you saw, you will not see as much in this election.
Okay, let me take that question to Brijesh ji, who's joining us with Anand. Brijesh ji, I'm going to ask this question and perhaps Anand can, ask him. This rural versus urban divide, Anand, it's a state where the BJP has been in power for 27 years, and in rural parts also there has been significant development. I mean, Bijli, Sadak, Pani, Gujarat ka issue nahi hai. Gujarat has moved much ahead because of that. Then why is this there rural-urban divide at all?
और ये पूछ रहे हैं कि वो जो वोट शेयर जो ड्रॉप होता है, जाका भी अभी मैजिक वॉल पर उसी बात को कह रहे थे कि जैसे अर्बन और फिर टियर 2 या सेमी अर्बन की बात करें और फिर उसके बाद आप रूरल की बात करें तो देयर इज अ गुड 10 to 15% ड्रॉप इन द बीजेपीज वोट शेयर. 20-25 साल इसमें रहने के बाद, सत्ता में रहने के बाद, व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस हैपेंस? व्हाट इज द रीजन व्हाई? बिकॉज बिजली है, पानी है, सड़क भी बनी है. सड़क तो इतनी सपाट है सर, इट वुड नॉट हैव बीन पॉसिबल फॉर अस टू कवर व्हाट वी हैव बीन एबल टू कवर इन द लास्ट 3-4 days had it not been for the roads. Even the trains are on time. We started from Mumbai, I landed in Surat on time. We started from Ahmedabad on time, landed in Somnath on time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get our viewers this. I'm being honest here. So, if all of this is there, then why this disparity?
No, earlier BJP was used to be say as the Brahman Baniyon ki party.
No.
Then the new nomenclature that got established that it's a typical middle class party.
No.
Then the typical urban party. Now it's an all India party. Obviously, the caste combinations are the politics. It's more established in the rural Gujarat than the urban Gujarat, because urban Gujarat is primarily dominated by the middle class. And in middle class, the caste related sympathy is minimal in comparison to rural Gujarat.
और हमने अर्बन गुजरात में और ये भी देखा है कि इंटरकास्ट मैरिजेस बहुत होते हैं गुजरात में, पर रूरल में अभी भी कास्ट आता है.
गुजरात उन राज्यों में से एक है जहां पर कि इंटरकास्ट मैरिजेस बहुत होती है, लेकिन जो ग्रामीण इलाके हैं ऑब्वियसली वहां पर जो अपनी थोड़ी रूढ़ियां हैं. दूसरा जो ग्रामीण गुजरात और अर्बन गुजरात दोनों के इशूज अलग अलग होते हैं. अब ग्रामीण गुजरात की बात करें तो वहां पर फार्मर्स रिलेटेड इशूज हैं, वहां पर जो शेड्यूल कास्ट पॉपुलेशन है, शेड्यूल ट्राइब पॉपुलेशन है, उनकी अपनी लॉयल्टी रही है. जैसे कि कहा जाता है कि जैसे ही कोई भी कम्युनिटी या कोई भी फैमिली जो लोअर इनकम ग्रुप से जैसे मिडिल इनकम ग्रुप में जाती है, उसकी वोटिंग प्रेफरेंसेस चेंज हो जाती है. तो आप जो है इसलिए आपको इतना जो डिफरेंस जो दिखाई पड़ता है. और अगर आप चाहें कि भाई दोनों जगह बराबर हो तो फिर तो इंडियन पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो में बीजेपी वैसी पार्टी बन जाएगी जो कि 100% स्कोर करना शुरू कर देगी, जो कि होता नहीं है. दूसरा मैं कहूं कि इवन विद इन द कास्ट बहुत बार होता है कि सामने कैंडिडेट कौन है. ध्यान रखिए कि जो सो कई बार जो सो ग्रामीण इलाकों में लोग कास्ट एफिनिटीज के लिए ज्यादा
तो अगर आंकड़ों पे बात करें तो देखिए पिछली बार भी और लोकसभा चुनाव में देखें तो बीजेपी ने अर्बन एरियाज में 50 to 55% वोट शेयर खींच लिया था। रूरल इलाकों में वो 40 के आंकड़े पर थी, 40-42%। तो अगर अब की बार वो रूरल और सेमी अर्बन रीजन्स में भी अगर 50% वोट शेयर ले आती है तो आपको लगता है कि एक लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री हो जाएगी। तो अगर इफ द बीजेपी कैन एवरेज अबाउट 50 to 52% वोट शेयर, आपको लगता है कि लैंडस्लाइड हो जाएगा? मैं ये कह रहा हूं तो यानी सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत रूरल और सेमी अर्बन पॉकेट्स में उनको करने की आवश्यकता है।
मेरे ख्याल से वो करते भी रहे हैं। आप ध्यान रखिए कि एक समय जो है सो पार्टी जो है यहाँ पर कहाँ थी। आप अगर 1980 ऑनवर्ड्स की बात करें, 1984 में इलेक्शन हुए, पूरे देश में 2 ही सीटें जीती, एक गुजरात से जीती थी
जी।
अब उसके बाद से अगर आप देखें 85 में 149 सीटें कांग्रेस ने जीती थी। किस तरीके से बीजेपी की बैटरिंग हुई थी उस इलेक्शन में सबको पता है। लेकिन क्या हुआ, 90 तक आते आते बीजेपी सरकार में कोalition पार्टनर बन गई और चिमन भाई पटेल के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाई थी 95 ऑनवर्ड्स फुल मैंडेट के साथ। और आप जो इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स में जहां पर कि हमें एंटी इनकम्बेंसी एक फैक्टर के तौर पर कोई भी पॉलिटिकल एनालिसिस करता है तो होता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के गाने जरूर गाता है। गुजरात ने प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की थ्योरी को मजबूत किया है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी जैसी कोई चीज नहीं होती। अब आप कहेंगे कि अच्छा आपने तो पहली बार इतने 127 अगर 2002 में जीती तो फिर आपको कैसे जो है 99 पे पहुंच गए। आप ये ध्यान रखिए कि इलेक्टरल पॉलिटिक्स में मैजिक फिगर जो है, जो मेजोरिटी का फिगर है, वो इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। आप उसके ऊपर कितना जाएं, वो तमाम सारी परिस्थितियों का वो कॉम्बिनेशन होता है।
वो ऐसा है कि बीजेपी ने खुद अपने आप के लिए बेंचमार्क सेट किया कि हर बार ये इतने पार की जब बात होती है तो वो खुद ही उन्होंने बेंचमार्क प्रेशर अपना सेट किया कि आप पिछली बार से बेटर करेंगे। तो ये उन्होंने खुद सेट किया। और आप जो कह रहे हैं पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स में लेक्सिकॉन चेंज हो गया कि अब ये एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है कि प्रो इनकम्बेंसी और परफॉर्मेंस पे और डिलीवरी पे। यस मारिया,
हाँ, यू आर मेकिंग दैट एन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट। यू नो, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी 27 साल की प्रो इनकम्बेंसी कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे? शायद 8 तारीख को पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट विल हैव टू डू सम रियल थिंकिंग कि ये एक सोशियोलॉजिकल फिनोमेना हो गया है गुजरात। अगर 27 साल के बाद फिर 5 साल अगर भाजपा को मिलता है। लेकिन आनंद, मेरा सवाल ये है, आनंद जैसा जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहां पर कांग्रेस भी हमेशा जीतती आई है, वहां पर कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट है, वहां पर हम महिलाओं से मिले हैं और वहां पर महिलाएं बोलती हैं, सब नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह की बात करती हैं क्योंकि उनका कहना है कि एक सेंस ऑफ एम्पावरमेंट है बिकॉज ऑफ द मनी। सो व्हाई इज इट दैट बीजेपी इज नॉट एबल टू स्वीप आनंद जस्ट एज they have been sweeping even Surat, Rajkot and other parts?
You may just have a different story this time. You may just have a different story this time in Anand, क्योंकि आनंद हम भी गए थे। And हमने जिन लोगों से बात की उन लोगों की तरफ से एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग इंसाइट ये आया कि ये तो प्रिडोमिनेटली कांग्रेसी वोटर बैंक है, वोट बेस था है, लेकिन अब यहाँ भी माहौल बदल रहा है, यहाँ पर भी मूड बदल रहा है, यहाँ पर भी बातचीत बदल रही है। तो ये एक उस एरिया की जहाँ कोऑपरेटिव मूवमेंट का गढ़ जैसे माना जाता है, वहां पर वो कांग्रेस का गढ़ रहा है। यू थिंक दैट इज ऑल्सो चेंजिंग? बिकॉज मारिया कह रही है कि लोग कह रहे थे मोदी और शाह की बात हो रही है, अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी की वहां बात हो रही है, लोग महिलाएं भी उसकी बात कर रही हैं। हम तो जहां गए वहां तो उन्होंने मोदी और अमित शाह की बात की, कांग्रेस की बात नहीं की। पर फिर भी
देखिए, आपने सबसे पहले तो कोऑपरेटिव की बात की और आपने चूंकि चरोतर का जिक्र किया, खेड़ा और आनंद का, तो आप ध्यान रखिए कि आज से 25 साल 30 साल पहले तक कोऑपरेटिव जो है वो कांग्रेस का डोमेन हुआ करता था। लेकिन आज कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में बीजेपी डोमिनेंट फोर्स है। यहाँ तक कि राम सिंह परमार जो कि खेड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोऑपरेटिव यूनियन के अध्यक्ष हैं, एक समय और सालों से हैं, तो एक समय कांग्रेस के एमएलए हुआ करते थे। अभी उनका बेटा चुनाव लड़ रहा है बीजेपी के टिकट पर। राम सिंह परमार खुद बीजेपी में आ गए। तो यह जो पूरा का पूरा बेल्ट है या फिर पूरा कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर है, उस पर बीजेपी ने एब्सोल्यूट अपनी ग्रिप लगाई है। दूसरी उससे भी बड़ी बात यह है कि आप ध्यान रखिए कि माधव सिंह सोलंकी या फिर उनके अपने जो फादर इन लॉ थे, जो ससुर थे ईश्वर सिंह चावड़ा, ये सब लोग उस बेल्ट से आते थे जो खेड़ा आनंद का बेल्ट था। इसलिए कांग्रेस से एक समय बहुत मजबूत फोर्स हुआ करती थी। भरत सिंह सोलंकी याद रखिए आनंद से चुनाव जीतते थे, यूपी की सरकार में मंत्री रहे। लेकिन आज वो डेन भी जो कांग्रेस का जो था वो ध्वस्त हो चुका है। आप अहमद पटेल की बात कर लीजिए, बेचारे नहीं रहे, स्वर्गवासी हो गए। लेकिन अहमद पटेल जो है, आप ध्यान रखिए कि पहले 2 इलेक्शन के बाद से वो दोबारा जो है इलेक्टरल पॉलिटिक्स जो सीधे होती है उसमें घुसने की हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पाए, बल्कि वो राज्यसभा के रास्ते।
तो धीरे धीरे वो इरोड भी होता जा रहा है, which used to be a traditional voter base or a vote bank and of course a catchment area, because the tall leaders from that area have also slowly diminished. एक और बात है कि cooperatives ministry, जो अब खुद अमित शाह जी cooperatives minister हैं, the aspect of separating that portfolio and recognizing cooperatives outside of just industries ministry. It itself has come down very sent across very strong positive signals. And look at how the cooperative movement has grown over the last 8 to 10 years with this double engine Sarkar itself. 36 lakhs, 250 lakh liters per day only from that's the output that they are doing. Look what Banas is able to put out, one of the biggest dairies as part of this
Asia's biggest cooperative dairy.
Asia's biggest cooperative dairy, again part of the GCMMF. So these are things which are also changing on
I'm
ground,
going to in fact
which perhaps
play
will also
that
manifest
story,
going forward.
Anand, of the women of Anand. क्या माहौल था, गजब माहौल है, डबल ग्रेजुएट्स डेयरी फार्म में लगी हुई हैं. इस तरह का माहौल शायद गुजरात में ही दिखता है. मैंने बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ट्रैवल किए हैं, इस तरह का माहौल कहीं नहीं दिखा. आनंद और ब्रजेश जी, आई एम गोइंग टू कम बैक टू यू. लेट मी गेट अ वर्ड फ्रॉम अरुण धाता, हु इज जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम अ पोलिंग बूथ इन राजकोट. अरुण, 1 hour, more than 1.5 hours over. What is it looking like? Are the queues only getting longer?
Well, see, Maria, surprisingly, we had seen that in a quick spell of brisk voting, but now the voting has little slowed down. I don't see much people coming. Perhaps in a short while we'll see more people coming in. But of course, that initial half an hour or 45 minutes were witnessed long lines. In fact, the road was blocked for a while. But the sense that we have got here while speaking to people is that especially people who are happy with BJP, they are not concerned about the candidate here, who's the BJP's candidate here. They are more looking at the face of Prime Minister Modi, and that has been in fact the sense in the Gujarat, and that is perhaps the reason why we have seen Prime Minister Modi spending around 7 to 8 days in last 10 days here in Gujarat. Even today, as we speak, he's planning his road show in Ahmedabad and other parts. And in fact, Amit Shah was regularly visiting here. And the strategy which this time around BJP has formulated in Gujarat, that was slightly different. You know how Panna Pramukh set up work, but this time around what they did, they've gone further micro here in the state. There were 5-member committee with a Panna Pramukh. So to target 30 voters, they not only have one Panna Pramukh, but a committee of 5 members. So that's deep. BJP has gone this time around. Then shows that how badly they wanted to cross, the 100 mark, because last time around we had seen 99, and that happened in 20 years when BJP, gone down to 100 marks. So this time around they are not leaving any stone unturned, and that is perhaps the reason why we have seen Vijay Rupani, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, saying that there is no competition for them this time around. People are talking about a 3-cornered fight in Gujarat, but there is no 3-cornered fight. BJP will win with flying colors, and they will break all the records. And also importantly, Maria, if BJP forms the government, they will be matching the 7th term of the left government which we had seen in West Bengal. So there are various challenges, of course, but there are a few positive points which is going for BJP.
लेफ्ट की जो सरकार थी और उसके उसी तरह से मणिपुर में मिस्टर जैमलिंग की सरकार थी, and also in Tripura, Manik Sarkar's government, it was about the same phase, the same chief minister returning to power multiple times. This is the chief minister has changed, but the BJP would return to power with perhaps Bhupendra Patel continuing, but the vote is in the name of brand Narendra Modi. Arun Dhata, continue to stay with us. This remains our top focus here on CNN News 18. We are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on the other side.
The kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the anti-terror law UAPA after a series of countrywide rulings. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims
Breaking news coming in now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one earth, one family, one future message on day one of India taking over the presidency of G20. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has penned his thoughts and he is saying India's agenda during its G20 presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented and decisive. He further said that India's G20 presidency will work to promote universal sense of oneness and hence the theme One Earth, One Family, One Future. He says, and I'm quoting him, this is not just a slogan, it takes into account recent changes in human circumstances which we have collectively failed to appreciate. So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi writing an op-ed which has been put out in all dailies, and you can see it on television screens as well, where the Prime Minister says, today India commences in its G20 presidency. The previous 17 presidencies of G20 delivered significant results for ensuring macroeconomic stability, rationalizing international taxation, relieving debt burden on countries, among many other outcomes. We will benefit from these achievements and build further upon them. Let me go straight to Pallavi Ghosh, who is joining us live. So, Pallavi, Prime Minister here saying that we shall present India's experience, learnings and models as possible templates for others.
I would say it's a very momentous day because I remember there was a time when India was not considered to be globally there, if one can use those words. But very clearly, the Prime Minister is stressing on a G20 presidency which is going to be inclusive, which is going to be ambitious, action-oriented and decisive. If we just go through the article that he has written, his words are very much in sync with what he wanted India to be all about. Globally powerful, self-reliant, and we dictate their terms. We should not be seen as an underdeveloped country. He talks about vaccine, and I think, Maria, our strength was actually put to test, and I think we also did emerge out of it quite well during the COVID times. Our vaccine, Maitrita, the fact that we were actually distributing our vaccines to many other countries as well, not making any difference, that was also globally appreciated. So these are going to be the points which India is going to step on the G20 presidency. It's going to be our endeavor perhaps to also make the point that while we are self-reliant, we are also a part of the global family, and therefore we are going to fulfill those wishes. And India's experience as a democracy, the fact that we fight for each other, is something which can help us attain this purpose.
All right, Pallavi, and the Prime Minister saying some may argue that confrontation and greed are just human nature. He says, I disagree. That's his quote. If humans were inherently selfish, what would explain the lasting appeal of so many spiritual traditions that advocate the fundamental oneness of us all? That piece that has been written by the Prime Minister is out in all dailies. Prime Minister then says towards the end, let us work together to shape a new paradigm of human-centric globalization. So big takeaway, human-centric globalization. This remains our top focus. There are lots more news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Iranians dancing on the streets, bursting crackers, honking car horns and celebrating the loss of their national football team in the FIFA World Cup. These scenes of jubilation are actually a show of protest. Iranians denounce the football team's participation in the World Cup at such a tumultuous time in the country. For the last 3 months, protests have been raging across Iran against the death of Mahsa Amini, who was killed in police custody by Iran's notorious morality police for not wearing her hijab in a proper manner. More than 300 people, including children, have been killed in the protests since September this year. In their own version of protest, the Iranian football team refused to sing the national anthem in their opening match. But they went back to singing it in the following matches, leaving citizens to believe that they represent the Iranian regime.
A massive protest outside Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's home in Sangrur today.
Hundreds of agricultural labourers gathered near the Patiala-Bhatinda road in Sangrur. They were protesting under the flag of Sanjha Mazdoor Morcha. The labourers demanded an increase of minimum daily wages to 700 rupees under Manrega. Raising slogans against the Punjab government, the labourers marched towards the Chief Minister's home. They claimed the CM had refused to meet them, leaving them no choice but to go to him. But when the protesters were a few meters away from Man's home, police swooped down. Police started using force on the labourers and also resorted to lathi charging them. Sangrur's SP was caught on camera hitting the protesters and directing other cops.
Bilkis Bano moved the Supreme Court today challenging the early release of 11 men convicted of gang raping her and killing her entire family in the 2002 Gujarat riots. In her petition, Bilkis Bano said the decision on releasing the men should be taken by Maharashtra, where the trial took place, instead of the state of Gujarat. The convicts were freed on 15th of August by the Gujarat government. The Enforcement Directorate questioned actor Vijay Deverakonda for 9 hours in connection with the funding of his Bollywood film Liger. The ED is probing possible foreign exchange violations in the production of the movie. The agency suspects illegal investments in the film and is investigating the alleged payments and source of funds for Liger.
కొన్ని క్లారిఫికేషన్స్ అడిగినరు చాలా మంచి వాళ్ళ జాబ్ వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఆన్సర్లు ఇచ్చినాము మీరు ఇంత ప్రేమిస్తారు ఆ ప్రేమతో వచ్చే పాపులారిటీ వల్ల కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటాయి కొన్ని సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి అందులో ఏదో ఒకటి బట్ ఇట్స్ అన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇట్స్ లైఫ్ అండ్ ఐ డిడ్ మై డ్యూటీ వెన్ ఐ వాస్ కాల్డ్ I came, I answered the questions and that's it I have to say.
हमें गुजरात को आतंक के खेल खेलने वालों से हमेशा हमेशा बचा.
Kasab is going viral. And now Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has sparked a storm by seemingly downplaying the incident.
The name of Ravana comes many times. You behave like Ravana, you behave like Shakuni. It doesn't become an issue at all. When you speak about Kashyap, it becomes an issue. I don't know.
The opposition has called out the minister over his remarks.
Will you call him by the name of a terrorist? When a lecturer who's supposed to be the guiding light for any student calls a student of a particular community a militant, and the minister says it's okay.
The professor in question has been suspended by the Manipal University.
YSR Telangana party leader Y.S. Sharmila, who was arrested on Tuesday after she tried driving to the residence of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. She got bail today. She's expected to meet Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan and express anguish at the way that she was treated. Sharmila's car was stowed away with her inside it when she refused to step out of the vehicle.
This only showcases the tyranny in Telangana, the atrocities of the Chief Minister in Telangana. The people in the party of TRS are no more leaders or karyakartas. There are only gundas in the party. and the kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the Anti-Terror Law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
And news coming in that after Pentagon report on warning, US-China Foreign Ministry has strongly reacted to the US-India joint military exercise. Beijing claimed that the joint military exercise held by India and US near LAC violated the spirit of relevant agreements signed by China and India in 1993 and 1996 and does not help build bilateral trust.
The joint military exercise held by India and the US near the line of actual control in the border area violated the spirit of relevant agreements signed by China and India in 1993 and 1996 and does not help build bilateral trust. China has expressed concerns to the Indian side over the military exercise.
Abhishek Jha is joining me. When exactly was this bilateral exercise involving India and US?
So this exercise has been ongoing in the recent days, and in that context only China has flagged that issue that it will have happened the way it has happened. But in India, in the same context, Maria, India had reacted in the month of August also. Chinese spokesperson had said something regarding India-US relations in different sectors and these yuddhas. So in that context, India has totally opposed this whole narrative of China, saying that this is not a third party that China is calling. And India has also said that India-US exercises are something completely different. And I don't know what color has been given to that. It is targeting there or violating existing facts. So India has maintained that this is in no way any violation of any bilateral agreement between India and China, and whatever is happening in terms of military exercise with US or any other nation for that matter is something a very bilateral arrangement between the two countries, and it does not violate any spirit of India-China relationship or any bilateral pact that has ever been into force.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be going to Ground Zero, Gujarat, to get you reports of what's really happening in the first phase of elections, which is currently underway in 89 seats.
Against her life, according to the former head of the counterterrorism department in the Metropolitan Police. He also called the threats against Meghan Markle disgusting and very real. The bombshell revelation comes at a time when Harry's estranged brother Prince William and his wife Kate are headed to the United States, where Harry and Meghan live. Brazilian football legend Pelé has been hospitalized as he battles cancer. According to reports, he developed swelling, heart issues and mental confusion. The 82-year-old had a tumor removed from his colon in September last year, and he has since been in and out of hospital for treatment on a regular basis. The Iranian football team's defeat to the United States in the FIFA World Cup triggered an unusual celebration in the home country.
Iranians dancing on the streets, bursting crackers, honking car horns and celebrating the loss of their national football team in the FIFA World Cup. These scenes of jubilation are actually a show of protest. Iranians denounced the football team's participation in the World Cup at such a tumultuous time in the country. For the last 3 months, protests have been raging across Iran against the death of Mahsa Amini, who was killed in police custody by Iran's notorious morality police for not wearing her hijab in a proper manner. More than 300 people, including children, have been killed in the protests since September this year. In their own version of protest, the Iranian football team refused to sing the national anthem in their opening match. But they went back to singing it in the following matches, leaving citizens to believe that they represent the Iranian regime.
A massive protest outside Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's home in Sangrur today.
Hundreds of agricultural labourers gathered near the Patiala-Bhatinda road in Sangrur. They were protesting under the flag of Sanja Mazdoor Morcha. The labourers demanded an increase of minimum daily wages to 700 rupees under Manrega. Raising slogans against the Punjab government, the labourers marched towards the Chief Minister's home. They claim the CM had refused to meet them, leaving them no choice but to go to him. But when the protesters were a few meters away from Man's home, police swooped down. Police started using force on the labourers and also resorted to lathi charging them. Sangrur's SP
ఇవాళ ఈ దేశంలో మోడీ గారు అధికారంలోకి వచ్చి 8 సంవత్సరాలు అవుతుంది. ఈ 8 ఏళ్లలో రాణి తీసుకోసీను
Kavita issuing her first statement after her name surfaced in the remand report of Amit Arora, where it has been alleged that she spoke to him multiple times and there has been an evidence of destruction of evidence against her. She is attacking the Modi government, saying that the Bharatiya Janata Party is so desperate that it is now resorting to fabricated stories in a bid to boo the voters here in Telangana. She says this is not a new issue, this is something that has been happening across the country, that the Modi government is arm twisting the Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, the CBI to stifle the voice of the opposition, and those who give it are taken into the BJP party to save themselves, and those who fight it out are left on the field to defend for themselves and to fight against the central agencies being deployed by Modi government.
ఎటువంటి విచారణైనా ఎదుర్కొంటామని మేమందరం కూడా చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఏజెన్సీలు వచ్చి ప్రశ్నలు అడిగితే తప్పకుండా జవాబు చెప్తాం. కానీ మీడియాలో లీకులు ఇచ్చి ఏదో నాయకుల యొక్క మంచి పేరు చెడగొట్టాలనే ప్రయత్నం
She is eating out at the Modi government again, saying that if the agency dutifully comes and questions, then I will comply, others will also comply. But by leaking selective information to the media in a bid to defame me, in a bid to defame my family, in a bid to defame my party, this is something which shows how desperate Telangana
Modi government is they're resorting to cheap tactics because they know that the people of Telangana have already exposed them and the people of Telangana know how to fight. We are the people from Telangana state. Let them do whatever they want.
టీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ పనిచేస్తున్నంత కాలం ఎవరికి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బంది రాదని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. आज देश की जनता से मैं एक विनती करना चाहती हूँ. इस देश में मोदी जी का सरकार 8 साल पहले आया है और इन 8 सालों में तकरीबन 9 प्रदेशों में जो डेमोक्रेटिकली इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट्स है उनको गिरा के एक असहज तरीके से वहां उन्होंने भाजपा का सरकार बनाया है. ये हम देख रहे हैं इस देश में क्या हो रहा है और ये आज देश में बच्चा बच्चा जानता है कि किसी भी प्रदेश में इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है वहां मोदी से पहले ईडी पहुंच जाता है. तो आज तेलंगाना में भी यही हुआ है, कुछ नया नहीं है. अगले साल हमारे यहाँ हमारे प्रदेश में इलेक्शन है तो मोदी जी के आने से पहले ईडी वाले आ गए. हमने उनका स्वागत किया, हमने कहा हर तरीके से आपको कोऑपरेट करेंगे. फिर भी ये जो चीप ट्रिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्ले करती है, मीडिया में लीक दे दो, नेता के रेपुटेशन खराब कर दो, मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ मोदी जी से विनम्रता से, मोदी जी अगर आपको जेल में डालना है तो डाल लो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चले जाएंगे, लेकिन लोगों के लिए काम करना नहीं छोड़ेंगे. बीजेपी के जो फेल्यूर्स है उसको एक्सपोज करना भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे. और आज तेलंगाना प्रदेश में केसीआर साहब के सदारत में बहुत अच्छे तरीके
is joining me on the phone line. Swastika, the big question is that it seems K. Kavita has been left to defend for herself. It is not a party press conference, but she has come out to explain her position.
Well, the party on its part, yes, there may have been initial skirmishes because the TRS government initially had decided to stay away from the issue, but not essentially that the party is no longer supporting her. Because Kavita, right now, even though she's been holding the press conference here, issuing the first statement saying that nothing new in the theatrics that the Modi government is playing. This is something that we have seen in the past. ED reaches before Modi, the Prime Minister reaches an election state. The party stand is that they're going to fight all out. Sources within the TRS have indicated that even though Kavita, they are in fact very much expecting the enforcement directorate or any kind of central agencies to actually knock on the doors of K. Kavita, and this is something which was evident in the Chief Minister's speeches as well in the past, where he said and openly challenged them to send all kinds of central agencies at the doors of their family members, at the doors of TRS leaders. But CM had clearly said, don't be afraid, because Kavita is not just the target number one for, as of now, there have been multiple raids on Gangula Kamalakar, Talasani Srinivas Yadav, Malla Reddy, the recent case. There have been multiple raids by ED, IT against TRS ministers. So the TRS is in a way anticipating some kind of what they say illicit arm twisting method of Modi government to deploy any kind of central agencies to target their leaders. But the party stand is very clear that they're going to fight all out. But yes, this is
Swastika, this is an attack, if anything, if Kavita is seeing this as one, against the daughter of the Chief Minister. So if this is a press conference in which she has spoken for the first time, can we expect more press conferences by the TRS, or will it be only Kavita leading her own fight?
Perhaps not. We will not perhaps expect anybody from Kavita, and the other important person we are talking about is KT Rama Rao, who's Kavita's brother and the strong player as far as Telangana's politics. He's the second man in command in the party. In the past also, when Kavita was pulled into this Delhi excise policy case, we never heard KTR come out in public domain and issue any kind of statement or tweet in support of his sister, or arguably give a statement over the entire excise policy. But what sources within the family indicate is that they are together in this. But for now, it is going to be only Kavita who is going to be on the defensive. That is clearly is what is out on display, and this is something we have seen in the past as well, Maria.
All right, Swastika, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to our top story this hour, voting has begun in 89 seats of Gujarat. The fight, which used to be a two-way bipolar contest between the BJP and the Congress, is seeing a new entrant in the form of the Aam Aadmi Party. A total of 788 candidates are in fray in 19 districts of South Gujarat and Saurashtra region, the Kutch region as well. State Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi and Aam Aadmi Party's controversial state President Gopal Italia are among the key candidates in this fray. So let me give you a sense of what is at stake in terms of the big numbers. 89 seats are going to polls even as we speak. The polling began at 8 a.m. 788 candidates are in fray. It's spread across 19 districts, which includes Surat, Rajkot and other parts of Amreli and others. In 2017, the scorecard was 48 BJP, 38 Congress, because it happened in the backdrop of the anti-GST protests and Patidar agitation, and also the OBC factor which was brought in by Alpesh Thakur and Jignesh Mevani. The BJP has been in power, remember, uninterrupted since 1995, so it's been 27 years. The big concern for the BJP is the farmer distress or the concerns that are there in the rural parts and also in the tribal belt of Gujarat. Siddhant is joining me live from Surat. So Siddhant, Harsh Sanghvi has cast his vote. He is seen as the new Yuva Chehra of the party. He has complete support of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, just 2 days back, he was at the BJP headquarters till 2 a.m. So that is the kind of support that he has and also involved in the strategy. Did you manage to speak to Harsh?
No, I couldn't speak to him, Maria, because he was busy and he was surrounded by supporters and people here. Those who have come to vote want to meet him. He has gone inside, and the process of casting vote is right now going on. Maria, Harsh Sanghvi is MLA from this constituency, and right now blue-eyed boy of top leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party, and in fact his clout can be understood, Maria. Maria, when incident happened in Morbi, he was their minister in charge, taking care of the entire rescue operation which happened in Morbi. Then he was the one who briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi when he visited the spot. So his clout can be understood. Now you can see this long queue at the polling booth where we are reporting from. And Maria, let's talk about the people here. People are very enthusiastic. I've been covering elections. It's been more than 10 years covering elections, but I have never seen such enthusiastic crowd. जो माहौल है यहाँ का, वो काफी कुछ बयां कर रहा है. People are celebrating, they are chilling. I've spoken to women. They are happy after voting. So people are, people are aware about their rights and they are happy. We'll speak to some of them. जी, आप कितने बजे से लाइन में?
15-20 मिनट हो गया.
15-20 मिनट हो गया. क्या है, क्या मुद्दे क्या रहेंगे? पार्टी मत बताइएगा. आज वोटिंग हो रही, मुद्दे क्या, किन मुद्दों के आधार पे वोट करेंगे? आपकी मुस्कान, हाँ बताइए.
बस गवर्नमेंट का कार्य देख के
करेंगे. जिसने काम किया उसके लिए वोट करेंगे. आप बताइए, आपकी भी मुस्कान काफी कुछ कह रही है. तो पार्टी का नाम मत कीजिएगा, मुद्दों पे बात कीजिएगा.
मुद्दे में तो बस ये अभी जो डेवलपिंग चल रहा है उसके ऊपर हम लोग वोटिंग करेंगे.
डेवलपमेंट अच्छा लग रहा है.
हाँ, डेवलपमेंट तो अभी अच्छा है, मगर और ये जितना स्मूथ हो सके, जो पार्टी से स्मूथ कर सके, उसको देख के हम लोग वोट करेंगे.
इतनी लंबी लाइन लगी है, 15-20 मिनट आप लोगों को आए हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये क्या है जो सूरत सीट को इतना खास बनाता है? क्योंकि हम और सब जगह जाते इतना एंथुसियाज्म देखने को नहीं मिलता है. मैं देख रहा हूँ क्या बूढ़े क्या जवान, हर कोई सुबह से यहाँ वोट डालने आ रहा है. क्या खास है शहर के?
क्योंकि इसमें देखो, वोट करना हमारी जवाबदारी है. हम लोग को जो चेंजेस चाहिए, हमको चाहिए तो हम लोग को वोट करना चाहिए. सामने हम जिस आदमी को लाएंगे वो आदमी अपने को चेंजेस करके.
लेकिन और जगह देखने को नहीं मिलता. और लोगों से बात करेंगे. अंकल, कितनी देर से लाइन में? आधे घंटे. क्या विषय है आपके?
बस जाते.
विषय क्या है, इश्यूज क्या है?
इश्यू नहीं है.
इशू कुछ नहीं है. ये अपने आप बताइए सर, कितनी देर से लाइन में?
15
मिनट्स है.
15.
क्या इश्यूज रहेंगे इस बार वोटिंग के? नो इश्यूज. जो हो रहा है वो ठीक हो रहा है.
Everything cannot be good everywhere, but yes, what is happening is better.
What is happening is better. बहुत कम शब्दों में काफी बड़ी बात बोल गए हैं. यहाँ पे लोग कई कम शब्दों में काफी कुछ बयां कर रहे हैं कि किस ओर रुझान है. आपसे बात करें, क्या नाम है आपका?
दर्शन शाह.
दर्शन जी बताइए कि
there are absolutely no issues. Congress and APE should be out.
Okay, fine. Let's not talk about the party. Let's talk about the issues.
There are no issues. We are very happy over here.
There are no issues. This is the best situation. आप बताइए कहाँ से?
सर यहाँ से नेहरू नगर से, लेकिन कोई इश्यू नहीं है. लेकिन ये पर्व है, राजकीय पर्व, तो इसमें तो थोड़ी घनी तकलीफ आई.
मैं देख रहा हूँ बहुत एनर्जी है सूरत वालों में. इतनी एनर्जी मैंने कहीं नहीं देखी. जिस प्रकार से बड़े बुजुर्ग जवान,
मोदी की लहर है.
वहाँ पे कोई इशू नहीं है, वही इशू है. वही क्लियर इंडिकेशन है ट्रेंड का.
मारिया थोड़ा सा
दिखाइए.
हाँ मारिया, ये देखिए यहाँ पे ना आप थोड़ा सा मुझे वक्त दीजिएगा मारिया. ये देखिए यहाँ पे ना एक बड़ा अच्छा सिस्टम है, जो चौपाल लगे हुए हैं.
हाँ.
लोग वोट डालने के बाद आराम से बैठे हैं, चिट चैट कर रहे हैं. यही पर्व है मारिया. दिस इज व्हाट डेमोक्रेसी इज. यू नो, यू गिव योर वोट एंड देन यू सेट, यू स्पीक. आपने वोट कर दिया? हाँ, संतुष्ट है वोट करने के बाद? हाँ, आपने वोट किया मैम?
हाँ, कर दिया.
क्या इश्यूज रहे इस बार?
कोई इश्यूज
नहीं. मारिया अगेन कोई इश्यूज नहीं. तो आप समझ सकती हैं मारिया किस ओर रुझान है. पर मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि कितने लोग रिलैक्स्ड हैं और कितना मजा कर, मतलब ये एक एक पल जी रहे हैं. पोलिंग बूथ पे आना, यहाँ बैठना, यहाँ बातें करना, वोट करना, फिर बैठना अपने लोगों के साथ. अब देख रहे माहौल ही अलग है और ये माहौल बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है. यू नो, रेयरली वन कैन सी सच लेवल ऑफ एंथुसियाज्म. मारिया, ट्रस्ट मी, यू नो, पीपल आर कमिंग आउट, टॉकिंग, दे आर टेकिंग सेल्फीज, द वुमेन हैव कम हियर.
Such level of satisfaction with the government कि ये कोई issue ही नहीं है. Siddhant, I'm going to come back to you. Know, Zaka, this is what I sensed, that this is a India which is not complaining, which is not cribbing. They are talking about their level of satisfaction that they have with the present government, and this is in Surat and other parts as well. What is it about Surat, Zaka, in terms of numbers?
So, I mean, you look at the city of Surat, it has 9 seats. And remember, last election, we keep saying this, it was contested at the height of the Patidar agitation. There was also the crisis around GST. In fact, in the last days leading up to the Surat election back then, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister were camped out there. The Finance Minister was sent there. Arun Jaitley was the Finance Minister back then. And individual calls were made to traders. And yet, despite all that pain, the BJP won all 9 seats of Surat. And it's likely to repeat that this time around as well. What has happened between 2017 and now is that in the Surat Municipal Corporation election, the local elections that happened a couple of years ago, the Aam Aadmi Party did really well. They got 27 seats in the Surat Municipal Corporation. They are hoping, people like Gopal Italia are from right outside Surat, they are hoping that the municipal corporation election results will reflect at least in some measure in the assembly election results. But look at what the situation was even before that. Even in 2012, the election before that, where again it was not on the shadow of GST or Patidar agitation, again BJP won all 9 seats. And as Maria was saying and Siddhant was saying, Harsh Sanghvi, for example, who is now the face of this government, the Minister of State for Home there, the young Chehra, he's also from Surat. So the BJP wants to repeat this performance of winning all 9 seats in the city. They did this in 2012. They've done this again in 2017 despite all the odds against them in that election. Can they do it again this time around, or will there be some kind of vote cut into this urban pocket, this urban stronghold that BJP has had? And this is across cities, by the way, in Ahmedabad, in Vadodara, in Rajkot, in Surat. The city vote has always been very, very firmly with the BJP.
All right, Zaka, I'm not too sure we have heard anything like that, what Siddhant is getting from the ground of the level of satisfaction that people have. Let me bring in the guests at this hour before I go to Arun. Advaita Kala is joining us live. Rashid Kidwai is live with us. We also have Dr. Nalin Mehta and Mr. Nalapat. He is a political analyst. Nalin, this is what I saw and this is what the reporters are bringing from the ground. Koi issue nahi hai.
So Maria, I think there is no question that the BJP is ahead, and
ahead comfortably in this election. The fact of the matter is that the BJP, the opposition, which is the Congress historically in Gujarat, has always had about a 38% vote, between 38% to 41%, which was last time in 2017, a stable vote of that kind. That increased in the Saurashtra-Kutch region and the Patidar affected constituencies in the last election. Now, many of the leading lights of that agitation have now defected to the BJP. They are now contesting on BJP tickets. Many of the Congress MLAs have defected to the BJP in the last 5 years. Now you have a third factor, which is AAP. AAP is trying to tell people that, look, replace the Congress with us. How far they'll succeed, we'll see. But fact of the matter is that the BJP is comfortably ahead, and if the as of today, and if the vote gets split, the opposition vote gets split between AAP and the Congress, the BJP will win a significantly higher victory than it would otherwise have won anyway. There are about 75-80 seats, but roughly between 70 to 75 seats in Gujarat where the BJP is comfortably ahead. There are another 25-30 seats where there is a tucker. Some of them are three-way contests. Now the estimates of which of these are three-way contests differ depending on who you speak to on the ground, and we all have our inputs on that. But I think fundamentally it is brand Modi. Fundamentally it's about the deep strength that the BJP has built in a state which is not lost for since 1995.
So, it's interesting that Nalin is saying this, and I'll go to MD Nalapat after this. I just want to run the rural versus urban skew in Gujarat. And this is again in the context of last election in 2017. Remember, all kinds of factors were at play. Congress ran the BJP close. If you look at the rural seats, out of the 182 in the state, the BJP and Congress were neck and neck, 47 and 46 in terms of seats. This is despite, of course, the BJP had a higher vote share, almost 2% higher than the Congress. They won 90, out of these 98 seats, 47 were won by the BJP and 46 by the Congress. But if you look at the urban seats, and this is what I was talking about, the urban-rural skew, if you look at the urban seats, the BJP had such a stranglehold over these urban seats. Take a look at this number. Out of the 53 urban seats, BJP won 48 and Congress had only 5. And look at the vote share difference. The BJP had almost 60% vote share, Congress around 30%. This is a 30% vote differential in the urban and rural skew as far as Gujarat is concerned. Whereas in the rural skew, it was only 2% vote share difference. Here it's a 30% vote share difference. So I want to ask MD Lalapad, if the Aam Aadmi Party is going to dent, and this is again, a matter of debate among psephologists, if the AAP is going to dent primarily in the urban pockets, it's not going to take away so much of the Congress's vote because the Congress doesn't have much vote in the urban pockets anyway. It has only 34% vote. The BJP has close to 60% vote. Is it likelier to take away votes from the BJP or from the Congress?
Look, Zaka, first of all, I'd like to point out this is Gujarat. This is the home state of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And whatever you may feel about the government or its policies or whatever, if you are from Gujarat, there is a visible sense of pride that you have a son of Gujarat as the Prime Minister of India from 2014 onwards. That is a very important factor playing to the BJP's advantage. The second point is that, as you know, your correspondents have discovered, there is really no emotive issue driving this particular election. I mean, you have the pride in the son of Gujarat that is there, but apart from that, in the past, for example, you had the Patidar agitation, you had the farmers' problem, you had the glitches of GST. There were many glitches. Many of them have been remedied. Some are still there. But then you had the shock of demonetization. None of that is there now. So about AAP, I quite agree with Nalin. The target is the Congress party. In 2024, they want to reduce the Congress party to insignificance to try and become the lead party in 2029. But, having said that, I'd like to point out that the Aam Aadmi Party is basically has been banking on middle-class discontent. And middle-class discontent, the point is, there may be some problems, some discontent, but what is the alternative? I don't think Arvind Kejriwal can offer an alternative to the middle classes, to Narendra Modi. I mean, just as Rahul Gandhi could not, neither can Kejriwal.
So, Mr. Nalapat, then you are essentially saying that what happened in local body elections in Surat was an aberration?
No, I'm saying that a local body election is a local body election. But I'm saying, Maria, that this election, I would say the Gujarati voter understands full well the significance of this election to the leadership exercise by Narendra Modi. And I think that is a very emotional factor that is going to drive the vote. More than the chief minister, of course, the anti-incumbency factor, the BJP removed everybody. Chief minister, ministers, everybody. It tried to take account of that. But the main factor driving votes, in my view, in this election will be the emotion surrounding Narendra Modi.
Okay, but I'm going to take that thread forward because Zaka has made a very interesting point that if Aam Aadmi Party were to dent only the urban pockets, because that's their vote base like, then in urban centers it is the BJP which is dominant. Then Rashid, how do you see this playing out?
I think, Maria, that question that Zaka has raised, there lies the answer also in it. And that is a real question, and that is a real anxiety, and that explains why the terror issue and all kind of things were, brought to the fore. And second thing is, you see, we can go on talking about all that, Vikas and stadium and flyovers and 4-lane highways, etc. But the key point is, we have not addressed that. Why is that, there is a, Congress performance is better in rural Gujarat? Because the socio-economic indicators continue to be extremely poor. I mean, if you look at any, statistics or so, you will find that Gujarat is way behind Kerala and Tamil Nadu and several other states when it comes to the malnutrition problem. All kind of problems are there when Prime Minister Modi was Chief Minister of Gujarat and when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister of India. Now, these things are very glaring. There is no amount of, tall talk can gloss over all these factors, and that explains why there is a degree of anxiety. And if Aam Aadmi Party succeeds in winning away 5% vote or whatever, sure, I think it will be the cost of the BJP. Which,
okay, Advaita, do you think it will be at the cost of the BJP? Over. Because the statistics, as Zaka is pointing out, is a very interesting one here.
Well, winning anything is not at the cost of the BJP, and that's usually what has taken place everywhere. So I don't think the BJP is very anxious about AAP's performance in Gujarat, and it needn't be, really, frankly, because I think it's more of an existential battle for the Congress in Gujarat vis-a-vis the AAP than anything to do with the BJP. I feel like I think the voter is speaking. Is the voter speaking very loudly and clearly? To use some Gujarati from my childhood, issue nathi chhe. I think that, I don't know if that's correct also grammatically, but basically there is no issue as such. And that is, I think, why I said this to Zaka a couple of days ago, what makes this election so boring for us analysts, that we have to dig and find reasons to discuss and issues to bring up. So I'm going to try and dig here and find one, which is, we're coming back to Surat that we were just discussing, and the Prajapati vote bank, which is the caste dynamics in the what is called the Diamond District or the Diamond City of Gujarat. Voters? And really how the Congress, yes, the Prajapati voters, and how the Congress is, trying to meddle in that kind of caste dynamic. And to me, the Surat will be interesting from that front to see if the BJP can override these kind of caste issues, because what we've seen in Uttar Pradesh and in other parts of the country is that the BJP does override caste dynamics, and has been doing so successfully, which is an old hack in Indian politics, bring up the caste issues, bring up the caste divisions. So I'm keenly watching these seats in Surat from that perspective.
So, but Advaita, since you are saying that we are looking for issues, ये प्रजापति जो वोट बैंक है वो कितने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज पे डोमिनेट करता है? Well, that's like micro and micro, going really micro.
This is the Surat. I think the 9 seats in Surat is predominantly where it is a factor. Okay. And interestingly, the city president of the BJP is a Prajapati from this area. And when there was a lot of talk about who the tickets were going to and whether he would be getting one, he's not even contesting the assembly election and has not asked for a ticket based on this Prajapati push. So I think that also gives you a certain indication of how the BJP kind of, looks beyond caste lines when it comes to these kind of things. And for me, again, like I repeat, I really want to see if these caste divisions can be overridden.
Okay, but then, Nalin, talking about the rebels, there is a rebel headache for the BJP. It was there in Himachal. It's also in Gujarat.
Okay, so a couple of things on the rebel issue. Yes, there has been an issue with a number of Congress rebels who came over into the BJP being given tickets. Then a significant number of BJP MLAs who were not given tickets this time around. So there was an issue. But I think one of the underrated aspects of the BJP machinery has been, and historically, and that's particularly true of Gujarat, is the amount of damage control the BJP does fairly fast, like it was doing in Himachal, like it has done in Uttarakhand in the past. So I think now what happens is the amount of damage that a rebel does, if you can mitigate a significant part of it, then things get shifted. Also, and I think the BJP is very aware of this. So I think that the machinery of the party, Amit Shah is totally in control of the kind of micro level management, if you like. The Prime Minister is now campaigning, and I agree with what MD Nalapat was saying earlier in the program, which was the fact that ultimately, when it boils down to it, whether you have local level issues or not, ultimately in this election there is no overriding issue in the way that the Patidar agitation was last time.
Yes.
The BJP has made up lost ground there, and ultimately it boils down to the sack of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And I think Modi understands that, and that's why he's campaigning so hard.
There is only pull here. There is no push factor. There is only pull factor here. And largely status quo, but a great degree of pull. That's what we are witnessing. Arun Dhata is joining us live from Rajkot. Arun, it's been over 2 hours, 2.5 hours in fact. What are you seeing? Are there more women voters now standing in the queue?
Well, see, Maria, voting speed has not picked up. That much here. I'm outside the polling booth, and I will request my camera person to just show around, and we'll in fact try to speak to few voters who've just come out after casting their vote. आप बताइए, फैमिली बच्चों को लेकर आए हैं, क्या इश्यूज हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं जिसको लेकर आप लोग वोट कर रहे हैं?
इश्यू तो कोई नहीं है, बस जो काम कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट अच्छा है, and we hope they do their best and work for the interest of the common people, and इसी तरह सब वो लोग काम करते रहे, हम हमारी फर्ज, हम हमारा काम करते रहें जो हमारा वोटिंग का काम है, जो हमारा अधिकार है।
सर आप बताइए, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा कि आपने अपना वोट कास्ट कर लिया है। सुबह के समय में हमने देखा था कि लोग बहुत बड़ी संख्या में एकदम से बहुत लंबी लाइन लग गई थी, अभी थोड़ा कम है। आप बताइए कि आप लोगों के लिए क्या इश्यूज हैं, कौन से ऐसी चीज़ हैं जिसको लेकर आप वोट?
कोई इश्यू नहीं है, कोई इश्यू
क्या चाहते हैं आप लोग? कुछ चीज़ें
डेवलपमेंट चाहते हैं कंट्री का, और क्या।
अच्छा, ठीक है। मैम, आपसे पूछना चाहूँ, आपने वोट कास्ट कर लिया अपना?
हाँ, कास्ट कर लिया।
क्या महिलाओं के लिए क्या अहम चीज़ें, इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ें हैं?
महिलाओं के लिए ये कि जो भी सरकार करे, महिलाओं के सारे बेनिफिट सरकार दे, उसको सुरक्षा दे, उसको जो भी देश में आप तो पढ़ रहे हैं न्यूज़।
अभी कैसा माहौल है सुरक्षा को लेकर, अगर गुजरात की बात करें?
गुजरात की बात करें, गुजरात में तो अच्छा है, सुरक्षा को लेकर गुजरात में अच्छा है।
अच्छा, ठीक है। मैम, आप बताइए, आपने वोट कास्ट कर लिया है, क्या इश्यूज आप देखते हैं, क्या मुद्दे हैं जिसको लेकर आप लोग वोट कर रहे हैं?
वोट करने के लिए तो भाई सब अच्छा है, बाकी जो काम करे सेवा नहीं अच्छा है।
यहाँ से पहले आपके जो पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हैं विजय रूपानी, वो यहाँ से चुनाव लड़े थे मुख्यमंत्री, इस बार वो लड़ नहीं रहे हैं, तो कैसा माहौल है फिर भी?
वो तो अच्छा रहा है, पानी ने इसलिए बहुत अच्छा दिया है।
अच्छा, so see, Maria, the sense that we are getting, in fact, when we had spoken to BJP leaders, they are saying that in 2017, out of 11 seats in Rajkot district, BJP had managed to win 6 seats, 6-5. It was 6 in favor of BJP and 5 in favor of Congress. But what they are saying that even when there was a trio of Hardik Patel, Alpesh Thakur and Jignesh Mevani, BJP managed to form the government, when people were saying that it was difficult for BJP. But this time around, they are saying that there will be a clean sweep here in Rajkot, and you will see unprecedented results in Gujarat. That's what
Arun,
the BJP leaders are saying.
You are getting us unprecedented
Rajkot.
sound bites also of voters in Gujarat. So this is what I picked up during the course of my, coverage, and this is what you are getting. So is Siddhant. All the voices that are coming is sab acha hai. कोई issue नहीं है.
I was just thinking in my head, you know, had today been an election in Bihar or UP, you know, you had a laundry list of road nahi hai, sadak nahi hai, aspatal nahi hai, shiksha nahi hai and all that. But it's amazing how in an entire state, and you heard all of our reporters, you heard them from Surat, you heard them from Rajkot, I think 9 out of 10 voters that they spoke to said koi issue nahi hai. And that's 27 years after a party is in power. I guess it is redefining this whole concept of anti-incumbency. I mean, I can't think of any other phrase other than that.
Non-complaining state.
Fair
it's
enough.
a state which is not complaining at all. Women there talk about infrastructure. Women there talk about कि सब सही है, सब अच्छा है. Women usually have issues.
Of course.
You know, because they run the homes. They are not complaining.
All right. Anyway, what we'll do is we'll take a break on such a non-complaining electorate, a non-issue election, if you will. But let's not forget, most of these are urban voters. These are from urban samples. We don't know how the rural vote is going to turn out. We'll take a break, but our continuing coverage right on the other side.
By the Manipal University.
YSR Telangana party leader YS Sharmila, who was arrested on Tuesday after she tried driving to the residence of Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. She got bail today. She's expected to meet Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan and express anguish at the way that she was treated. Sharmila's car was stowed away with her inside it when she refused to step out of the vehicle.
This only showcases the tyranny in Telangana, the atrocities of the Chief Minister in Telangana. The people in the party of TRS are no more leaders or karyakartas. There are only gundas in the party. And the kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the Anti-Terror Law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm. Strong winds were witnessed in the valley, causing disruption to normal life. But thankfully, there were no reports of damage or casualties. The avalanche occurred after a glacier broke away near a village in the Lahaul and Spiti valleys. An avalanche occurs due to the breaking of a thick layer of snow, which then slides down a steep slope. This comes at a time when heavy snowfall is occurring in Himachal Pradesh, which has caused road blockades. Last week, at least 72 roads across the state were blocked due to heavy snowfall, 61 of which were in Lahaul and Spiti.
India's GDP growth for the July to September quarter slowed down to 6.3% compared to 8.4% for the same period last year. The GDP growth was dragged down mainly by the poor performance of manufacturing and mining sectors. Despite this, India remains the fastest growing major economy in the world right now. China remains on edge as anger grows against the government's zero-COVID policy.
In the city of Guangzhou, locals clash with
Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta, and our special Battle for the States Gujarat coverage will continue. Stay with us. We'll get you ground reports. Let's also get you some other updates we're tracking in the meantime. I'm Shivani Gupta. After Poonawala's narco test begins in Ambedkar Hospital, Rohini, this narco test has begun at about 10 a.m. this morning. A team of senior doctors from Ambedkar Hospital along with team from the FSL department and Delhi police are conducting this narco test as of now. My colleague Anshul is also joining us with more details. Anshul, what has happened so far?
So yes, Shivani, today becomes a very, very important day in the entire investigation that the Delhi police is currently doing to probe the Shraddha Walker murder case. And the narco test today has finally started. Remember, the Delhi police has already taken time, many a times from the Delhi court, but yes, Aftab's health was not up to the mark and hence the narco test could not be conducted. So yes, over the last few days, the polygraph test has been conducted in which Aftab gave the questions that were asked to Aftab. The questions have now been shortlisted and very specific questions are now being asked to Aftab in the narco test that is currently happening. So yes, we are expecting that in the next hour and a half the narco test might end, but however it is still going to take some time for those reports to come to the Delhi police. But yes, today the Delhi police are expecting that after the narco test finishes, they are going to get a new direction to this entire case and they will actually know that if Aftab has been telling the truth to the Delhi police or has he been misleading them, because remember the entire case that the Delhi police is building now is on the statements of Aftab. Aftab has told Delhi police a story and the point and the Delhi police what it is doing currently, it is trying to make sure that it has all those circumstantial evidence through which it could prove the story that Aftab has told them is right in front of the court. So yes, we are expecting that in the next hour and a half the narco test is likely to end. But yes, the Delhi police is very, very positive that after today's narco test they are going to get a new direction to this entire case and probably this narco test is going to help them in solving the Shraddha Walker murder case at the earliest.
Okay. Speaking of this investigation, we're getting some more updates that are coming in. This investigation is also gathering steam because an old mobile phone has been recovered from Aftab, the accused. After Shraddha's murder, the mobile phone was sold on an e-commerce site. The mobile was sold on this site after removing the old SIM card, of course. Delhi police sources have reported that the person who bought the mobile was a young man from Delhi. And the Delhi police have now seized this mobile phone. They will send it for forensic investigation, see what they can recover from this. My colleague Shankar Anand is actually bringing us more on this. Shankar, ये मोबाइल फ़ोन जो रिकवर हुआ है ये एक्सपेक्टेड है कि शायद फॉर्मेट हुआ होगा और सारा डेटा इसमें से डिलीट करके सेल किया गया होगा, तो दिल्ली पुलिस को क्या उम्मीद है कि इससे क्या मिलेगा?
देखिए शिवानी, जिस तरह से मोबाइल फोन का मिलना वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है और ये मोबाइल फोन उस वक्त में बेचा गया जब श्रद्धा हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया और उसके बाद उस फोन को फॉर्मेट करने के बाद OLX पे साइट पे भेज दिया गया था। लेकिन जिस शख्स ने फोन लिया था उसने भी फिर एक बार फॉर्मेट किया, तो फॉर्मेट करने के बाद तो इतना तो स्पष्ट है कि कई डेटा जो है उसके डिलीट हो गए हैं। लेकिन जो फॉरेंसिक लैब है दिल्ली पुलिस की, वो उससे भी काफी डेटा निकाल सकती है और दिल्ली पुलिस जिस तरह से CBI की जो फॉरेंसिक लैब है जिसको CFSL कहा जाता है उसकी मदद ले रही है, तो निश्चित तौर पे कहा जा सकता है कि उस मोबाइल फोन से भी काफी डेटा निकालने की एक गुंजाइश अभी भी बनी हुई है। तो ये देखना लाजमी होगा कि जब श्रद्धा हत्याकांड मामले को अंजाम दिया गया तो किस तरह से शातिर तरीके से आफ्ताब जो है उन तमाम तरीकों को आजमा रहा था और उसी के तहत इस फोन को बेच दिया था। लेकिन एक और भी जानकारी मिली है कि उस वक्त में जो सिम कार्ड जो प्रयोग कर रहा था उस सिम कार्ड को भी उसने तोड़ दिया था। लेकिन उसी वक्त में एक नया सिम कार्ड जारी करवाया गया, लेकिन वही पुराने नंबर से, तो सिम कार्ड को भी बरामद किया गया है। तो जिस वक्त में वो नया सिम कार्ड को फिर उसने यूज किया था, तो क्या उससे कुछ जानकारी मिल पाएंगी या नहीं मिल पाएंगी ये तो आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। लेकिन इतना जरूर पता है कि दिल्ली पुलिस ये मान रही है कि पुराने मोबाइल फोन से अभी भी बेहद गुंजाइश है कि कई महत्वपूर्ण जो जानकारियां जो डिलीट किया गया था उसको वापस पाने के लिए एक प्रयास किया जाएगा और आफ्ताब से इस मामले में भी आगे पूछताछ की जाएगी और मोबाइल फोन को जब्त करने के बाद आगे फॉरेंसिक लैब उसको भेज दिया गया है और फॉरेंसिक लैब से तकरीबन 2 दिनों के बाद उस मामले पर तमाम रिपोर्ट्स भी दिल्ली पुलिस को मिल जाएंगे।
All right, Shankar. Thanks a lot for bringing us those updates. Shocking news coming in from Mumbai, where a Korean YouTuber was harassed. This incident has been caught on camera because the Korean YouTuber was apparently live streaming at that time. The police have said that 2 people have been arrested for harassing the woman while she was live streaming on YouTube. In the video, one of the accused can be seen dragging the YouTuber by her hand even as she shouts no. In Mumbai's Khar area last night, this has transpired. The video shows the man getting close to her and holding her hand despite her protesting. As she walks away, he appears again with another man on a bike and offers her a lift. The woman refuses it and then tells them in broken English that her house is nearby. So this is a clear case of harassment that has been caught on camera. My colleague Vinaya Deshpande, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, is also joining us with more on this. Certainly not a good advertisement for Mumbai, Vinaya.
Well, absolutely terrible case there in Mumbai. In fact, an FIR under Section 354 has already been registered by the Khar police. Remember, this video started going viral, and that is why the Khar police took a suo motu cognizance of it without any complaint that had come. After seeing this video, both the persons who are seeing on the video have been arrested. They've been booked under Section 354. So this is a message that's coming forth from the Mumbai police as well, that while the vlogger was harassed, there was a bid to molest her on the streets of Mumbai. As you can see in that video that has gone viral, that was taken by the vlogger when she was taking a walk around Khar area. Now the Khar police have booked both the accused and they have been arrested by the police. A case under Section 354 has already been registered. Back to you.
All right, Vinaya, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how this goes. On that note, time for us to slip into a very short break. We've got a lot of breaking updates lined up for you. But don't forget, of course, this is your election headquarters. Updates from battleground Gujarat will also be up next. Sit tuned.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the anti-terror law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm. Strong winds were witnessed in the valley, causing disruption to normal life. But thankfully, there were no reports of damage or casualties. The avalanche occurred after a glacier broke away near a village in the Lahaul and Spiti valleys. An avalanche occurs due to the breaking of a thick layer of snow, which then slides down a steep slope. This comes at a time when heavy snowfall is occurring in Himachal Pradesh, which has caused road blockades. Last week, at least 72 roads across the state were blocked due to heavy snowfall, 61 of which were in Lahaul and Spiti.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. CNN News 18 has accessed the remand copy of businessman Amit Arora. Remember, this is in connection with the alleged liquor policy scam in the national capital. This is the gentleman who had been arrested yesterday. And in his remand copy, what we've also got to know is that other prominent politicians' name has also come to light. But first up, the call detail records reveal that he had tried to contact 35 people in the last 1 year, one of whom is K. Kavita, the TRS MLC and daughter of the Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The remand copy also provides details of Aam Aadmi Party's communication manager Vijay Nair, who received alleged kickbacks to the tune of 100 crore rupees from a southern group. The South group is run by K. Kavita, allegedly, YSRTP MP, Magunti Reddy and Sarat Reddy. What was also mentioned for the first time was Arvind Kejriwal's name. In the remand copy, it says that Vijay Nair is not just an ordinary worker of the Aam Aadmi Party. It says that Nair is a close associate of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal.
किसी भी प्रदेश में इलेक्शन होने वाला होता है, वहां मोदी से पहले ईडी पहुंच जाता है. तो आज तेलंगाना में भी यही हुआ है, कुछ नया नहीं है. अगले साल हमारे यहाँ हमारे प्रदेश में इलेक्शन है, तो मोदी जी के आने से पहले ईडी वाले आ गए. हमने उनका स्वागत किया. हमने कहा हर तरीके से आपको कोऑपरेट करेंगे. फिर भी ये जो चीप ट्रिक्स भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्ले करती है, मीडिया में लीक दे दो, नेता के रेपुटेशन खराब कर दो. मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ मोदी जी से विनम्रता से, मोदी जी अगर आपको जेल में डालना है तो डाल लो, कोई टेंशन नहीं है, चले जाएंगे, लेकिन लोगों के लिए काम करना नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
All right, we're also getting some more updates that are coming in as far as the Delhi Liquorgate scandal and politics on that is concerned. We've got BJP Shehzad Poonawalla, who has tweeted, and I quote, "The fraud father of Delhi's liquor scam continues to defend liquor mafia despite several arrests in liquor scam and scathing findings in ED remand note." So this is the latest attack that is coming in against the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. You can see that certain memes are being created against him, and this attack has come from BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. My colleague Shireen is joining us with more on this. So Shireen, even as the battle of Gujarat is taking place, where Aam Aadmi Party is a big factor, or at least is an interesting factor to watch out for, there is of course the dangle over Liquorgate continuing in the national capital.
Well, not just the Gujarat elections, but just, the MCD elections are also just going to be held on Sunday. And that is why we are seeing heated war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, it was only yesterday when the close aide of Manish Sisodia, Amit Arora, was in fact arrested by the ED. For there is in fact investigation going on. So far, we have seen a total of 5 people have been arrested by the ED in the Delhi excise policy case. And now a new poster has in fact been put out by the BJP.
Okay, Shireen, just hold your thought. I want to go across to Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP joining us. Shehzad, the fraud father attack, the BJP getting very creative with its attacks on the Aam Aadmi Party and its chief.
But we are still lesser creative than the masterminds of the Sharab Ghotala, because Shivani, yesterday, your channel, I think, has put it out as well. The ED remand note spills everything out in the open, and the ED remand note even shows how Amit Arora was using the influence of Punjab government to conduct this scam, how Mr. Vijay Nair, the man who is the main cash collector who's still in jail, was using the official bungalow of Kailash Gehlot. And when this entire buddies of Aam Aadmi Party who are going in jail, including Amit Arora, and what kind of scam they have done has come out in the open. Instead of playing the victimhood card and instead of deflecting and saying we have got a clean check, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal must answer the specific questions on the Sharab Ghotala, but he doesn't do that, which means he's the godfather and the Aam Aadmi Party is the fraud father of this entire scam.
You know, you mentioned the remand copy. Of course, we're running details of what it mentions. It takes Arvind Kejriwal's name for the first time, but it also takes K. Kavita Rao's name for the first time as well officially. You've been, of course, the BJP has been mentioning her link, but you must have seen what she's come out and said today, that this is the age-old game that the BJP plays. You know, they use the central agencies against their political opponents.
You know, Shivani, it's unfortunate that TRS, Aam Aadmi Party, sabki pehchan, court ka karo apman. If there is anything which is not being able to prove, then the courts will take cognizance and will strike that out or quash it. The courts will be the final arbiter of whatever the agencies put before the courts. So if there is no substance in it, the courts will throw it out. But before the courts can come to a judgment, these days accused number one give themselves clean sheet. I mean, that is the heights of ridiculousness. Mr. Manish Sisodia comes and says, I'm the most kattar imandar.
Okay.
Aam Aadmi Party, Jitendra Jain says, I'm most kattar imandar. This habit of accused giving themselves clean sheet is very, very deplorable.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Shahzad Poonawalla, thanks a lot for joining us. India has officially taken over the G20 presidency today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi delivered a strong message on India's pitch. One Earth, one family, one future message. Prime Minister Modi has said that India's agenda during this presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented and decisive. He further added that India's G20 presidency will work to promote universal sense of oneness and hence the theme that I mentioned, one Earth, one family, one future. He added that this is not just a slogan. It takes into account recent changes in human circumstances, which all of us have been collectively failing to appreciate.
G20 की अध्यक्षता का दायित्व इस पवित्र द्वीप बाली में ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। विश्व जियोपॉलिटिकल तनावों, आर्थिक मंदी, खाद्यान्न और ऊर्जा की बढ़ी हुई कीमतों और महामारी के दीर्घकालीन दुष्प्रभावों से एक साथ जूझ रहा है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी। नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करे। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
We'll continue to get you updates, but it is going to be time for us to focus on the battle for Gujarat. On the other side, our special election coverage. Stay tuned in just a couple of minutes.
Or Karyakartas, there are only gundas in the party. And the kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the Anti-Terror Law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahore and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm.
हमें गुजरात को आतंक के खेल खेलने वालों से हमेशा हमेशा बचा के रखना है।
बीजेपी में जुमले हैं, एक झूठ, झूठ के ऊपर झूठ। मोदी साहब तो झूठों के बादशाह है।
अकेली आम आदमी पार्टी है जो महंगाई से आपको मुक्ति दिला सकती है, बेरोजगारी से मुक्ति दिला सकती है।
Thanks a lot for staying with CNN News 18, your election headquarters. I'm Shivani Gupta. Of course, we'll be getting you all the ground action. Phase 1 of polling today in the two-phase Gujarat elections, 89 constituencies that are up for contention. What are the issues on ground, if any? What's the mood like? And especially over the next few hours, we'll get you live coverage of the voting percentages and what's really happening as far as the major constituencies are concerned. What's the outlook for some of the biggest candidates in fray today? Also joining me, my colleague Anusha.
And as Shivani pointed out, that we'll continue tracking the pulse and the mood of Gujarat in the phase 1 of polling. More than 700 candidates have their fate up there, and the voters are going to decide what exactly will happen in about 19 districts. More importantly, it's the big Saurashtra test for the BJP. Will it be able to once again gain its foothold, get the seats that they had lost in the last election, especially with the defections that have happened in the Congress party and with no partidar agitation and all those critical small factors? Ridhima is going to show you on the magic wall.
Well, absolutely. As Anusha and Shivani rightly said, this is going to be a very decisive phase. We are seeing only two phases, the first phase today and the next phase on the 5th, and then results on the 8th. We, of course, will be doing all the number crunching here on the magic wall because the Saurashtra in the south become extremely crucial both for the BJP and for the Congress, because this is where we saw a neck-to-neck fight, and this time around there's a whole different ballgame attached to it with the entrance of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Shivani.
Absolutely. Speaking of the Aam Aadmi Party, why don't I go across to my colleague Siddhant, who's joining us live from Surat, and Arun Dhata, who's tracking Rajkot West. But the mention of Aam Aadmi Party, therefore I go to Siddhant, my colleague, first up, because Siddhant, you know, most of the campaign by the Aam Aadmi Party was indeed concentrated in Surat. You know, they want to replicate the successive they've had at the local body election level, and really from Arvind Kejriwal to some of their top names, I think 2 or 3 of their big names are contesting from Surat itself. A lot of their focus has been there, and yet from what I was watching earlier, the voters say there is no big issue in Surat.
Well, yes, that's absolutely right, Shivani. Look, you know, Surat has a lot of migrant population. And when I say migrant population, then I'm talking about, you know, migrant laborers, those who have come from North Indian states, then people from the Patidar community. They have also settled in Surat in large number, and they are working in the diamond industry. And in fact, when Arvind Kejriwal won 27 seats in the corporation election, you know, it was a much talked about victory of Aam Aadmi Party. But then also, you know, many said that Patidars voted for Aam Aadmi Party. But this time around, trust me, Shivani, they have extensively campaigned in Surat, because last time around there were multiple factors against Bharatiya Janata Party. Demonetization was there, GST was there, local businessmen were not that happy. This time around, there's no factor in the Surat, and this is perhaps the reason, Shivani, that BJP has plans to win all 17 seats from the Surat. Prime Minister has done 27 kilometers long road show day before yesterday, and the videos are still available in the office. One can see the massive crowd which has come on the streets of Surat, you know, full of gratitude to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. That is a level of work which BJP has done here on ground in Surat. So Aam Aadmi Party, maybe they are confident, maybe they have also campaigned. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal and other senior leaders have campaigned in Surat. But I've been speaking to people since morning, Shivani, and trust me, I cannot see people disappointed with the current dispensation. I know today is a voting day. I'm not allowed to speak beyond this, but yes, people are looking satisfied.
Yeah.
So the change which people were talking about कि सूरत की गद्दी ले लेंगे बीजेपी से, सूरत की जैसे कहते हैं ना, सूरत की जो गद्दी है वो बीजेपी से छीनना है, जो कि एक प्लान बना के लोग आए थे, कहीं ना कहीं वो प्लान ना अब पूरा होता दिख नहीं रहा है.
Right. No, it was always going to be a tough ask, isn't it? You can say a lot of things in sloganeering, and that's of course the language of election campaigning. But it was always going to be a tough ask. I remember I was in Surat in 2017, even at the height of the GST issues, especially for the public and the traders in Surat, the BJP managed perfectly fine. They did go all out to assuage the fears of the trader and the businessman community, and it worked for them. My colleague Arun Datta is joining us from Rajkot West. When I think of Rajkot, when I think of Saurashtra, I obviously think of Ravindra Jadeja, our Saurashtra star, cricket star, and his wife is in contention from a BJP ticket. But before we talk of her, Arun, what's the mood like on the ground? Because in this election, if you talk to BJP officials, the one thing they will accept is that the toughest ask for them is to get people to come out to vote. Because if complacency sets in that BJP has it easy and of course they're going to win, that is going to cause problems for them. What's the enthusiasm like on ground?
Well, see, Shivani, this is the Rajkot West seat. And this is a very interesting seat because Prime Minister Modi, for the very first time when he contested from this seat itself. And you had former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani contesting from the same seat in 2017. And just a while ago, he came here, he cast his vote and was very confident. In 2017, out of 11 seats of Rajkot district, BJP could manage to win 6 seats, and remaining 5, went with the Congress party. But this time around, if you see the confidence and the kind of efforts which BJP is putting in, is something which is very different. Because the strategy which BJP has, especially ever since Prime Minister Modi has taken over, is the booth level strategy. They have a Panna Pramukh managing 30 voters, but what they have done this time, they have gone deep, more micro. They have had one Panna Pramukh managing 30 voters, but also there is a committee of 5 members who will be working with that Panna Pramukh. So BJP has gone that much deep. And if you see the manifesto of BJP, it has Hindutva flavor, it has it has something for women, it talks about nationalism, it talks about various other things.
And
so
if a party has been able to defeat anti-incumbency for successive terms, for about 6 terms, and gunning for the 7th term, there's clearly something that they are doing right. There's some latest news coming in. Let's go to that. And the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief has made a massive allegation amidst phase 1 of polling. He has taken to Twitter and said that voting is being done deliberately slow in one of the areas, in Katagam, in one of the areas. And in this way, if you have to work only under the pressure of the BJP, then goons, then why do you get elections done? So basically the charge is that there is some kind of muscle flexing which is being done on the ground. On an average, about 3.5% polling has been done so far in the entire state, but about 1.41% has been done in Katagam. Don't stoop so low. That's exactly the word really coming in. So clearly when the polling is going on, we see these kind of comments really coming in. Election Commission, of course, is taking care of all these kind of concerns which are there. Joining us on the broadcast is MD Nalapat, who's a political analyst. Tushar Gupta is also joining us on the broadcast. Good morning to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Tushar, first to you, I want to talk about the Aam Aadmi Party factor and the kind of gains that they want to make in this election. It's an ambitious task they're asking. And if one goes by the pattern of the Aam Aadmi Party, do you think in the urban centres, which have been the stronghold of the BJP, look like that they will continue to be the stronghold of the BJP? Will they be able to shake the vote base?
Good morning. Look, absolutely not. Gujarat is a very, very different state from Punjab, from Delhi. And for Aam Aadmi Party to score anything, they have to have the Congress vote share being transferred to them on the ground. So let's see if that happens or not. That's the first point. Number two, a lot of the journalists, a lot of observers, a lot of analysts have been making this wrong parallel between Punjab and Gujarat, that because it happened in Punjab, it will happen in Gujarat. Because the Aam Aadmi Party was able to displace all the sitting MLAs and MPs, the key ones, the Badals, the captain and everyone, so they can do it in Gujarat. That doesn't work that way. Look, I was in Gujarat, I was in Ahmedabad for a while, I was also in Surat a few weeks back, and I interacted with the voters. The way they look at the BJP, the way they imagine the Chief Minister, the Prime Minister there, it's very different than what the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to sell. I mean, you cannot win a Gujarati vote by saying, oh, we'll give you free electricity, free water, free this and free that.
No,
so for
Tushar, you're absolutely right. This is going to be a test of the free model, and especially the free electricity model. Whether something like that works in a state like Gujarat, which already, the per capita income, you look at the level of industrialization, you look at the level of urbanization, it is, of course, amongst the highest amongst all states. We are running that breaking news about, the very controversial AAP state president, Gopal Italia's statement coming in. He's, of course, already off the blocks, has, criticized what is taking place with the jibe. Not very specific what he's saying, but he's saying the voting percentages from where he's contesting from Katagam is very slow, and somehow the BJP is involved in that. His constituency, I want to mention, has about 90,000 registered Patidar voters, around 75,000 Prajapati voters. Do you think, Mr. Nalapad, I'm coming to you, these are the two factors that could help somebody like Gopal Italia, as controversial as he may be, and of course he's one of those faces that has attacked Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly. I don't know how that's going to work out for him. But the Patidar factor and the Prajapati factor, how do you see that, especially when we talk about a seat like Katagam?
I'm not sure about the Patidar factor or the Prajapati factor, but one thing I do know, and that is that the Aam Aadmi Party is basically trying to take advantage of the perception that Congress has not been an effective opposition to the BJP in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party has been, quite strident in its campaign in Gujarat, and it is focused very significantly on the BJP. As you said, Mr. Italia also has been doing the same. So they are basically giving the message that, look, the Congress party is not really standing up to the BJP.
Yeah.
And one thing I'd like to say, that all these cases that are being filed against Aam Aadmi Party leaders, I mean, many of them are in jail. That is also, in a sense, helping the Aam Aadmi Party establish itself as the party that is the most in opposition to the BJP.
Right.
And when you have an attempt at polarizing the electorate into anti-BJP and those with BJP, then the perception that you are the most hostile to the BJP helps. So I think that is the perception that the Aam Aadmi Party
I think what they're going
is trying
for,
to basically
reasonably speaking, while they're saying in election campaigning that they want to form the next government, but reasonably speaking, what they're going for is to replace or displace the Congress as the second biggest party. We'll talk more about whether the AAP can do so and whether the Congress has virtually given up that space as they have in other states. But before that, I request our guests to stay with us. My colleague Anusha bringing us some more details on this election.
Thank you so much for that, Shivani. And once again, let me take our viewers through here at CNN News 18, your election headquarters. What is at stake when it comes to the Phase 1 elections in the state of Gujarat, and how many candidates are there? Look at those numbers on your screen right now. You have about 89 seats that have gone for polling today. 788 candidates which are in the fray. The seats are spread across 19 districts. And if you look at the Phase 2 scorecard, it's 48 and 38. So the Congress party was able to make some gains, but this time with no kind of Patidar agitation and the kind of defections that have really happened. It's a big reliance for them. Now, the BJP has been holding their guard, their fort, since 1995, and to shake the BJP is very, very difficult. Farmer anger, of course, the agrarian issues specifically in the Saurashtra is a big concern for the BJP, but how much of that is really going to transform into votes, that's a wait and watch, and only time is going to tell us that to what extent these issues have been able to affect the voters in the state of Gujarat. Let's also talk about two other critical factors. One of them, of course, is the Aam Aadmi Party. And now the Aam Aadmi Party is a party which is trying to woo the urban voters. talking about the other contender, as Shivani was saying, that has the Congress party already given up because they are hit by defections. And these are defections which have happened in some critical areas where the party had earlier made gains. Now, 28 out of the 89 phase 1 seats are urban, as I already said. The partidar agitation, of course, is non-existent anymore. So those two factors that were not working for the BJP last time are non-existent, and perhaps to the detriment of the Congress party. So, Ridhima, what does the magic wall tell us about these factors? So, Anusha, there are things that are happening, and we can discuss about that later. It's either the BJP to decide this time around how much more they want to gain and go beyond that 99 figure that they were restricted to last time around, or whether you will have the Aam Aadmi party making some sort of a dent, and will it be at the cost of the Congress party? Leaves us with a big question, what is happening with the Congress party? But let's just get you some numbers, and first let's bring you an overall perspective of what happened last time around. 89 seats, as we've been discussing, the BJP got 48 seats. The Congress got 38, but just look at the percentage as well, and this becomes a very interesting factor as far as Gujarat is concerned. For the BJP, it was 49.31%. For the Congress, it was 41.71%. But within phase 1, I just want to quickly show you how the story actually changes, and I want to divide this between what is happening in rural and what is happening in urban. The reason that I said that it is extremely crucial both for the BJP and the Congress, the Saurashtra and South region, is because this is where you actually saw a neck-to-neck fight. Look at what happened as far as rural in phase 1 is concerned. This is where you see a sea of blue. The Congress got 25 seats out of the 40 seats with a percentage of 44.05. The BJP was reduced just to 12 with 44.16. How did they actually still make up that total of 99? And this is where this picture actually changes. Let me just go to urban and show you how that picture actually changed. So then you'll see how that sea of blue actually turned into orange, and this is the hub where things changed. Surat, despite the fact that you saw the 2017 elections post demonetization and notebandi had no impact as far as the trader community is concerned. So look at the numbers there. Out of 28, you had BJP with 25 seats, and the vote percentage was almost close to 60. Congress was just reduced to 3 and 36.68%. So this, as we've been saying, is the gut of the BJP. But this also becomes very interesting, Shivani, because this is where the fear is, that the Aam Aadmi party might be able to do some sort of damage.
Yeah, and that fear is for, let's say, a little bit for the BJP in the urban sector, but actually the fear is larger for the Congress party in that tribal, SC-dominated seats and the rural seats as well.
Also, there's a big difference. Last time around, you saw a very loud campaign by the Congress party. You seeing all of that missing this time around? Will that be the gain of the Aam Aadmi party?
Precisely. Last time around, the Congress felt, and it went with that feeling, that it was their best chance to win in Gujarat, and they came pretty close. But if you noticed on the magic wall that Ridhima was showing, even in the rural belt or the rural seats, the vote percentage was neck to neck. Actually, the BJP was marginally higher than the Congress, but it didn't convert into seats. They were less than half the seats that the Congress got. So I want to understand from Tushar. Tushar, what do you feel? The BJP this time around has set a target. They want to win majority of the ST reserved seats, the tribal reserved seats. They would want to make a dent in this because this is traditionally where they lose out to the Congress party. Do you think this time is their best chance despite the Aam Aadmi party factor?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Look, this time for the BJP, it's not about how will they secure a majority or not. I mean, they came quite close to losing it in 2017 at one point. This time, the question for the BJP is how much they can win. And if they go beyond the 50% vote share, as some analysts are predicting, you could see them denting every Congress bastion there is in every part of Gujarat. That is what's going to happen. The Aam Aadmi factor is not that big. They might make some inroads when it comes to vote share. Vote share, they might have some pockets where they gain some votes, 6 to 7% in total across the state. But it's going to be BJP which would be sweeping all these belts.
Vote share from whom though, Tushar? That's the big question we're all debating. Does the Aam Aadmi party get the vote share? You're predicting 6 to 7% from predominantly the Congress vote share, or do they dent the BJP too?
No, absolutely. Just from the Congress vote share. Like in the Delhi elections, the BJP's vote share will eventually rise. It's the Congress that's vacating the space. Intentionally or unknowingly, no one knows. But it's the Congress that's vacating the entire political space for the Aam Aadmi party to
Can I just say, and bringing Mr. Nalapad into this as well, because if you look at the Gujarat history, Mr. Nanapad, even the Congress consistently maintains its vote bank. So how easy or difficult do you think will it be for Arvind Kejriwal to come and tell the Gujarati public that, listen, don't vote for the Congress party, they will anyways defect to the BJP, or they don't stand up to the BJP, we are the best choice. How much of that will work? And I'm also wondering, just as a journalist, what has the Congress said on ground to counter that? If Arvind Kejriwal goes to the public in Gujarat and say, don't vote for the Congress party, naming them, what has been the Congress message to say, no, don't do that? Have they been able to communicate that?
Well, I think the Congress party has been relying very extensively on the Gandhi family, and they believe that Rahul Gandhi's yatra, such as it is, will be a game changer, and it will affect the mood everywhere. As I had mentioned earlier, emotion plays a very important role in the kind of voting that takes in who a person votes for. Now, so far as the rural vote is concerned, well, I am one of those who happen to believe that the farm bills, as originally conceived by the central government, would have actually helped the rural vote. That those bills were unpopular in one particular state and in bits and pieces of 2 other states. Otherwise, I think the farm bills, the farmers would have welcomed that. It will give. Why? Because look at the situation today. Let us say for any item you put, let's say onions or tomatoes or anything like that. Look at the difference between what the farmer gets and what the consumer has to pay.
Right.
That's a huge spread for the middleman. And this is the problem that's been plaguing Indian agriculture. The producer is not getting his due.
And the farmers also, one of the things about the farm bills was, although I won't dwell on this too much, was that they can sell to whoever they want, along with the APMCs and to private buyers as well, and that could fetch them higher returns. But anyways, we leave the discussion aside. Interesting point Mr. Nalapad brings up. And just speaking of the Congress party again, one of the things is, you mentioned the Yatra. Now, one of the criticisms of the Congress was the Yatra barely touched, in fact, didn't touch Gujarat. And Rahul Gandhi has done only 2 public meetings from what I remember in phase 1, in the run-up to phase 1. I don't think he's coming back for phase 2. So that actually shows the diminishing returns of the Gandhi name. We'll talk on that in just a bit, but let me also go across to Anusha. Anusha, what are we looking at next?
So we are looking at how Gujarat has voted, what the voting percentage has been, and how each party has been able to secure how many number of seats in the last few elections. As we've been talking about, that Gujarat has been the bastion of the BJP. They've held on to this fortress for years, for about 25, 27 years. So look at these numbers, beginning from 2002 and going up to 2017. How does that graph really look like? For the BJP, 2002 was the best performing year in many, many ways. And of course, if you look at the numbers that went up right up to the Lok Sabha election, the 2019 Lok Sabha election, that was brand Narendra Modi, and that is what you're talking about. That was the time when the voting percentage was at an all-time high. But if you look at 2017 and that number, that was about 49% for the Congress party, about roughly over 40%. And that is something that they would want it to go up from 50 to 49 in terms of vote percentage. It hasn't gone down too much. But if you go to another set of graphics that we're just going to put out for you, which is in the number of seats, that translation happened very, very differently. And the story is very similar. From 2002, you go right up to 2017, and these are the numbers we are going to just put out on the screens for you. These are the number of seats that the Congress and the BJP has been able to garner for themselves right from 2002 to 2017. Look, let's have a look at the BJP graph. Now, when you look at that BJP graph, it is a story of how the performance of the party has gone down from 2002 and, once again dipping the number of seats in 2017. That, of course, was one of their worst performances that they had put. And Congress party indeed was gaining. Look at the gains that the Congress party had made. And the Saurashtra region, which a huge number of seats in the Saurashtra region go to polls today, was one of the critical factors. So if you minus the Lok Sabha election, which is largely about brand Narendra Modi, in the Vidhan Sabha election in 2017, there was some ground loss for the BJP. They are hoping to get it back because all those factors that worked against the BJP have been taken care of. At least that's what the party says. And in the days to come, as we go for the second phase of polling as well, what will be critical to see is that is the Congress party able to secure its own vote bank? And Shivani, talking about the percentage of votes which have been caught, while the party has been able to firmly catch on upon its vote bank,
35% even in a worst case scenario. But when it comes to the capitalization of the seats, in some scenarios good, but in some scenarios not so great.
Yeah, like we were seeing earlier in the tribal section, they've capitalized really well, virtually the same voting percentage as the BJP, but, much greater states. I think these are live visuals also coming in I think this is campaigning taking place for the second phase, not really the phase 1 voting. And those are the visuals of phase 1 voting. That's, of course, one of the most prominent young woman faces of the BJP, Rivaba Jadeja, who's Ravindra Jadeja, Indian cricketer's wife. Speaking of the woman factor, can I just mention there are about 70 women candidates. So we're talking about 182 seats, multiple parties, only 7 women candidates, though I don't think that's a high number. But 5.7 lakh voters are first-time voters. Can I bring in Mr. Nalapar into this? First-time voters, 18 to 19 years of age, 5 lakh. What kind of a factor will that play? We'll go to him in just a bit. But let me also go across to my colleague Ridhima. Ridhima, we've been talking about the tribal factor. This is traditionally where the Congress does very well. And the BJP has set sights on dominating these seats this time.
Yeah, before I get to some numbers, this is just something that is interesting for us to discuss as we move forward, that are we still seeing a two-cornered fight? And who is the second party? Is it the Aam Aadmi Party or the Congress? Or is it just a one-way fight as far as the BJP is concerned? As we said, when we compare all of this to 2017, there were very different factors at play. Factors like the Patidar agitation, agrarian crisis, all of which, of course, has died down. But as far as factors that still contribute the numbers that we're going to see, one of them, of course, is the tribal domination that we are seeing in this particular region. And as Shivani was rightly pointing out, just look at the numbers. As far as the 16 seats that we saw, and we're, of course, comparing phase 1, BJP and Congress were neck to neck. But this is where it gets interesting every single time as far as Gujarat is concerned, which is the vote percentage. And that's where, just look at the difference. The BJP was at 47.30%. The Congress was just shy of 40% at about 38.42%. But the others also become very interesting because above of 10% was almost others, 14.29%. So this, of course, again, the BJP will be trying to maintain and solidify their position as far as the tribal-dominated phase is concerned.
Yeah. Can I take that question to Mr. Nalapar now about the first-time voters? Mr. Nalapar, what I find interesting is, as I was mentioning earlier, you feel the Congress is relying on the Gandhi factor. I think the Congress for the first time is not relying on the Gandhi factor. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned really, and of course Sonia Gandhi is not campaigning due to other reasons. The other thing I notice is this is possibly the first election in Gujarat, Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha, where 2002 has not been part of the discourse at all. Even till last time, it used to be mentioned. And that just shows you the changing dynamics and also how possibly the opposition has learned what works, what doesn't work against the BJP. I want to understand from you for first-time voters, Gujarat has a large population now in young voters that has not seen anything but the BJP. And they've not seen the curfew era, as the Prime Minister himself mentioned. They've seen no rioting taking place that Gujarat had become infamous for. How do those factors play out? Is that younger lot itching for change and saying, let's try something else? Or do they realize that no, that as their elders believe the BJP is the best for Gujarat?
Well, I'd like to say that one point about young voters is they have hardly any memory of the pre-BJP period, the period when the Congress party was in charge of Gujarat. That was a very long time ago. So from that point of view, what the BJP has tried to do is basically change the entire government. Chief Minister, ministers, everybody, completely change them so that in a sense, it takes care of the anti-incumbency factor. Having said that, I'd like to say that in my view, younger people are more, for example, more open, let's say, to say intercaste, if not yet so much intercommunal, intercaste marriages, for example. And they have a more, if I may say so, a more open view of society. And that is a very big change from the past. So parties like, for example, the Congress party and other parties that are relying on caste equations and caste dynamics, I think that is going to take a knock and increasingly take a knock in election after election in India. Because as has correctly been said by most of the respondents who have, I didn't see anyone mention caste as a factor when asked why you're voting, that, oh, the candidate is from my caste. No, they've all been talking about issues that affect everybody. That's, I think, a very, very welcome sign.
To be
As
fair,
far as the
Mr.
Aam Aadmi Party
Nalapad,
is
if we
concerned,
look at the Vox Populi when we do election reporting, no electorate really talks about caste openly. I think caste is always a more silent factor. When you ask them about issues, maybe off camera they'll talk about the fact their affinity to their candidate because of the caste reasons. They don't quite say that on camera. On camera they talk about the issues of Bijli, Sadak, Pani. But Tushar, that's exactly the point in Gujarat. Those issues don't exist, and we've been hearing from voters who are coming out from the morning.
It's a prosperous state, Shivani. It's a very prosperous state. That's bringing me to my first point, that Kejriwal's idea of free electricity, free water won't work in Gujarat. It's a prosperous state. And yes, the elders, even if you talk to them today, they will tell you that the Congress is the bigger enemy from them than the Aam Aadmi Party, because they remember the days of the Congress. They remember 2002 and the days before that. They remember it all. And that's the learning they're passing on to the future generations also. So while some of them may want to itch for a change, the change makers have to be very credible. They have to have a very credible agenda to factor that vote in. Number two, Shivani, you made that very interesting point about the scheduled caste and tribal belt seats. Now, if you look at 182 seats, around 40 of them are scheduled caste and tribal seats, all together put together. Interestingly, in 2017, even at its worst performance, the BJP in the 13 SC seats registered a green in the vote share. They actually had more vote share than 2012. But the seats they won were only 7. But in the tribal belt, their performance was even worse, just winning 9 of the 27 tribal seats. So the one story in 22 we should look forward to, that of these 40 seats, the BJP currently has 16. How many more can they win? Because if the BJP is going around 140, this is where the BJP will maximize its gains. And this is the window that the Aam Aadmi Party has to probably vacate the Congress or displace the Congress. But these 40 seats are what I think we should look forward to.
Tushar, I agree with you. I just want to touch upon one point. We've been discussing whether this is a free fall as far as the BJP is concerned, whether they'll choose how much they want to gain beyond that 99, or will we either see some sort of opportunity being used by the Congress party, and whether Aam Aadmi Party will be able to make a dent. But one, narrative that we've been hearing from a lot of Congress candidates on the ground is that this is a silent wave. So I'm trying to understand, is this even a reality? Either you're there aggressively campaigning like you're seeing the BJP, all their bigwigs on the ground, and you're still seeing the Prime Minister campaign. Is this silent wave, silent campaigning, is this even a reality at a time when you're up against such an aggressive machinery like the BJP, Mr. Nalapad?
Look, I'd like to say the Congress party, certainly the leadership seems to be living in an alternate reality in which they're seeing a collapse of economic growth. They're seeing a huge multiplication of violence, of tensions, of hate. There is hate in select parts of the country. There has been hate for 75 years. There is violence, and there has been violence for 75 years.
True.
But Gujarat, as has correctly been said, has been peaceful for all these 20 years. So the point is, the Congress narrative is based on what they believe, or what the leader's stated belief about a dystopian situation in the country. Now, voters, they don't feel that this is a dystopian situation. And therefore, they're turning cold to that. Therefore, the Aam Aadmi Party has got to do well in Gujarat. It's got to displace the Congress to show the country and to show the electorate that it can compete in a big state as well.
That there is an alternative to the BJP. Whether they'll be able to do this or not remains to be seen. And you're very right about this dystopian image that is being created, because if you look at the attack that the Congress generally mounts against the BJP nationally, is that constitution is under danger, democracy is under danger, we are no longer the India that we were supposed to be. Yes, Tushar, very quickly.
The one simple argument I have to Congress, they sense a silent wave. Yet, for 3 months, they couldn't plan their Bharat Jodo Yatra to pass through Gujarat in a time like this. That's my simple argument. Where is the silent wave they claim when their own Bharat Jodo Yatra refuses to pass through Gujarat. That's all.
And all the tribal issue, I just want to tell for the benefit of our viewers, we were discussing that factor, as we mentioned and showed, 27 seats that are reserved for the STs. I'm not talking about the SCs right now. 2012, BJP won 10 of those seats. 2017, they won 9 of those seats. The vote percentage, though, I'm not getting into. This time around, they've set a target of winning 20 of those 27 seats. Will that transpire or not? That is going to be one of the key things to watch out for. But for the meantime, let's go across to my colleague Anusha as well. Anusha, what more statistics can we delve into, or issues or factors can we look at?
Well, you very rightly pointed out the SC and the STs in those seats and Adivasis. Those are the critical areas where BJP would want to make inroads. But there are 3 contenders this time. And all those 3 contenders we're going to talk about. Let's talk about the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party. What is at stake for each of them and what is at stake for the Aam Aadmi Party? Let's begin with the BJP. Of course, it's the home turf of the Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, and clearly this is something that they wouldn't want to lose. They would want to make sure that they continue to regain their turf. There is no issue when it comes to that, and losing a state like Gujarat will not send the right signal before 2024. So that's the bit about the BJP. Let's move on. Let's talk about the Congress Party. Is there a silent campaign? Are they really trying to do something about it? Let's talk about the Congress Party as well and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the Congress Party, talking about them, they would certainly want to make sure that this time they put out better numbers. Bharat Jodo Yatra, it didn't really make the kind of impact it was supposed to in the state of Gujarat, well, almost non-existential. And the Aam Aadmi Party and the challenge of the Aam Aadmi Party, the manner in which they are expanding, is one of the critical things that the Congress needs to watch out for. Will it be a repeat of Punjab? Is that what's going to happen? That's what most experts say. It's a wait and watch. We have to see. Or some of the voting percentage of the BJP will be affected in urban areas. Let's cut to Aam Aadmi Party. They don't have much to lose. They are eyeing the 3rd state where the party is looking for a foothold. They are ambitious. After Delhi, Punjab, and after the kind of gains they made in the municipal elections, they hope that they can translate into Vidhan Sabha as well. The freebie-based politics, free bijli, free pani, and most of the other things, even a free pilgrimage, that's what Aam Aadmi Party has really offered to the people. Will the people of Gujarat, with businesses in their mind, the thriving economy of the state of Gujarat, will they really buy into the promises of the freebies? Is this kind of politics really working in the state of Gujarat? Talking about that freebie bit, Shivani, and coming to you, do you think that's going to work? I mean, Muft Bijli Pani, I mean, in Delhi it works. But I'm not sure about Gujarat. People have a different temperament.
Gujarat, you know, it's kind of an economic situation in Gujarat. So you cannot just win the public's trust, maybe the way they've had with issues like, it cannot be that transactional. Exactly. The nature of elections in Gujarat is not that transactional. And there's, of course, that emotive factor with the BJP.
And they could get something in the municipal elections. I mean, they have something to look forward to.
I think the Aam Aadmi Party, realistically speaking...
The seats that they won as far as the municipal elections were concerned, is that going to be
Surat.
also... Yeah,
in Surat.
In Surat. So is that also going to be a big factor contributing? Because that is the only parameter that we have to gauge some sort of understanding of what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, but you know, Gujarat elections work a little bit differently than they work in most other states. Having said that, let's not undermine what the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to achieve. If you look at the state like Punjab, I mean, who could have thought in their very first big try, or the second big try, they're going to be able to displace the Congress Party and actually just reduce them to rubbles? That's exactly the existential question for the Congress Party. Are they going to be reduced to rubbles like they were in Punjab? Because they haven't really been seen fighting. They think there's a silent wave and local issues are going to maybe work in their favor. And as we say, they do hold their vote bank consistently, but are they taking that vote bank for granted? That's always been one of the criticisms of the Congress Party. We'll look into all of those issues in just a bit. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you live updates as well. And of course, keep watching our ticker space as well. We're getting you live poll percentages. Those are going to be crucial to watch out for. Because as I said, the vote percentage, how many people just turn out to vote, is going to be very crucial for the BJP, the incumbent. Stay with us.
Anguish at the way that she was treated. Sharmila's car was towed away with her inside it when she refused to step out of the vehicle.
This only showcases the tyranny in Telangana, the atrocities of the Chief Minister in Telangana. The people in the party of TRS are no more leaders or karyakartas. There are only gundas in the party. And the kind of crimes they commit is hideous.
The Indian Army is holding joint training exercises with the United States close to the China border, the line of actual control in Uttarakhand.
With the majestic mountains in the background, the troops train for unarmed combat. In this exercise, they are training to ferry casualties when all the road communication has been washed off. The joint exercise is held annually to exchange best practices, tactics, techniques and procedures between the armies of the two nations. Around 350 soldiers from each side are taking part in the drills around 100 kilometers from the line of actual control with China. China has already opposed the exercise, calling it an interference in the bilateral boundary issue and a violation of agreement between New Delhi and Beijing that no military drill will be held near the LAC.
A petition challenging the ban on Popular Front of India was dismissed by the Karnataka High Court. The petitioner had argued that the centre had failed to justify the ban and that it curbs fundamental rights of minorities. The centre had ordered the ban back in September under the anti-terror law UAPA after a series of countrywide raids. Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has moved the Supreme Court against the Citizenship Amendment Act. DMK claims that CAA is anti-Tamil because it keeps out from its purview Tamil refugees who came to India from Sri Lanka, where they faced linguistic and religious persecution as they were predominantly Hindu. The party also branded the act as arbitrary as it relates to just 3 countries and is confined to just 6 religions. An avalanche was reported in Himachal Pradesh after a glacier broke away near a village in Lahaul and Spiti Valley.
A huge blanket of snow was seen barreling down the valley into the village below. Within seconds, the entire area was in the grip of a massive snowstorm.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Getting you some other updates that we're tracking this morning. India, remember, has officially taken over the G20 presidency. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has sent out a strong message of India's pitch, and that's, of course, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. One Earth, one family, one future. Prime Minister Modi said India's agenda during the G20 presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented and decisive. He said India will work during the presidency to promote a universal sense of oneness, and hence India's message. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam means one earth, one family, that the entire world is one family. They've added one future to it, which has that ecologically and environmentally sensitive message that we need to do more when it comes to the environment and the earth that we live on. He added that this is not just a slogan, it takes into account recent changes in human circumstances that everybody has collectively failed to appreciate.
G20 की अध्यक्षता का दायित्व इस पवित्र द्वीप बाली में ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। विश्व जियोपॉलिटिकल तनावों, आर्थिक मंदी, खाद्यान्न और ऊर्जा की बढ़ी हुई कीमतों और महामारी के दीर्घकालीन दुष्प्रभावों से एक साथ जूझ रहा है। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता इंक्लूसिव, एम्बिशियस, डिसिसिव और एक्शन ओरिएंटेड होगी। नए विचारों की परिकल्पना के लिए और सामूहिक एक्शन को गति देने के लिए एक ग्लोबल प्राइम मूवर की तरह काम करे। भारत की G20 अध्यक्षता की थीम वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर में पूर्ण रूप से समाहित है।
My colleague Abhishek Jha tracks the External Affairs Ministry for us, is also joining us. Abhishek, what is it that India will hope to achieve, especially as the gaze is going to be on India during its presidency? What's the short-term, long-term vision it set for itself?
So India is taking over the presidency at a time when the world is actually witnessing a lot of difficulties in terms of geopolitical dynamics, in terms of geo-economic situation. There are countries which are warring with each other, and there are economic recession which are reported from various parts of the world, food crisis, fertilizer crisis, and also the issue about climate change and sustainable development goals. So these are the major issues around which the next G20, where India is going to have the presidency, is going to be around. Prime Minister has earlier also noted that Indian presidency will also focus on women-led growth. So if the 50% of the population of the world are not streamlined into this whole prosperity or the workforce, then the overall prosperity is something that we can never achieve. So this was the intention when Prime Minister highlighted that this whole women-led development will also be there. And also how India will be able to bridge the differences between various countries and bring them on the table under one roof, including Russia and West, the kind of differences we are seeing. India itself is having a lot of differences with China in terms of border issues and trade imbalance also. So as a president, how a prime minister will be managing all that, and how Indian diplomats will be trying to bring their respective differences behind the everything, common prosperity and common future. That is something we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, India under Narendra Modi has always aspired and aimed to be a Vishwa Guru. It believes that it can lead the world to a better place with its age-old concepts, and this could be a great opportunity for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to do that. He already has a good rapport with most of the world leaders, and they often acknowledge what he says. Like recently, it was Narendra Modi who said on the Russia-Ukraine conflict that this is not the time for war, and you've seen global bodies adopt that slogan. So we'll see how this goes on for India for the next 1 year. Abhishek, thanks a lot for joining us. On that note, we also slip into a very short break. More will continue in just a bit.
Police started using force on the labourers and also resorted to lathi charging them. Sangrur's SP was caught on camera hitting the protesters and directing other cops.
Bilkis Bano moved the Supreme Court today, challenging the early release of 11 men convicted of gang raping her and killing her entire family in the 2002 Gujarat riots. In her petition, Bilkis Bano said the decision on releasing the men should be taken by Maharashtra, where the trial took place, instead of the state of Gujarat. The convicts were freed on 15th of August by the Gujarat government. The Enforcement Directorate questioned actor Vijay Deverakonda for 9 hours in connection with the funding of his Bollywood film Liger. The ED is probing possible foreign exchange violations in the production of the movie. The agency suspects illegal investments in the film and is investigating the alleged payments and source of funds for Liger.
కొన్ని క్లారిఫికేషన్స్ అడిగినారు, చాలా మంచిగా వాళ్ళ జాబ్ వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఆన్సర్లు ఇచ్చినాము. మీరు ఇంత ప్రేమిస్తారు, ఆ ప్రేమతో వచ్చే పాపులారిటీ వల్ల కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి, అందులో ఏదో ఒకటి. బట్ ఇట్స్ అన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, ఇట్స్ లైఫ్, అండ్ ఐ డిడ్ మై డ్యూటీ వెన్ ఐ వాస్ కాల్డ్. I came, I answered the questions, and that's it I have to say.
Karnataka's Education Minister is facing flack for seemingly downplaying bigotry that happened in a classroom in Manipal University.
Will you call him by the name of a terrorist?
This video, a Muslim student calling out his professor for referring to him as a 26/11 terrorist, Kasab, is going viral.
Not funny, not funny.
And now Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has sparked a storm by seemingly downplaying the incident.
The name of Ravana comes many times. You behave like Ravana, you behave like Shakuni. It doesn't become an issue at all. When you speak about Kashyap, it becomes.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Some updates coming in from Chennai, where the Dravida Kazhagam outfit is staging a protest against the TN governor in Chennai for the delay in clearing the bill to ban online gaming. My colleague Purnima is joining us live. Purnima, show us what's happening, and also why is this, or is it such a big issue that there are protests happening on the online gaming bill?
DMK and its allies have been criticizing the governor over the last couple of days in delaying his assent to sign the bill to ban online gaming. Dravida Karagam, a fringe outfit, is now staging protests demanding the resignation of governor. Sir, why this protest, sir?
Today, the humanist movement, Dravida Kalagam, founded by Tandai Periyar and presently led by Asriyar K. Veeramani, has organized an agitation to protest the action of the governor. To say precisely, it is not action, it is inaction on the part of the governor. The state government of Tamil Nadu, they have passed a bill to ban the online rummy gambling. They have passed the bill, they have sent to Governor of Tamil Nadu. It has been lying for quite a long time, along with 20 more such bills already passed by Tamil Nadu State Legislative Assembly. What made the governor to prevent his concurrence, assent for the bill to become an act? This is the attitude of Tamil Nadu governor.
Will the protest continue, sir?
Yeah, protest continues. It is the beginning of the protests. Dravida Kalagam and so many fraternal organizations, Dravidian political party, Marumalarichi Dravida Munnetra Kalagam, they have also come and participated in this agitation. Basically, in a democracy, governor post is an oxymoron. Democracy means the power center should be elected by the people. Chief Minister is elected by the people. Prime Minister is elected by the people. President of India is elected by the people. Whereas governor is not like. He is only an appointee. He is a nominated member. How he can prevent, in a democratic setup, how can a governor prevent the action, the representative of the entire population of Tamil Nadu? They have passed the bill. How long he can keep it? One speciality is, even prior to that, an ordinance was sent to him. Governor gave his concurrence to the ordinance. When it was sent in the form of a bill, he is not giving his consent.
And that's the word that's coming in from the protesters here, saying that the governor has not given his nod for the bill, which is why protests will only intensify. Remember, there have been many cases where people who've lost money due to online gambling have lost their lives, and that's why politics over banning online games continue, with even the BJP now saying that it's the DMK because they failed to notify it, and that's why there has been a delay. So politics over this is also going to continue in the coming days till governor gives his assent. Today, the DMK minister, the Tamil Nadu minister, is also meeting the governor to discuss the bill and to ensure that it's enacted at the earliest.
I was going to ask you exactly this. Given that such a ruckus is taking place over this online gaming bill and all parties seem to be on the same page as they tend to on most issues in Tamil Nadu, what's the governor's house or office saying, if anything, on the alleged delay?
Well, throughout this week, there have been meetings. BJP President Annamalai also met with the governor earlier this week, and after he met the governor, he said that the DMK government is the reason why there has been a delay, because the Tamil Nadu government had failed to notify the bill, and that's why there has been a delay, is what the BJP says. Meanwhile, the Tamil Nadu government had earlier this week sent detailed report on the queries raised by Governor Ravi on the bill that was in fact passed by the Tamil Nadu Assembly, or in the Assembly on the 19th of October, and they have sent a detailed report or based on the queries that were sent by by governor and the Tamil Nadu government. Sources from the Tamil Nadu government say that at the earliest the governor will be giving his assent and they are trying their best to ensure that it's enacted at the earliest, to ensure that no untoward incident takes place, because over the last 2 months there have been many such cases, tragic cases reported in Tamil Nadu, which is why the Tamil Nadu government is now hopeful that with the detailed report now submitted to the governor, the bill will now become an act, and that could happen at the earliest, is what we are hearing from sources who have been closely associated with discussions with the governor's office.
And Purnima, can you just give our viewers a sense of why this is such a sensitive or emotive issue? You mentioned, of course, the damage that online gaming has caused in the state of Tamil Nadu. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, there have been at least 4 to 5 cases that have been reported in the last 1 month. The latest was reported 2 weeks ago, which is why politics over banning the online gaming has begun, which is why we can see political parties now meeting with governor, be it the ADMK, the BJP or even the DMK. All of them are now trying to ensure and urge the governor that the bill now becomes an act with the governor's nod, and that's why politics has begun, and the DMK and its allies and fringe outfits like the Dravida Karagam say that governor is delaying his assent to enact this bill into an act, and that's why protests will continue, because the governor has been sitting on it for more than a month. And why is the delay is what DMK, its allies and other fringe parties like the Dravida Karagam have raised. But sources tell us that the governor had asked for certain queries, and that in fact was given by the Tamil Nadu government earlier this week, and they are hopeful that the bill now will become an act in the coming days. That's what we've been hearing. But at the moment, protests snowballing because of at least 4 to 5 cases reported over the last 1 month,
right,
as far as online gaming is concerned, where people have lost their monies, and the numbers are only increasing, which is why they want the governor to give his nod at the earliest to prevent such untoward incidents.
Right, right. Purnima, we'll keep coming back to you for more as this protest continues in Chennai. Shifting our focus back to Gujarat, remember, even as phase 1 polling is taking place today, there is campaigning that is on, as is generally in multi-phase elections for phase 2. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reacted to Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president's Ravan jibe at him. The Prime Minister has hit back at the Congress, saying एक कांग्रेस के नेता ने कहा था मोदी कुत्ते की मौत मरेगा. ये मोदी को रावण बोलते हैं, राक्षस बोलते हैं. PM Modi further says Congress has stooped to a new low. So he's certainly bringing this back into the discourse in Gujarat, where he hails from. Let's listen into what he said.
કોંગ્રેસ વાળા ભાઈઓને આ ગુજરાતે મારું જે ઘડતર કર્યું છે ને, ગુજરાતે મને જે સંસ્કાર આપ્યા છે ને, ગુજરાતે જે મને શક્તિ આપી છે ને, એ એમને અખરે છે.
Congress cannot tolerate the love that has been given to me by the people of Gujarat.
બાર તહેવારે ગાળો બોલે છે, બોલો મને.
Which is why time and again they keep abusing me.
એવા આરોપો લગાવે, એવા હલકી ભાષામાં વાતો કરે છે. કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટીના રિમોટ કંટ્રોલ
They stoop to a new low. The kind of language that they are using against me is unbelievable.
એમણે એક નેતાને અહીંયા મોકલ્યા હતા.
They sent one of their leaders here a few days ago, and he said,
એ પ્રકારે આઈને નેતા અહીંયા બોલ્યા.
during one of the election rallies, he declared that in this election, Narendra Modi will see his auqat, will see his position.
ભાઈ આપણે ગુજરાતના પછાત સમાજના બધા લોકો આપણી કઈ औकात હોય? આપણે તો સેવક લોકો છીએ.
I am from Gujarat. I am a sevak of the people of the state.
એ બહુ જેટલા દાડા એમાંથી મલાઈ ખાવાની હતી, ખાધી એમણે કોશિશ કરી.
They tried to milk it as much as they could, but that did not work. And it's now time that Congress is punished for it. So the High Command of the Congress Party sent their newly elected president, Mallikarjun Kharge, here. I know him for a long time. He is a senior leader of the Congress Party. But he probably has been sent from Delhi by directing him to use a certain language. No, but the Congress forgets, and Kharge forgets that this state, the state of Gujarat, is a land of Ram Bhakt.
ધરતી પર રામ ભક્તોની સામે એમના પાસે બોલાવડાવવામાં આવ્યું કે તમે મોદીને 100 માથાવાળો રાવણ કહો.
In the state of Ram Bhakts, in the state where Ram is revered, Mallikarjun Kharge told the voters that Narendra Modi has 100 heads like Ravan.
એ રામના અસ્તિત્વને સ્વીકાર નથી કરતી. આ કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી
The Congress does not believe in the existence of Lord Ram.
રામ મંદિરને પણ ભવ્ય રામ મંદિરમાં પણ એનો વિશ્વાસ નથી.
They had no faith in the grand Ram temple in Ayodhya. They did not have faith in Ram Setu.
એવી કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મને ગાળો બોલવા માટે,
such is the Congress party that just to abuse me, they dragged in Ravan from Ramayana.
My colleague Maria Shakil is also joining us. Maria, just give us a sense of where the Prime Minister was speaking today and what impact do you think him raising the Kharge abuse on him is going to have in Gujarat?
Well, Shivani, we have seen every time there has been a personal attack against the Prime Minister, it has proved to be advantageous BJP because, those attacks have boomeranged because the Prime Minister certainly in Gujarat has that image of son of the soil. He has great connect and is seen as a strong leader. And the Prime Minister there again reminding the voters of the kind of personal charge that has been leveled against him by various Congress leaders, including Mr. Kharge. So certainly, because the phase 1 elections are going on, 89 seats are polling even as we speak, Shivani. The remaining seats will go to polls on 5th. These are the pockets of central Gujarat, the tribal belt, and also of Ahmedabad and other, where there is, of course, that strong connect, as I said, across Gujarat. But the BJP is also trying to put the Congress as its principal opponent. They are trying to make it clear that this election is a bipolar contest between them and the Congress party, and despite its worst performance that we have seen in the past, the Congress has maintained a vote share of above 35%.
Right.
So what the narrative that is emerging is, and I spoke to Mr. JP Nadda, BJP president also yesterday, Shivani, and he said that this kind of personal attack against the Prime Minister will be responded to by the people of Gujarat. So I think that emotional connect that we were looking at, that we have been talking what is the issue. So in the slog overs of the final, and because the Prime Minister will also be there on ground holding a long road show of almost 50 kilometers today, this is an emotional connect that the Prime Minister is building again with the people of Gujarat, trying to tell them that he is being personally targeted, that politics is personal here. This is what is happening by the Congress president.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it never really works out for the Congress party, and which is why you will see some of the more new age opponents of the BJP don't quite do that. But Maria mentioned the conversation she's had with the BJP National President JP Nadda. Let's listen in.
With one question. It looks like that there is no election in Gujarat per se, because all the concerns that you had in 2017, all that has been ironed out. But what, according to you, are the concern areas this time around?
There are no concern areas. At that point of time also, there were some issues which were raised, but that was nothing which we could say as concern, because
we're getting some big updates from Delhi courts in the Sunanda Pushkar death case. Now, Delhi police has knocked the High Court, challenging the discharge of Shashi Tharoor. Police has challenged this discharge after 15 months. So, it's going to be very interesting to see on what grounds they've done it, that too so late after the discharge to the prominent Congress leader, husband of the late Sunanda Pushkar, who was accused of being involved in her death. My colleague Ananya is joining us. Ananya, what is the Delhi police saying in its challenge? What are they challenging exactly?
Well, exactly, not much details as to why the Delhi police has challenged this particular order is actually diverged in this particular hearing, because remember that this is a preliminary hearing. The Delhi police told the court that it's a revision petition that is being filed against the final order of the trial court discharging, in fact, Shashi Tharoor into this particular case. Remember that last year Shashi Tharoor was actually, in fact, discharged by Special CBI Judge Gitanjali Goyal of, in fact, the Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, and now almost 15 15 months later, in fact, they have knocked the doors of the Delhi High Court, challenging that particular order. Senior Advocate Vikas Pava, who was appearing along with Advocate Gaurav Gupta for Mr. Pava, for Mr. Tharoor, actually opposed this petition. He also said that there is a delay of over 15 months, and in criminal jurisprudence, it is not at all viable, and that's the reason why the court has issued notice on both the application, the appeal, the revision petition that has been filed by Tharoor, by the Delhi police, and also the condonation of delay application, which basically explain as to why, in fact, there is such a long delay in filing such a revision petition. And now the court has asked Mr. Tharoor and their counsels to actually respond to this particular petition that has been filed by, in fact, the Delhi police. So it would be very, very interesting to see as to what are the grounds that are mentioned. But then, due to a media restraint into this order, due to a gag order into this particular case, the documents of this particular case are not shared with anybody except for the parties, and that's the reason why much details could not be accessed at this moment of time.
But Ananya, two things. One, 15 months, is that too long a period to be filing this revision petition, or is that something that happens from case to case? Secondly, just to jog our viewers' memory, if I remember correctly, Shashi Tharoor, husband of late Sunanda Pushkar, faced the direct charge of murder, section 302, isn't it?
Well, definitely. Shashi Tharoor had faced, in fact, a 302 charge, but then the court had discharged him of all the charges at that moment of time, saying that there was no evidence against him. Apart from that, what is very, very important, and your second question was that, is there a delay? Yes, definitely there's a delay of over 15 months. It's not usually accepted by the court when there is such a long delay, but then in special cases, the Delhi police have to make out a case that it's a fit case for a delayed hearing, and they would have to bring out grounds as to why this appeal has been filed in such a late manner. So
Ananya, just hold on with me. We'll wait on for more details if they do come out on what are the grounds the Delhi police is using. My colleague Arunima is also joining us live on this. Arunima, what more are you picking up?
See, this is a matter which has gone on for too long. 15 months delay will be something that Shashi Tharoor's defense lawyers would want to use in his favor, arguing that if Delhi police was so convinced that there is enough evidence, why was so much time allowed to waste? Secondly, even in the lower court, when this case was made out, just want to point out to you one of the observations that was made by the judge there. They said no doubt a precious life was lost, but in the absence of specific allegation and specific material to make out the ingredients of various offences, and on the basis of which the court could at this stage presume that the accused had committed the offence, the accused cannot be compelled to face the rigmaroles of a criminal trial. So essentially what lawyers who were representing Tharoor had criticized the Delhi police for is that they filed a charge sheet which had only theories, which had no evidence to back it up. What were the evidence that they were citing? They said, you don't have conclusive medical evidence to suggest that this was a case which made Tharoor liable to face trial. You're not getting us enough to show that he was subjecting his ex-wife to mental cruelty. So while you have a lot of theories, where is the evidence? And I think that is where Shashi Tharoor is going to defend himself. But the prosecution is convinced that they have enough material, and it is that conviction which has made them come to the higher court 15 months later.
And I think the challenge for the police, even at that time, at the height of this case being pursued, Arunima, was that the medical evidence was just not there very convincingly, and it couldn't be used very well because of the delays.
Yes, the medical board, in fact, like I was pointing out to you, the medical board was set up to find conclusive evidence. There were lots of theories that were doing the rounds. If you recall, needle marks, the fact that she was stressed out, the autopsy report, everything had a theory going around. But the medical evidence that was put together, the medical board that was put together, the lower court felt that there was no conclusive evidence to back the theory that Sunanda Pushkar died by suicide. She was subjected to so much cruelty, so much mental harassment. And perhaps, like Ananya was pointing out, there were some theories that this was not a case of suicide. This was a case of 302, in fact. But theories aside, courts will have to go by the evidence. The district court, the lower court, in its wisdom, thought that there was not enough evidence that had been put forward. And there were also comparisons that were made with, if you recall, the Arushi Talwar Hemraj case, in a similar situation where a direct charge sheet was not filed by the CBI, and the closure report was written in a way that the court took cognizance, saying that case can't be closed. This has to be converted into a charge sheet. Similar comparisons were being made that perhaps Delhi police thought that court will find something to convert this into a charge sheet and prosecute him, but that did not happen there. And like I have been pointing out, 15-month delay is definitely something that the defense camp of Shashi Tharoor are going to underline in trying to prove their point that this is only an attempt to harass him, perhaps because of his political affiliations, because he belongs to the Congress party. Defense definitely will try and make that point.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, even at that time, the medical evidence was not convincing. So 15 months down the line, what value will a lot of this have? Because you can't go back and get more medical evidence anymore. So is there any other circumstantial evidence that the Delhi police has that they're relying on? What new have they found? Let me also go back to my colleague Ananya, who's joining us. Ananya, anything that the Delhi police have said, even if we haven't been able to access their petition, anything else that they're saying to the media of why they've gone back after 15 months?
Well, no specific ground has been mentioned, and I would like to actually bring out a point before you and our viewers also, that Shashi Tharoor was actually charged in fact, by the Delhi police for 306, that is abetment to suicide, and it was vaguely mentioned during the hearing that a murder charge is there, but then no formal application to include that particular charge was included by the court of law, by the Delhi police in the court of law in the trial court. But then definitely it was a clear case where in fact the court noted that there is a lack of evidence. The medical evidence also does not corroborate what the Delhi police's theories and charge sheets are, and at the same point of time now, after 15 months, the Delhi police have to make a good case out of it. In fact, before even making a good case out of it, they would have to actually justify the 15 months delay that has happened in this filing of this particular revision petition. Remember that it's not a criminal appeal that has been filed, it's a revision petition that has been filed because it was a final order of discharge that was passed by a trial court in fact last year. And now it would be very, very interesting to see as to why this 15 months of delay was there, is the big question that the court is also asking. Secondly, is to what has come out that this appeal is coming in, what is in fact the grounds that the Delhi police is seeking in order to revive this particular case. Do they want a reinvestigation into this or not is a matter of time, and we'll get to know if we get to know the arguments that would be put forth by the Delhi police, but we'll have to wait and watch till February.
Ananya, we'll wait till then. Thanks a lot for joining us, and to Arunima, my colleague as well. Time for us to switch our focus back to the battle of the states in Gujarat.
गुजरात को आतंक के खेल खेलने वालों से हमेशा बचा के रखना है।
बीजेपी में जुमले हैं, एक झूठ के ऊपर झूठ। मोदी साहब तो झूठों के बादशाह है।
अकेली आम आदमी पार्टी है जो महंगाई से आपको मुक्ति दिला सकती है, बेरोजगारी से मुक्ति दिला सकती है।
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Your election headquarters. I'm Shivani Gupta. I'm also joined by my colleagues Riddhima and Anusha, and we will focus on the Gujarat election battle over the next half an hour. And so, first up though, let's cut across to Ahmedabad, where the electioneering and the campaigning is ongoing. Remember, for phase 2, where Ahmedabad will come into play. That's BJP former President and Home Minister Amit Shah doing a roadshow. This is, of course, one of the very preferred and loved way of the BJP for its leaders to interact. They like doing a lot of road shows, especially in their home state. Amit Shah and Narendra Modi both have been doing road shows, and you look at that, not surprisingly, a sea of orange there where Amit Shah is. So exactly who has the edge in Gujarat is the big question. Now, fundamentally speaking, Gujarat has been a bipolar state, but for 27 long years, the Congress has been unable to convince the voter that it's an alternative for the BJP. And the battle lines, the lines between the Congress vote bank and the BJP vote bank have been very clearly defined over the last 20 years or so. Now the BJP, what it's hoping this time is that after the dip in the last election, where they came down to 99 and were precariously placed for quite some time as the results were coming out. I remember that day, and it was going from 99, 100, 102, came back to below 100. It was seen as a setback to the BJP, but the Congress did fall short. So what it's hoping the BJP, the incumbent this time around, is that there are going to be no blips. Of course, the issues that persisted in 2017, the issues of GST issues, of the Patidar movement, the three young rebels coming together, supporting the Congress against the BJP, those issues just don't exist anymore. And therefore, the BJP wants to actually do better than the Congress's 1985 record of 149 seats in the 182-seat assembly in Gujarat. Are they going to be able to touch that 150 mark is the big question. They certainly, of course, are making all the right noises. This time around, the different factor is that the Aam Aadmi Party is wanting to play spoiler for both the BJP and certainly wanting to take over, displace the Congress party, the traditional opposition for the BJP in the state of Gujarat. Possibly this election is the biggest challenge or biggest test, litmus test for the Aam Aadmi Party and its national ambitions. Whether it's going to be able to make that dent. In Punjab, they played a role in one assembly elections, then were managed to succeed spectacularly the second time around. Remember, AAP was in the fray in a very limited fashion in 2017 as well. They got 0.10% of the vote share at that time. This time around, of course, the likes of Arvind Kejriwal, the national convener, have been to Gujarat consistently and they've attacked the Congress party vociferously and they've presented themselves as the opposition to BJP. Whether that's going to cut ice with the very set electorate in Gujarat remains to be seen. Let me take that to Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swarajya magazine, also joining us. Tushar, as we focus on the campaigning that's going on for the second phase, Amit Shah doing a roadshow. Not surprisingly, these roadshows, you know, I've covered a bit of these roadshows. In fact, I've covered Amit Shah's roadshow in Odisha earlier. You know, you can't really just go by the numbers on the streets, but for BJP, you know, this is a very different state. It's not so much about how many numbers you get in your roadshow, etc. It's just about the faith that the electorate has in the BJP. And I'm just wondering, for the last 27 years, the Congress couldn't convince the electorate that it is an alternative. Do you think the Aam Aadmi Party will be able to do so?
Absolutely not, Shivani. Look, the street is for the sentiment. The numbers are for the polling day when it comes to Gujarat, and the numbers look great. Of course, after the setback in 2017 for BJP, it's a matter of personal pride, especially for the Prime Minister. For their toll has never gone down below 100 in the state elections in the last 20 years. But this time it's about reclaiming that big number. And where will that number come from, Shivani? Of course, the street tells us one story. But if you look at the Congress gains in 2017, the 35 prominent gains I look at, the vote share gain for the Congress was less than 10%. So at the end of the day, it becomes a tripolar competition. There are three parties in the fray. Aam Aadmi Party, even if it hits a bit of the Congress vote share, the states are going to go away to the BJP. So at this point, even today, if Aam Aadmi Party is even some bit into the fight, the BJP is well suited to win 130 or more seats. That is how interesting it gets.
Tushar, just hold on. I've got both the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party on the show. Prashant Pratap Singh from the Congress is joining us. Abhinandita Mathur from the Aam Aadmi Party. Abhinandita, let me come to you first up. You know, the Aam Aadmi Party is always very ambitious and, you know, that's one thing that separates it from the Congress Party and nothing against that. But do you believe that the Aam Aadmi Party has the ground presence to really pull the voters to the polling booth, one? And secondly, the issues you traditionally succeed on, you know, the issues of free electricity, power and doles, as some say, freebies, as some say, does that work in Gujarat?
Hi, we are actually a very young party, as you know. We are only 10 years old. You know, there are these big BJP and Congress dhurandhars at play here. I have to say that this election is very important and it's very distinct because what the Aam Aadmi Party has managed to do right now is actually, you know, bring the election to muddas that matter to the people of Gujarat. You know, we actually managed to force Amit Shah ji and Modi ji to sit in schools. One of them, of course, was just a dummy school. but we are bringing out the issues of the common people. And I think in that sense, the resonance is very, very high. And we are in it to win it. There is no doubt about it in our head. And I think that, the people of Gujarat have been looking for an alternative. It was clear from the last election. Congress, of course, is, unlikely to take any opportunity to defeat the BJP. And Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal are, playing on the front foot. And I think we're going to do very, very well here.
Prashant Pratap Singh, do you agree with what Abhinandita is saying? I'm sure you don't. But is the Congress party indulging into some kind of a muted campaign? Because the party is not playing on the front foot. That's what various experts have said. That's what your political opponents are saying.
It is surprising that when we run an overt campaign and when we are, seen everywhere, they say Congress is not there on the ground. Surprisingly, for them, it is we've been doing a campaign which has been there, a door-to-door visit. And I think it is bothering both the political parties that we've been doing so good with our door-to-door campaign. People are connecting with us, people are talking with us. There's a silent voter which has been with us for a very long time, and they're very happy that we are going door-to-door. But before that, you had pointed out the sea of orange. And I want to make that sea of orange is basically telling the voters to go slow, because the sea of orange is going to turn it's already turning red. So voters have realized that the sea of orange is turning red. Coming back to Aam Aadmi Party makes a huge lot of promises. They have been successful in Delhi and they've been able to, but in Punjab, they are being exposed. They said, we'll control the pollution. Yesterday only, Bhagwat Mann, they talk about farmers. They were caning the farmers, those who were protesting against Aam Aadmi Party. They are no different. They are leaders, they are ministers. They have not even removed the minister from the post. And he's still a minister lying in prison, getting luxury massages there. We've all seen the visuals. So Aam Aadmi Party has been claiming that they are all...
is that when you say there is a silent wave, will that have any impact when you're up against such an aggressive machinery like the BJP? And Tushar, I want to bring you in, but before I do that, we continue to stay with visuals that are coming in, and this is of the Home Minister's roadshow. This is about 50 kilometers, one of the largest roadshows that we are seeing. This, of course, building up to phase 2, which will take place on the 5th of December. But Tushar, two things that I want to understand from you. One, this silent wave that we keep seeing the Congress mentioning. How will they have an impact considering the fact the issues that helped the Congress garner votes, that was the Patidar movement, some sort of agrarian issues, some sort of unhappiness as far as demonetization is concerned, all those issues have been done away with. So one, that is the question, how will they make up because those issues don't exist? And more importantly, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, you've heard from the BJP saying that the main opposition is the Congress. You've heard from the Congress say that the main opposition is the BJP. So where is the Aam Aadmi Party?
Ritu, two very interesting questions. Look, number one, about the Congress, there is no silent wave. There is just plain dead drop silence, and that is from the Congress. If there was even a % of interest by the party leadership in Gujarat, they would have ensured that the Bharat Jodo Yatra passes through such an important state, not just by virtue of the state elections, but also by the virtue of national elections that are due 18 months from now. But Rahul Gandhi is nowhere to be seen. I mean, the Congress can promise all the silent waves, all the death of democracy and the similar rhetoric they keep doing. But the truth of the matter is they're not there on the ground. If you talk to people in Ahmedabad, voters, they are witnessing the local Congress leadership. People are clueless. Where do they go to? How do they direct the entire election campaign? That was the sentiment in Ahmedabad. That's more or less about the Congress. Number two, about the Aam Aadmi Party. Ridhima, I've spoken to a lot of voters. I wanted to understand if Aam Aadmi
गुजरात के पानी की समस्या को उन्होंने मुक्ति दिलाई। इसी प्रकार से हर गांव में 24 घंटा बिजली पहुंचाना, स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का उन्नयन, एनरोलमेंट और ड्रॉप आउट रेशियो पर कंट्रोल आना, ढेर सारी मूलभूत समस्याओं का निवारण मोदी जी ने लाया है, जिसको जनता अपनी मन की गहराई से बहुत सम्मान करती है, प्यार करती है। इसके कारण सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से हमेशा भाजपा को वोट मिले। देखिए, ये प्रोएक्टिव स्टेप है। घटना घटने के बाद इसका निरीक्षण करना एक बात है और घटना होने नहीं देना दूसरी बात। रेडिकलाइजेशन पर अगर कंट्रोल करते हैं तो अपने आप जो दंगे हैं उन पर और टेररिज्म पर कंट्रोल आया जाएगा। देखिए, जितनी भी बार गुजरात में प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस ने अपशब्द उपयोग किया, उतनी बार हर बार गुजरात की जनता ने बैलेट बॉक्स के अंदर जवाब दिया। इस बार भी इसका जवाब, मोदी जी के अपमान का जवाब गुजरात की जनता जरूर देगी। मैं यही कहूंगा कि विकास के समर्थन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करें और लोकतंत्र के उत्सव के अंदर हिस्सा लें।
Speaking, interestingly, the last question was also about the personal attacks on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who himself has responded to what the Congress's chief, Mallikarjun Kharge, had said about him, likening him to Ravan. I want to go across, even as our guests stay with us, to my colleague Arun Dhata, who's joining us from Rajkot. This is the heart of Saurashtra. Arun, any issues while you were there that came up as far as the electorate is concerned, or are they also, just content?
Well, see, one thing that we have picked up, after speaking with the people here in Rajkot, is that they are really not concerned about the candidates, especially those people who are happy with BJP. They're only seeing the face of Prime Minister Modi, and that has been a very, very positive for BJP, but also a negative point, because if you see since 2014, ever since Prime Minister Modi left Gujarat to become the Prime Minister of the country, there is no there is a leadership crisis in Gujarat BJP, and that is the perhaps reason why we had seen 3 chief ministers being changed in Gujarat. So if Prime Minister Modi's face is a positive sign for BJP, but there is also a challenge to create a leadership here. We have seen Anandiben Patel, we have seen Vijay Rupani, we have now Bhupendra Patel. So somehow that is something which BJP needs to work on. Okay. But as far as the intensity has been shown by the BJP, we have seen the battery of ministers, starting from Prime Minister himself, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, specifically when they denied ticket to 44 sitting MLAs. Yes. Then the question was how to persuade those candidates not to contest independently. Amit Shah immediately, I remember he reached Gujarat late night on that day, and next morning he was chairing those meetings. In fact, the responsibilities were given to few central ministers, Mansukh Mandaviya, Purushottam Rupala, and the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani, to speak to those people. Few of them were managed by them. They said they did not contest, but there are few who are still contesting.
Actually, the ticket was denied to 42 of the sitting MLAs, and 19 of them have turned rebel against the BJP, and 9 of them are in the race in the first phase itself. So 10 in the second phase, 9 in the first, where the BJP will face its former candidates as rebels, as independents. Overall, a high number of independent candidates actually in Gujarat, 339 for 182 seats. But I want to focus on the factor of the Congress party as the traditional opponent of the BJP. I want to go across to Prashant, Pratap and our other guests as well. Prashant, it's all nice to talk about the fact that you've got a consistent vote base, and certainly nobody's denying that. But the problem is that when the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal again and again, day after day, meeting after meeting, come out and say that the Congress is good for nothing, what is the Congress's response except to say that, we've got our silent voter and we've got our traditional voter? Aren't you taking that vote bank for granted? And shouldn't the political party have the pride to respond when they get attacked day after day? We didn't see that in Gujarat.
We've been talking about it. Everybody knows that we have Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is going on. They
which
say
is not going through Gujarat, Pratap.
Surprised how impact is making it from the northeast to the west, which is the Gujarat. because there are individual yatras also going, state yatras also going out. Nobody wants to talk about that. The media is possibly not showing it. And
no, we talked about the yatras you've planned. Pratap, don't make the media a scapegoat. I'm sorry, the media is not going to fight your campaign. I'm asking you, what has the Congress done to fight its own campaign? You have to be heard, you have to be seen. In fact, leader after leader comes out and says that we've got our voter, we've got our traditional base, we have our silent movement. Aren't you taking everybody for granted?
2017, we were told we are going to win 20-30 seats, we'll be wiped out. And we won 77, plus a few with the independents, that will be 80. And 10 seats we lost only with a margin of 1,500 votes. We would have been in power if not those 10 seats. So when you talk about Congress not making a bet, this Saurashtra and the South region is where we are the strongest, and we're going to see, you can see the performance.
No. You skipped issues. You talked about 2017, Prashant. Everybody credits the Congress party for the campaign it fought in 2017. Yes, factors were going for it. It pounced on it. It capitalized on it. It fell short. Nobody minds a good fight. The problem this time around is you've not capitalized on 2017.
Last time, if you remember, if you pick up the interviews of last time, you would see the same thing. It's only after the results people are crediting us with the campaign. Let me
ask you a direct question. Prashant, you're on the show. I want you to elucidate in 2 lines. When the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal says, do not vote for the Congress party, it will not do anything for you, its leaders will defect to the BJP instead. What is the Congress's response?
It is hypocrisy on Arvind Kejriwal's part. There are two sitting ones who are going to contest. 2 contestants. One has already withdrawn and one has joined BJP. We have Indrani Rajguru, who was part of Aam Aadmi Party before, coming out and saying the list of Aam Aadmi Party is coming from Kamalam. So he will talk the language of BJP. That is what has been going on. They are Team A and Team B. They are here to distract voters.
I'm not sure if this Team A, Team B attack works. I'm just saying that simply because the Congress is the one that loses its space to the Aam Aadmi Party. And it's content with just saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is BJP's B team, when the Aam Aadmi Party is saying we are the biggest contenders against BJP. Just hold on your thought. Just hold on. I'll bring in Abhinandita into the discussion as well. But before that, I want to go across to my colleague Anusha as well. Anusha, what more factors, issues involved?
Well, I think, Shivani, it's pertinent to talk about the voting percentage that has been there in the state of Gujarat, and especially concerning the Congress and the BJP. The Congress party, despite the best and the worst of the performances, has been able to regain its voting percentage, which is roughly about 35%. If you talk about the BJP and if you look at how they have performed, let's look at the voting percentage first of all. Now, beginning from 2002, which is the best performance of the BJP, to 2017, which was not the greatest performance that the BJP has really put out. Now, that's the number on your screen right now. That's the voting percentage which is coming right now. In 2017, the biggest beneficiary, of course, was the Congress party, which directly benefited from the losses that the BJP had made in those elections. And the peaks that you're going to see is largely in the Lok Sabha elections. But if you talk about the Vidhan Sabha election in 2017, there was much ground that was lost for the BJP, if you talk about that. Let's now also talk about the numbers, the seats that had been translated in a certain way, the voting percentage, the manner it had really come out. Look at those numbers, look at the seats and how they had translated. For the BJP, the 2 peaks that you see are essentially of the Lok Sabha elections, so that's not what we're going to talk about. But in 2017 to 2002, there was a significant drop in the number of seats that happened from 2002 to 2017, and that's the loss that the BJP would want to cover, from 127 to roughly about 99 seats to which the BJP was reduced to. Largely these losses had happened in the region of Saurashtra, and those are the losses that they would want to recover. Talking about the Congress party, it clearly gained. Look at the dip that the BJP had from 2002 to 2017, and that dip essentially is the gain of the Congress party. That is how they gain. Now, with about 10 defections that have happened in the Congress party, the Saurashtra region, the Patidar agitation with dying down. In fact, Hardik Patel, of course, is now in the BJP. Those factors are not working for the Congress party. What essentially is not working for them is the presence of the Aam Aadmi Party, and that's the new disruptor in the politics of Gujarat, like the state of Punjab.
Well, that is the big question, that will the party gain at the cost of the Congress party? We'll talk about that in just a bit. But turning our eye to our magic wall, at the cost of sounding repetitive, this is going to be the most decisive phase between both the phases. And the reason we say that is this entire region, Kutch, Saurashtra, South, this is where we saw a very neck-to-neck fight when you go back to 2017. Just look at the overall numbers. Out of these total 89 seats, the BJP won 48, the Congress 38, but look at the vote percentage as well. The BJP was close to 50%, 49.31%. The Congress was at 41.71%. What was the reason that we saw a neck-to-neck fight? Were issues like the Patidar agitation, agrarian crisis, this was right after demonetization. We'll talk about all those issues in just a bit. We're shifting our focus as India takes the presidency at G20. Let's listen in.
And more impact. And don't forget the perennial challenges that we have faced, whether it is terrorism or black money. And the G20 is in fact the premier grouping which is devoted to addressing the financial, economic and development challenges of the world. And in these difficult times, it is therefore particularly important that world leaders focus on the right issues, issues that especially affect the more vulnerable sections of the world. Now, the attention obviously needs to be given not just to the problems, but equally, perhaps even more so, to finding viable solutions for them. In this regard, India's example is of increasing relevance to the rest of the world. Whether it is our last mile delivery done using digital platforms, a way of responding to the COVID and other public health challenges, or indeed the transformation in green and clean energy that we have seen in the last few years. There are very good reasons why today the world is taking a much deeper interest in us. The G20 presidency offers an opportunity to share our story with others, particularly those who may transpose some of our experiences on their performance or challenges. And it is also a time when we must become the voice of the global South that is otherwise underrepresented in such forums. Countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America trust India to speak up for them. We have of late been in the forefront of expressing their concerns on fuel, on food, on fertilizers. And we share too the apprehension that sustainable development, climate action, and climate justice could be sidetracked due to more dominant issues. But our task will end not just with articulation. India has to take the lead in pushing for collective action, and that is exactly what we intend to do at the G20. Now, there are established mechanisms and working platforms to take forward various issues that come up in the G20 agenda. But the G20 naturally responds to the pressing issues of the day. It is also a tradition in the presidency, for the presidency, to flag concerns that are most immediate and seek support of the larger membership. Where India is concerned, some of the priorities are self-evident. Energy security and food security are two such examples. After the pandemic, there is a global expectation that more equitable solutions would be found for health challenges. And as the driver of the widely appreciated vaccine Maitri, the Global South has hopes that India would take forward this cause. Our commitment to climate action and climate justice is again very well recognized. This is even more so in the context of national actions and policies on this subject in the last 8 years. Most of all, our digital prowess and its effective application on the ground, that has really caught the world's attention. While noting all these developments, let me address some specific issues that are likely to come up in the G20 context. As a civilizational state, it was imperative that India is not only conscious of its heritage and culture, but brings those perspectives to bear on contemporary issues. As we currently consider the challenges of climate action, it is natural that we reassert our innate reverence for nature and search for solutions that are not just material but also behavioral. We would seek to encourage a rethink around the world, both on how we produce, but equally important, on how we consume. Green transition at scale is possible only when climate action is converted into a people's movement. During our G20 presidency, we will spotlight life as in lifestyle for environment, with its associated environmentally sustainable and responsible choices at the level of individual lifestyles as well as national development. Only then will it lead to globally transformative actions, resulting in a cleaner, greener, and bluer future. We will make life a global movement, one that envisions placing the prevalent use and dispose economy with a circular economy. It intends to nudge individuals to undertake simple acts in their everyday life that can contribute to effectively address the challenges of climate change, environment degradation, energy crisis, and rapid sustainable growth. Pro-planet people adopting fundamentally sustainable lifestyles will change the way we do business in the 21st century. India will seek to be a catalyst of that change. When taking over the G20 presidency in Bali, Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about a sense of trusteeship. We want that message also to go out from the G20, that for the sake of future generations, for people like you, every generation should leave the planet in a better shape than it inherited it. After due deliberation, we have therefore taken up Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future, as our G20 presidency theme. Drawing from our cultural ethos, this is a strong assertion of beliefs in shared and common solutions. It may apply to climate action and life, where the power of example, the diffusion of technology, and the spread of best practices can make a decisive difference. The same drivers are even more powerful when it comes to digital delivery, in order to ensure that we leave no one behind. And remember, we have demonstrated it even at a time of extreme stress by undertaking successfully Vaccine Maitri. The G20 is a diverse platform that seeks to forge common ground on key issues among prominent countries. Our endeavor is to make that consensus more relevant through a wider process of consultation. Indeed, our very choice of guest countries is reflective of this intent. Harmonizing various interests is something that is ingrained deeply in India's history and culture. We have long been a pluralistic and consultative society who have debated issues openly before we arrive at a decision. Since this is deeply ingrained in our DNA, we have never been insecure with diversity. Our essential unity is not only the basis for pluralism, but it is also a source of confidence for engaging the world. As the mother of democracy, India's G20 presidency will be consultative, it will be collaborative, and it will be decisive. Having noted that, we must also recognize that the global order today is not truly reflective of the state of the world. Institutions and practices created 75 years ago still dominate global decision-making. A representative and democratic international order must press for change, not just in the United Nations, but in other international institutions as well. While we strive to progress, on this broad agenda of issues. The G20 cannot be impervious to immediate developments that have a direct consequence on global well-being. This year, much of that debate has centered around the Ukraine conflict. As you all know, the Prime Minister had declared that this is not an era of war, and that dialogue and diplomacy alone can provide solutions. At Bali, the significance of this position was widely recognized by G20 leaders. In fact, the universality of this message is being appreciated as well. Many of you today would have read in the newspapers that you would have seen in the morning or read on your phones, Prime Minister's own thoughts about assuming the G20 presidency. And that, by the way, has appeared in newspapers across the world. Now, we should reflect on what, to my mind, were the 8 key points that he has articulated in his speech. And those points are: 1, the greatest challenges can be solved not by fighting with each other, but by acting together. 2, technology gives us the means to address problems on a humanity-wide scale. 3, digital public goods that we have created are increasingly perceived by the world as delivering revolutionary progress. 4, India's experiences can provide insights for possible solutions. 5, our G20 priorities will be shaped by the interests of the Global South. 6, we will encourage sustainable and environment-friendly lifestyles based on trusteeship over nature. 7, we will seek to depoliticize the global supply of food, fertilizers, and medical products. And 8, we will encourage an honest conversation among the most powerful countries. So, as the youth of India, it is important that you are not only aware of the G20 activities, but also of India's approach that I have just summarized. Under the Youth 20 Engagement Group of the G20, India will focus on skill development, on the future of work, access to quality health, and youth as equal partners in the development agenda. During the year, in the spirit of Jan Bhagidari, I would encourage the youth to conduct and host a wide range of practical activities like university lectures, roundtable discussions, model UN conferences in colleges on G20 agenda, and welcoming G20 delegations, including through cultural performance at various meeting venues. Remember, each one of you present, physically here and virtually across, each one of you is an ambassador of India to the G20. I urge you to collectively be the radiant lotus of creative brilliance and generational optimism. Our success in the G20 will surely draw strength from all of you. So thank you again for your attention.
Regular basis. The Iranian football team's defeat to the United States in the FIFA World Cup triggered an unusual celebration in the home country.
Iranians dancing on the streets, bursting crackers, honking car horns and celebrating the loss of their national football team in the FIFA World Cup. These scenes of jubilation are actually a show of protest. Iranians denounced the football team's participation in the World Cup at such a tumultuous time in the country. For the last 3 months, protests have been raging across Iran against the death of Mahsa Amini, who was killed in police custody by Iran's notorious morality police for not wearing her hijab in a proper manner. More than 300 people, including children, have been killed in the protests since September this year. In their own version of protest, the Iranian football team refused to sing the national anthem in their opening match. But they went back to singing it in the following matches, leaving citizens to believe that they represent the Iranian regime.
A massive protest outside Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's home in Sangrur today.
Hundreds of agricultural labourers gathered near the Patiala-Bhatinda road in Sangrur. They were protesting under the flag of Sanjha Mazdoor Morcha. The labourers demanded an increase of minimum daily wages to 700 rupees under Manrega. Raising slogans against the Punjab government, the labourers marched towards the Chief Minister's home. They claim the CM had refused to meet them, leaving them no choice but to go to him. But when the protesters were a few meters away from Man's home, police swooped down. Police started using force on the labourers and also resorted to lathi charging them. Sangrur's SP was caught on camera hitting the protesters and directing other cops.
Bilkis Bano moved the Supreme Court today, challenging the early release of 11 men convicted of gang raping her and killing her entire family in the 2002 Gujarat riots. In her petition, Bilkis Bano said the decision on releasing the men should be taken by Maharashtra, where the trial took place, instead of the state of Gujarat. The convicts were freed on 15th of August by the Gujarat government. The Enforcement Directorate questioned actor Vijay Deverakonda for 9 hours in connection with the funding of his Bollywood film Liger. The ED is probing possible foreign exchange violations in the production of the movie. The agency suspects illegal investments in the film and is investigating the alleged payments and source of funds for Liger.
కొన్ని క్లారిఫికేషన్స్ అడిగినారు చాలా మంచిగా వాళ్ళ జాబ్ వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఆన్సర్లు ఇచ్చినాము మీరు ఇంత ప్రేమిస్తారు ఆ ప్రేమతో వచ్చే పాపులారిటీ వల్ల కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు ఉంటాయి కొన్ని సైడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి అందులో ఏదో ఒకటి బట్ ఇట్స్ అన్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఇట్స్ లైఫ్ అండ్ ఐ డిడ్ మై డ్యూటీ వెన్ ఐ వాస్ కాల్డ్ I came, I answered the questions and that's it I have to say.
Karnataka's Education Minister is facing flack for seemingly downplaying bigotry that happened in a classroom in Manipal University.
Will you call him by the name of a terrorist?
This video, a Muslim student calling out his professor for referring to him as a 2611 terrorist, Kasab, is going viral.
Not funny, not funny.
And now Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has sparked a storm by seemingly downplaying the incident.
The name of Ravana comes many times. You behave like Ravana, you behave like Shakuni. It doesn't become an issue at all. When you speak about Kashyap, it becomes an issue. I don't know.
The opposition has called out the minister over his remarks.
Will you call him by the name of a terrorist?
When a lecturer who's supposed to be the...
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some updates now from Rajasthan, where the BJP is going to start a Jan Akrosh Yatra from today. BJP President JP Nada will kick off this Yatra from Jaipur. Also, the BJP President will address a Jan Akrosh Sabha at the Dashara Maidan in Jaipur. State BJP leaders, senior leaders are expected to be present in this rally. My colleague Bhavani is also joining us. Bhavani, थोड़ा सा हमें दिखाएं और बताएं कि क्या प्लान है बीजेपी का और क्या मुद्दे उठा रहे हैं वो।
देखिए जो जन आक्रोश यात्रा है, अब आप देखिए कि इसके टाइमिंग देखिए कि 4 तारीख को राजस्थान में राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा एंटर करने वाली है और तकरीबन 15 दिन तक यह भारत जोड़ो यात्रा रहेगी। यही समय आप देखिए कि यहाँ से आज रवाना किया जा रहा है 51 रथ को और ये तकरीबन 15 दिन रहेंगे 14 दिसंबर तक और हर असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के अंदर जाएंगे। 200 असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 51 रथ जन आक्रोश रथ तैयार किए। बीजेपी का टारगेट ये है कि 15 दिन में 20,000 नुक्कड़ सभाएं, 20,000 चौपालें की जाए और ये यात्रा पूरे राजस्थान के अंदर तकरीबन 2 करोड़ लोगों तक सीधे पहुंचे। तो बीजेपी यहाँ से 2 चीजें कोशिश करेगी। एक, राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का काउंटर, क्योंकि उसी वक्त ये यात्रा राजस्थान से निकल रही है। दूसरा, राजस्थान में अशोक गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ मुद्दे तय करना और जनता के अंदर, क्योंकि अभी जिस तरीके से अशोक गहलोत सरकार के अंदर अशोक गहलोत के बीच में जो टकराव चल रहा है उनको भुलाना और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के इशू खासतौर पर महिला अपराध से जुड़े हुए मामले हैं बाकी है, इससे एक माहौल तय करना, क्योंकि राजस्थान में 2023 में विधानसभा चुनाव होने और बीजेपी उसकी पूरी तैयारी
अभी ये पूरी एक तरह से यहाँ से तैयारी है। 51 रथ काफी अहम है। एक शिकायत पेटिका रखी जा रही है जिसमें सभी 200 विधानसभा क्षेत्रों से बीजेपी फीडबैक लेगी पब्लिक का, और उसके बाद में गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ एक चार्जशीट तैयार करेगी और उसी से अपने चुनाव का एजेंडा तय करेगी। तो एक साल पहले राजस्थान में बीजेपी इलेक्शन के अंदर कूद गई।
All right, Bhavani, we'll keep coming back to you for more. For the meantime, shifting our attention to some breaking updates coming in. A student has been thrashed allegedly for holding Karnataka flag during a college fest in Belagavi. Remember, the Belagavi is in contention between Karnataka and Maharashtra. And yesterday, a scuffle broke out in a private college during the inter-college fest in the district. A student was allegedly beaten up for holding Karnataka flag while dancing. My colleague Ritu is joining us. Ritu, just give us a sense of what is the video showing, the videos that are coming to light from this.
Well, exactly. You said this is the incident that took place in the Belgavi in a private college when the Interfest was going on a college premises. So that's when a student was, in fact, dancing, holding a Karnataka flag, and the other person there allegedly thrashed him. Now, well, what the police says is that it is all their personal matter and nothing is other matter that is involved into it. While it's the pro-Kannada organization which has come out to say that the student was being thrashed by a pro-Maharashtra student for holding a Karnataka flag and dancing. So that has been the allegation from the pro-Kannada organization.
Okay.
But police has clearly come out to say that it has nothing to do with the Karnataka flag, but it is their personal issue for which the police is now investigating the matter. But you see the pro-Kannada organization there coming out and protesting on the roadside by blocking Belagavi and Goa border and also burning the tires.
So interestingly, what the police has said is that both the students are from Karnataka itself. So the allegation that the students who allegedly beat up the other student for holding a Karnataka flag had some Karnataka-Maharashtra rivalry to do so, possibly not being seen by the police here. But otherwise, what is the action being taken in the sense that since a scuffle did break out and one student was beaten up, what is the action that the police is taking? Has anybody been booked?
Well, so far you see all the students happen to be minor as said by the police, but the police has now called the students for questioning as well. The questioning is meanwhile on, and on the other hand, you can see this, the police has, deployment has also been is in place around the college premises to ensure that there is no untoward incidents that take place.
Okay, all right, Ritu, I'll leave it at that. We've got some more breaking updates coming in. Before we go across to our next story, just a reminder of the tussle that has been ongoing as far as Belgavi is concerned. It has recently picked up a lot of steam, although it's an age-old battle post-independence between Maharashtra and Karnataka, the two states that claim Belgavi. Currently, of course, it is in Karnataka, and this has become a political bickering issue. There are, of course, statements from none other than the Chief Ministers or the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra in this case. Responding to that is the Chief Minister of Karnataka. This matter is in court as well. But as you can see from the visuals, it has picked up steam. A little bit of, scuffles and some sort of vandalism has come to light from Belgavi on the streets. There were earlier groups from supporting both sides that came out and painted the local buses, either Maharashtra or Karnataka. And you can see some protests have been ongoing. And in this case, in an inter-college fest of a private institution, a scuffle has broken out. But the police say, and they did say last night itself, that this has nothing to do with the Belgavi issue per se between Karnataka and Maharashtra. Both the students actually belonged to Karnataka itself. We're going to get you more updates as far as the Belgavi clash is concerned, but shifting our focus to a shocking incident that has come to light from Mumbai, where South Korean YouTuber was harassed, a female. The shocking incident was caught on camera where two men were seen dragging and harassing the woman while she was live streaming on the streets. In the video, one of the accused was seen dragging her by her arm even as she resists. The video shows the man getting close to her and holding her hand despite her protesting. And after she walks away, he appears again with another man on a bike offering her a lift. The woman, of course, refuses it and tells them in broken English that her house is nearby. The Mumbai police have arrested both the accused, Mubin Mohammad Sheikh and Naqib Ansari, under sections of the IPC. I'm joined by the YouTuber in question, Hyojeng, who's the Korean YouTuber who was harassed last night on the Mumbai streets. Hyojeng, thanks a lot for speaking to CNN News 18. Can I begin by asking you what exactly happened and what is the impact it has had on you? What was the emotion like last night?
Actually, I'm a live streamer traveling in India. My job is showing other people about traveling and showing new culture. And 2 days ago, around 11:50 p.m., I was walking towards back to my hotel, and there was a group of guys who were standing there. And as I do always, they say, like most of people, when I'm live streaming, they're very open to engage and have a conversation because I'm holding the camera and I'm filming the environment. And there was one guy shouting me, they're like, "Oh, hey, I love you." And I said, "Oh, yeah. I was just walking towards my hotel and I said, "Oh, yeah, I love you back." And then he started to come to me and put his arm on my shoulder and tried to kiss my cheek for the first time. And I felt very uncomfortable and I immediately felt that I have to leave this situation. But I didn't want to make a big, because I was alone and it was 11, almost 12 a.m. And he was with his friend. So I tried my best not to escalate the situation and just leave. But he started to grab my arm and drag towards to his motorcycle. And he said that he wanna like have a ride. He want a ride. And I said, no, I don't want it. And then he started to put his arm on my shoulder again and try to kiss me. At that point, all I can do is, if I was not alone and if I would have like done something more to shout to them or maybe say aggressively. But since I was alone and it was very dark, and I'm in foreign country, I don't want to get involved in any big issue, or I don't know how this will turn into.
Yes.
I try my best to just leave that situation.
No, I understand completely why you chose to react like that. We're getting to know that the police has arrested both of these individuals who harassed you last night. Are you happy with the way the action has been taken? Did you contact the police? How did that go?
Yes, actually, I got the call last night, 2 a.m. I was sleeping and I feel very sick. They told me that they want to send the female police officer to make the statement, but it was 2 a.m. and I felt sick, so I told them that I will go to police station tomorrow, which is today. And I cannot say that like I'm happy or I'm unhappy. I think they should deserve to be arrested. And one thing that I want to point out is this should have done it like this even if I was not foreigner and even if I was not live streaming as well. I want to believe that this would be the same even if it happened to other women in India or in other country as well.
Can I ask you, how long have you been in Mumbai or in India? And have you faced similar issues before, or was this the first time?
In India, I In Mumbai, I think it's been almost more than 3 weeks. In India, more than 1 month.
Okay.
Actually, I've been faced this kind of incidents before in other country.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I face this kind of incidents, I try my best just not to to just leave, because as a foreigner who are traveling in foreign country, you don't know how exactly the legal infrastructure is going on. Especially if you don't have anyone who can help you.
True.
This time it was different because I have a couple of Indian friends who can help me out to make this as to help me out.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
You're saying that you face this in other countries, and I think that's a reality. Even as someone who's traveled to other countries, I think women face this everywhere. But I do want to ask you, has this left you feeling unsafe? Are you worried about your stay in India? Has this in any way changed your impression of India?
Actually, no. A lot of people told me right after what happened, they told me, oh yeah, because you travel alone in India, so as a solo traveler. And I always told people it's not about India. It could happen in everywhere else. And the image of India hasn't changed at all. I still want to travel and discover India and show people that India is a safe country and beautiful country to travel. Besides that, I met a lot of amazing people in India who bought me a free pani puri or chai, who invite me to their wedding. I still have a lot of good memories, and I believe that India is a very good country. I just don't want other people to frame this as it happened because it's India. I personally don't agree with that.
Okay. Well, I hope you
It
stay.
can happen in every country, and I think Indian government and police are helping me, and other people who are helping this thing to get better, I believe.
Okay. Hojing, thanks a lot for speaking to us. I wish you a very good stay and a safe stay in India, and continue to be here, continue to do what you're doing. Stay safe. Thanks a lot for speaking to us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
On that note, I want to toss across to my colleague Greha, who's joining you with all the latest updates.
Thank you so much for that, Shivani, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. We are beginning the top of 1 p.m. with another controversy that refuses to die down. This one is coming after that remark by Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, referring to him in the context of Ravana. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hit back at Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge over those very remarks. Prime Minister has said that Congress has stopped to a new, and it has in fact gone down to a new low, and the party cannot tolerate the power that Gujarat has given Narendra Modi. Now, Narendra Modi further added that they dragged Ramayana to this entire controversy to insult him, and also calling him Ravana in a land of Ram Bhaks was a low blow. Now, remember earlier Mallikarjun Kharge, during an election meeting in Gujarat itself, had said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is like Ravana, with what he termed as having 100 heads as opposed to 10, because Prime Minister's posters are seen everywhere in every election where BJP is contesting.
Congress party na nava pramukh છે એમને મોકલ્યા અને ખેડગેજીને હું ઓળખું છું, એમનો ખૂબ આદર કરું છું, એમનું સન્માન કરું છું, પણ ખડગેજીને તો એ જ બોલવું પડે જે એમને ત્યાંથી ભણાઈને મોકલ્યા હોય. અને કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એને ખબર નથી કે આ રામ ભક્તોનું ગુજરાત છે. હવે તમે મને કહો, રામ ભક્તોના ધરતી પર રામ ભક્તોની સામે એમના પાસે બોલાવડાવવામાં આવ્યું કે તમે મોદીને 100 માથાવાળો રાવણ કહો. બોલો ભાઈઓ બહેનો, આપણે જાણીએ છીએ કે આ કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એ રામના અસ્તિત્વને સ્વીકાર નથી કરતી. આ કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી અયોધ્યામાં ભગવાન રામ મંદિરને પણ, ભવ્ય રામ મંદિરમાં પણ એનો વિશ્વાસ નથી. આ કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી એને તો રામ સેતુ સામે વાંધો. એવી કોંગ્રેસ પાર્ટી મને ગાળો બોલવા માટે રામાયણમાંથી રાવણને લઈ આવી. બોલો.
मोदी को देखकर वोट दो. अब भाई तुम्हारे को तुम्हारी सूरत कितनी बार देखना, कारपोरेशन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमएलए इलेक्शन भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना, एमपी इलेक्शन में भी तुम्हारी सूरत देखना. हर जगह कितने भाई, क्या आपके रावण के जैसा 100 मुख है क्या है? समझ में नहीं आता मुझे. और आप काम पे वोट मांगो. आजादी के बाद हमने क्या किया वो भी गिनते गए.
जितनी भी बार गुजरात में प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ कांग्रेस ने अपशब्द उपयोग किया, उतनी बार हर बार गुजरात की जनता ने बैलेट बॉक्स के अंदर जवाब दिया. इस बार भी इसका जवाब, मोदी जी के अपमान का जवाब गुजरात की जनता जरूर देगी.
In fact, our political editor Maria Shakil also spoke to BJP President JP Nada on Kharge's Ravan jibe on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's listen in to what he had to say about it.
There is a narrative that has started by the Congress party. Recently, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, has made a statement which is being seen as derogatory, which has to do with 100 heads of Ravan. All your party leaders have condemned his statement. Do you see this as a personal attack against the Prime Minister?
First of all, I would like to make the record very straight, that right from the day Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took over as the Prime Minister of the country, Madam Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were never able to digest their ego and their thinking. They never thought that any common man could take that seat, could challenge the capacity or challenge the Congress party. And so they have never adjusted to the situation where Prime Minister Modi ji is running the country, number one. Number two, these bad words, ill words, have started coming from Mrs. Gandhi, from Rahul Gandhi. They are the persons who have been always using the words which I cannot mention at this point of time. And whatever Kharge ji is speaking, he is speaking the language of Sonia Gandhi ji, he is speaking the language of Rahul Gandhi ji, and it is condemnable, and it shows their frustration, and it shows that people who are sitting on the high seats on a very raised pedestal, they are not following the norms and the standards which they should follow. And so it is what I would say, ये जिसको बोलते स्तर विहीन काम हो रहा है और स्तर विहीन कमेंट है, और ये उनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन बोल रहा है, ये निंदनीय है. दिस इज कंडेमनेबल. इसको जितना कंडेम किया जाए. और खड़गे साहब तो वो बोलते हैं, वो भाषा बोलते हैं जो सोनिया जी बोलती हैं, जो राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं. तो इनकी दिल की आवाज को आवाज देने का काम खड़गे साहब कर रहे हैं. Maria, that they should realize that this aspect should be realized by Congress party, because Bharatiya Janata Party has always tried to maintain the decency in political life, and the comments which we try to give is, and if anybody gives a comment which is not of the level, we take care, and we always see to it that in future such comments should not come. But in their political system, you get benefit out of it. You are promoted because of such statements you give.
So you are saying Mr. Kharge will be promoted? He is already the Congress president?
He will be more safe.
An endorsement
yes.
From the Gandhis.
It is not only endorsement, it is being appreciated by Mrs. Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
And when we talk about this, it's always,
and you're saying backfire, and you're talking about the backfire. It is because of the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is because of the love and affection which the people of India have for Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Taking this across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's now joining us on the broadcast. Now, Siddhant, I'll take this liberty to say that the Congress party probably had it coming, because an attack on brand Narendra Modi has never gone down well. It never works in Congress's favor, and yet these statements come about. Now, the kind of turnout that the phase 1 of polling has seen in Gujarat, and also Prime Minister Narendra Modi talking about how this is a land of Ram Bhakts, talking about Gujarat, all of this garners the kind of response that BJP has always looked at.
Well, absolutely. See, there are two ways to look at this entire development that has taken place in last 3 to 4 days. One, that attack on brand Modi, attack on Prime Minister is attack on the people of Gujarat, attack on the people of the country, because that is how that is how the connect is between the people of Gujarat and the Prime Minister. In fact, if you remember, whenever Congress party made such remarks, that those remarks have boomeranged in the past. They have gone against the Congress party, not just the Congress party. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal also had started attacking Prime Minister. If you remember, in 2014, 15, 16, he used to make attacks on the Prime Minister, but then they realized that it is not a good strategy to attack Prime Minister, because if any political party or a leader do that, then it hurts the sentiments of those who look up to Prime Minister or those who have connect with the Prime Minister. But this time around, again, Congress party has made this mistake. Mr. Kharge, especially the Congress president, has attacked Prime Minister twice. In less than 24 hours, 2 statements were made, personal remarks were made on the Prime Minister. And this is perhaps the reason that that definitely, not just the supporters of the Prime Minister, but Bharatiya Janata Party is also in a way trying to milk this entire attack by Mallikarjuna Kharge. And in fact, they are calling it nothing but a frustration of a Congress party. And also they are saying that, that since Congress party has nothing to offer, Congress party is not even in a fight in the state, so they are making such a statement, so media covers them. This is what BJP has to say. This is perhaps for the first time that Prime Minister has reacted to the personal attacks that have been made on him. Now, at a public meeting, he says that कैसी भाषा मेरे लिए यूज किया जाता है, मेरी तुलना राक्षस से रावण से की जाती है. So this is the son of a soil speaking directly to his people. And that was an atmosphere in a public rally where Prime Minister said this. So that is his connect, and son of a soil complaining about what Congress party thinks about him and what Congress party says about him to his own people, to son of soil. So surely there are high chances of these 2 statements going against the Congress party once again.
All right, Sunanda, thank you so much for joining us with all the latest that we are continuing to track on this story. Let me take this across to my guests who are joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Yuvraj Pokhrana, a senior journalist, joins us. Also joining me is Sumant C. Raman, political analyst. Sumanta, I would take this to you first. Do you think any attack on brand Modi backfires, boomerangs, and Congress party has time and again seen that, but yet they do the same mistake, or there's more to it than meets the eye?
I don't think that there is more to it than the sheer stupidity of the Congress party in not understanding that attacking the programs, policies of the present government, whether it is the state government or the central government, is a far more sensible option than launching personal attacks, especially calling the Prime Minister names. Now, they also don't seem to have got the fact that the media is waiting to amplify such statements and create a huge narrative around it. Even though there may be statements made by BJP leaders